Introduction of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1 by James Holman. Introduction. Man loves knowledge and the beams of truth. More welcome touch his understanding's eye than all the blandishments of sounds his ear, than all the taste his tongue. Akenside, 1834. Advertisement. It is necessary to observe that this work is designed to extend to 4 volumes, to be published in regular succession, each volume to embrace a distinct portion of the whole, and to be complete in itself. The entire publication will form a consecutive series of the author's voyages and travels round the world. The present volume contains Madeira, Tenerife, St. Jago, Sierra Leone, Cape Coast, Accra, Fernando Po, Bonny, Calabar, and other rivers in the Bight of Biafra, Prince's Island, Ascension, Rio de Janeiro, and Journey to the Gold Mines. Note: the beginning of this dedication was missing from the text. That your majesty may long be spared to a nation that is so sensible of the influence of your majesty's exalted character. With the most profound feelings of gratitude and devotion, I have the honor to subscribe myself, Your Majesty's most faithful servant, James Holman. End of introduction. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 1, Part A, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1 by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Passion for traveling, author's peculiar situation, motives for going abroad, resources for the blind. Embark in the Eden. Captain Owen for Sierra Leone. Lord High Admiral at Plymouth. Captain Finseer. Arrival at Madeira. Town of Funchal. Wines of Madeira. Cultivation of the grape. Table of exports. Seizure of gin. Fruits and vegetables. Climate. Coffee, tea, and sugar cultivation. Palanquin traveling. Departure from Madeira. The passion for traveling is, I believe, instinctive in some natures. We have seen men persevere in their enterprises against the most formidable obstacles, and without means or friends, and even ignorant of the languages of the various countries through which they passed, pursue their perilous journeys into remote places until, like the knight in the Arabian tale, they succeeded in snatching a memorial from every shrine they visited. For my own part, I have been conscious from my earliest youth of the existence of this desire to explore distant regions, to trace the varieties exhibited by mankind under the different influences of different climates, customs, and laws, and to investigate with unwearied solicitude the moral and physical distinctions that separate and diversify the various nations of the earth. I am bound to believe that this direction of my faculties and energies has been ordained by a wise and benevolent providence as a source of consolation under an affliction which closes upon me all the delights and charms of the visible world, the constant occupation of the mind, and the continual excitement of mental and bodily action contribute to diminish, if not to overcome, the sense of deprivation which must otherwise have pressed upon me, while the gratification of this passion scarcely leaves leisure for despondency, at the same time that it supplies me with inexhaustible means of enjoyment. When I entered the naval service, I felt an irresistible impulse to become acquainted with as many parts of the world as my profession avocations would permit, and I was determined not to rest satisfied until I had completed the circumnavigation of the globe. But at an early age of 25, while these resolves were strong and the enthusiasm of youth was fresh and sanguine, my present affliction came upon me. It is impossible to describe the state of my mind at the prospect of losing my sight, and of being, as I then supposed, deprived by that misfortune of the power of indulging in my cherished project. Even the suspense which I suffered during the period when my medical friends were uncertain of the issue appeared to me a greater misery than the final knowledge of the calamity itself. At last I entreated them to be explicit, and to let me know the worst, as that could be more easily endured than the agonies of doubt. Their answer, instead of increasing my uneasiness, dispelled it. I felt a comparative relief in being no longer deceived by false hopes, and the certainty that my case was beyond remotely determined me to seek, in some pursuit adapted to my new state of existence, a congenial field of employment and consolation. At that time my health was so delicate and my nerves so depressed by previous anxiety that I did not suffer myself to indulge in the expectation that I should ever be able to travel out of my own country alone, but the return of strength and vigor, and the concentration of my views upon one object, gradually brought back my old passion, which at length became as firmly established as it was before. The elasticity of my original feelings being thus restored, I ventured, alone and sightless, upon my dangerous and novel course, and I cannot look back upon the scenes through which I have passed, the great variety of circumstances by which I have been surrounded, and the strange experiences which I have become familiar, without an intense aspiration of gratitude for the boundless dispensation of the Almighty, which enabled me to conquer the greatest of human evils by the cultivation of what has been to me the greatest of human enjoyments, and to supply the void of sight with countless objects of intellectual gratification. To those who inquire what pleasures I can derive from the invigorating spirit of traveling under the privation I suffer, I may be permitted to reply in the words of the poet: Unknown these powers that raise the soul to flame, catch every nerve and vibrate through the frame. Their level life is but a smouldering fire, unquenched by want, unfanned by strong desire. Or perhaps, with more propriety, I may ask, who could endure life without a purpose, without the pursuit of some object, in the attainment of which his moral energies could be called into healthful activity? I can confidently assert that the effort of traveling has been beneficial to me in every way, and I know not what might have been the consequence if the excitement with which I looked forward to it had been disappointed, or how much my health might have suffered but for its refreshing influence. I am constantly asked, and I may as well answer the question here once for all. What is the use of traveling to one who cannot see? I answer, does every traveler see all that he describes? And is not every traveler obliged to depend upon others for a great proportion of the information he collects? Even Humboldt himself was not exempt from this necessity. The picturesque in nature, it is true, is shut out from me, and works of art are to me mere outlines of beauty, accessible only to one sense. But perhaps this very circumstance affords a stronger zest to curiosity, which is thus impelled to a more close and searching examination of details than would be considered necessary to a traveler who might satisfy himself by the superficial view, and rest content with the first impressions conveyed through the eye. Deprived of that organ of information, I am compelled to adapt a more rigid and less suspicious course of inquiry, and to investigate analytically by a train of patient examination, suggestions and deductions which other travelers dismiss at first sight, so that, freed from the hazard of being misled by appearances, I am the less likely to adapt hasty and erroneous conclusions. I believe that, notwithstanding my want of vision, I do not fail to visit as many interesting points in the course of my travels as the majority of my contemporaries, and by having things described to me on the spot, I think it is possible for me to form as correct a judgment as my own sight would enable me to do. And to confirm my accuracy, I could bring many living witnesses to bear testimony to my endless inquiries and insatiable thirst for collecting information. Indeed, this is the secret of the delight I derive from traveling, affording me as it does a constant source of mental occupation, and stimulating me so powerfully to physical exertion that I can bear a greater degree of bodily fatigue than any one could suppose my frame to be capable of supporting. I am frequently asked how I take my notes. It is simply thus. I keep a sort of rough diary, which I fill up from time to time as opportunities offer, but not from day to day, for I am frequently many days in arrear, sometimes indeed a fortnight together, but I always vividly remember the daily occurrences which I wish to retain, so that it is not possible that any circumstances can escape my attention. I also collect distinct notes on various subjects, as well as particular descriptions of interesting objects, and when I cannot meet with a friend to act as my amanuensis, I have still a resource in my own writing apparatus, of which, however, I but seldom avail myself, as the process is much more tedious to me than that of dictation. But these are merely rough notes of the heads of subjects, which I reserve to expate upon at leisure on my return to Old England. The invention of the apparatus to which I allude is invaluable to those who are afflicted with blindness. It opens not only an agreeable source of amusement and occupation in the hours of loneliness and retirement, but it affords a means of communicating our secret thoughts to a friend without the interposition of a third party, so that the intercourse and confidence of private correspondence, excluded by a natural calamity, are thus preserved to us by an artificial substitute. By the aid of this process, too, we may desire our correspondent to reply to our inquiries in a way which we would be quite intelligible to those to whom the perusal of the answer might be submitted. This apparatus, which is called the Nocto via Polygraph by Mr. Wedgwood, the inventor, is not only useful to the blind, but is equally capable of being rendered available to all persons suffering under diseases of the eyes. For although it does not assist you to commit your thoughts to paper with the same faculty that is attained by the use of pen and ink, it enables you to write very clearly and legibly, while you have the satisfaction of knowing that you are spared all risk of hurting your sight. It is but an act of justice to refer such of my readers as may feel any curiosity on the subject to Mr. Wedgwood for full particulars respecting his various inventions for the use of the blind. Having given these personal explanations, rendered necessary by the peculiarity of my situation, and the very general curiosity which appears to exist on the subject, if I may judge by frequency of the interrogatories that are put to me, I will now conclude my preliminary observations. Nor will I thee detain with poets' fictions, nor oppress thine ear with circumstance and long exordiums here, but place myself at once on board HMS Eden at Woolwich on the 1st of July, 1827, having been previously invited to take passage to the coast of Africa by your captain, W.F.W. Owen, Esquire, who was appointed superintendent of a new settlement about to be established on the island of Fernando Po. The commission with which this gentleman was charged afforded him peculiar advantages, as he was to retain the command of his ship, independently of the commodore on the African station, for the purpose of facilitating his operations in the island. I had resolved to visit Sierra Leone and other places on the western coast of Africa, principally from an early anxiety I felt to explore that part of the world, and also, strange and paradoxical as it may appear, for the benefit of my health. That a man should visit Sierra Leone for the benefit of his health seems to be as unreasonable as if he were to seek for the vernal airs of the south in the inclement region of Siberia. But I am strongly inclined to believe that the apprehensions of European travelers on this subject are often as fatal as the climate that produces them. In my own case, I was not only free from any apprehensions concerning fevers and those diseases which are incidental to a tropical climate, but having been recommended to try the effects of a warm region, I anticipated an improvement in my general health from a short residence at a spot which incautious modes of living, in addition to the insalubrity of the climate, have rendered fatal to so many of my countrymen. At the same time, I am not insensible to the fact that all Europeans are more or less susceptible of those disorders which are prevalent within the tropics, especially on the western coast of Africa, in Batavia, Trincomalee, and different parts of the West Indies. But it is equally certain that fear is a great predisposing cause of disease, and that the despondency to which most persons give way while they are under the influence of its effects increases the mortality to a considerable extent. It has been generally observed that those persons who happen to be so actively engaged in any engrossing pursuit as to have no leisure for the imagination to work upon their fears are less liable to a fever, and, if attacked, are better able to encounter its virulence than the timid and cautious. In the event of attack, if the patient keeps up his spirits and prevents desponding thoughts from occupying his mind, there is every reason to hope for a favorable result. The sons of hope are heaven's peculiar care. Whilst life remains, 'tis impious to despair. There are, of course, some constitutions more susceptible of disease than others, and it may also be observed that young people are more exposed to danger than those who have passed the meridian of life. We left Woolwich on the following day, July the 2nd, for Northfleet, where we remained a week for the purpose of making observations, regulating the chronometers, etc. We also took in our guns, 26 in number, of the following caliber: 18 32-pound carronades, 16 18-pound ditto, and 2 long 9-pounders, with a full proportion of shot. This quantity of metal alone, for the carriages had been previously taken on board and fixed at Woolwich, brought the ship bodily down in the water 4 inches, drawing, when on board, 15 feet 2 inches forward and 15 feet 6 inches abaft. We also received on the day after as much powder as could be put in the magazines. On Monday the 9th we left our moorings and proceeded down the Thames, anchoring for the night. On the following day we arrived in the Downs, where we remained for about 46 hours, and from thence proceeded down Channel and anchored in Plymouth Sound on Saturday the 14th of July, immediately after which I accompanied my brother, Lieutenant Robert Holman, R.N., who came on board for me, to his house at Plymouth, where I spent a very agreeable time amongst my old shipmates, relatives, and friends. For the last few days, indeed, my enjoyment was marred by illness, but that was merely the bitter, which a wise Providence mingles in the cup of life. The period of my stay at Plymouth happened to be one of general congratulation and excitement, owing to the arrival of His present Majesty, then Lord High Admiral, who came there on a visit of inspection. His Royal Highness held regular levees, which were numerously attended. The opportunity to wait upon His Royal Highness was to me a source of sincere gratification, of which I gladly availed myself. But I must acknowledge that a faint hope arose in my mind that the peculiar circumstances in which I was placed might interest His Royal Highness on my behalf, and lead to some change in my situation favorable to the objects I had so long cherished. I ventured to indulge in the thought, which, perhaps, I scarcely suffered myself altogether to decline, that I might be relieved from the obligations of my appointment at Windsor, by which I am under restrictions both as to time and space, and be permitted to enjoy some equivalent consideration, which would leave me free to prosecute the plans to which I had devoted the whole energies of my mind. As it was, I had only obtained permission to go abroad for the benefit of my health, but the remedy was in itself an excitement to further travel, so that I should no longer have reaped the advantage of my leave of absence, and with renewed health acquired an increased desire for exploring distant countries, then I should be compelled to relinquish my undertaking, and the apprehension of a sudden recall constantly presenting itself to my mind checked in a great measure the enjoyment of my pursuit. But my sanguine wishes and unconfessed hopes faded like a dream, and I turned again to the sea to contemplate the bounds that were placed to my ambitious projects. Had it been otherwise, could I have followed unchecked the course of my own impulses, I should not have circumscribed my plan to any precise limits, but would have pursued my travels, whatever the slightest point of interest encouraged me to proceed. Possibly it is better as it is. I have much reason to be grateful for the protecting hand of Providence that preserved me throughout my wanderings, and had I been less restrained by the force of circumstances, I might now, perhaps, possess the power of recording the results of my researches. In consequence of having been confined to my bed by severe indisposition, I was unable to walk to the boat when the Eden was ready to sail, and had nearly lost my passage, but my anxiety to proceed overcame all my difficulties, and ill as I was, I saved my distance by hastening in a coach to the waterside, where Captain Owen had kindly provided a boat for my reception. On 29th we got way at 9 a.m. with a fresh breeze from the eastward. Gallant before the wind she goes her prow, high bearing and disparting the blue tide, that foams and flashes in its rage below. Meantime the helmsman feels a conscious pride, and while far onward the long billows swell, looks to the lessening land, which seems to say farewell. We did not long enjoy our easterly breeze, for in the evening the wind became variable. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied with lightning and thunder, and the night was dark and dismal, with an irregular sea, which made the ship very uneasy. Then followed one of those scenes of confusion which can be witnessed only on shipboard, the creaking of timbers as they were strained by the conflict of the elements, the uproar of a multitude of voices, the ludicrous accidents arising from the pitching and rolling of the vessel, things breaking loose in all directions, chests flying from side to side, crockery smashing, people hallooing, others moaning and groaning, accompanied with frequent evominations, and occasionally a general scream from some extraordinary crash. With tumultuous noises of this kind I was entertained as I lay on my bed, not from seasickness, but from previous indisposition. Towards morning the wind settled in the northwest, blowing very strong, and the Eden continued rolling a great deal the whole day. This breeze fortunately kept up the 2 following days, and when the weather became very fine, the wind light and variable. The whole of this day, Thursday, August 2nd, we were in sight of Cape Finisterre. On Sunday the 5th, the weather was very fine and warm, with a moderate breeze. We had 11 sail of vessels in sight, the greater part of which, from their regular order of sailing, were supposed to be the experimental squadron under the command of Sir Thomas Hardy. Divine service was performed by the Reverend Mr. Davy, a church minister who, with his wife, was bound for Sierra Leone to perform the duties of a missionary and teacher to the liberated Africans, his wife taking upon herself to instruct the female part of that community. The following day, in 36.5° north latitude, we saw several flying fish, which I mention merely because it was thought to be very unusual to see them so far to the northward. On Wednesday, the 8th of August, we came in sight of Porto Santo. The first appearance of land always produces a degree of interest in the ship, even to sailors, but to passengers it is generally the cause of great excitement. In the afternoon we saw Madeira, and on the following day we rounded the west end of the island, and stood for functional roads, having passed along the north side in order that Captain Owen might ascertain its length, which he found to be 34 miles. This was precisely the same distance that he had calculated it to be on a former measurement. He had taken this trouble a second time, in consequence of some navigator having expressed a different opinion on the subject. In the evening we anchored in 36 fathoms of water, the Leo Rock bearing north by east. We found a Portuguese sloop of war and several small merchant vessels lying here. The next morning I went on shore with the surgeon and purser of the Eden, both of whom have since died of fever on board the same ship. The general landing place for ships' boats is the Leu Rock on the west side of the bay, which is at the extremity of the town on that side, and you have more than a mile to walk over a very badly paved road before you arrive at the center of the town. You may, however, land on the beach near the custom house, from whence you immediately enter the best part of town, but the surf is sometimes rough, that you cannot attempt this point without risking a ducking, or the upsetting of your boat, which you must immediately haul up on the beach, or keep outside the surf. Notwithstanding we had left England in the height of summer, we found a great difference in the climate, the weather being exceedingly hot. On the following day I was invited to dine and take up my residence at Mr. Shortridge's during our stay at Madeira. We met a large party at dinner, consisting of Captain Owen, with some of his officers, the Reverend Mr. Deacon, and a number of the most respectable English residents. Madeira is so frequently visited by ships from different parts of Europe, and has been so fully described, that it may perhaps appear superfluous to attempt any further account of a place already so well known. But as all men are supposed to possess a certain portion of vanity, and as travelers are proverbially accused of laying claim to the discovery of some facts which have escaped the observation of their predecessors, I venture to throw together, in as brief a compass as possible, the result of my inquiries, in the hope that I may add something to that which is already known, and at all events with a strong confidence in the accuracy of my remarks. End of Chapter 1, Part A. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 1, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1 by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The wine, being of vital importance to the prosperity of the island, presents the first claim to the attention of a stranger. A sort of controversy with better reasons on the one side than the other prevails respecting the relative qualities of the wines produced at the north and the south sides of the island, in which the vineyards at the north side have suffered what appears to be an indiscriminate and injurious censure. The grape chiefly grown there is the Verdelho, which the most experienced planters allow to be productive of the strongest and most esteemed of their wines, and when it is of the growth of the southern vineyards, it is held in the highest estimation. It must, however, be admitted that the northern aspect is unfavorable to the grape, and that the greater proportion of the wines from that side are only fit for the still. The cause of this may be referred to a variety of circumstances, such as the marked difference in the soil and aspect, and the mode of cultivation, the vines being trained upon trees, whilst on the south side the more approved system is practiced of training them upon horizontal trellis work, raised 2 or 3 feet from the ground, by which the plant is supported and the fruit exposed to the full influence of the sun. A great superiority of flavor is, no doubt, thus obtained on the north side. The grapes are entirely of the white kind, whilst on the south there is a great variety, but chiefly of the red, from which it is said the finest wine is made. The famed vineyards of the Malmsey and Sierra wines are towards the west end of the south side. There is but a very small quantity of either grown on this spot of the first-rate quality, or indeed of any value as a characteristic wine. For the easternmost part of this situation there is a constant flow of water rushing from the summits of the rocks that greatly deteriorates the value of the growths over which its influence extends. The practice of plucking the leaves of the vines to admit the genial heat of the sun to the fruit, as well as a free circulation of air, has been found most beneficial in bringing the fruit to perfection. This process is also a source of emollient to the planter, as the leaves form an excellent food for fattening cattle destined for the shambles, giving also to the meat a fine and delicious flavor. The wines of Madeira generally may be divided into 3 denominations and may thus be described. Tinto is a red wine, the produce of the Burgundy grape, transplanted to Madeira. It is drank in perfection in the 2nd and 3rd years, before it has deposited its extractive matter, after which it becomes a full-bodied Madeira wine of the usual color and flavor. Sierra is the produce of the Hock grape, a pale, lively, and very high-flavored wine. It ought not to be drank in less than 7 years, and it requires a much greater age to reach perfection. Malmsey, when genuine, is a rich and highly cordial wine. There is a variety of it called green Malmsey, bearing some resemblance to Frontignan. The first quality of the Madeira wine is certainly equal to the finest production of the grape in any part of the world for its aromatic flavor and beneficial effects. Therefore, it is much to be lamented that so small a quantity of it, in its pure state, should find its way to foreign markets, and that its character should be sacrificed to the sordid speculations of any unprincipled traders. Wine drinkers in England are very commonly deceived into the idea that a voyage to the East or West Indies is sufficient to ensure the excellence of the wine. But this is an obvious fallacy, for if the wine were not of a good quality when shipped from the island, 1,000 voyages could not make it what it never had been. It is well known to every merchant in Madeira that a great proportion of the wines so shipped are of inferior quality and are purchased in barter by persons who are commonly known by the name of truckers. I may here observe as a general remark that fine Madeira wines are equally improved by the extremes of heat and cold, and that damp is always hurtful to them. Burgundy vines have lately been introduced into Madeira. The generally received opinion that the wines of Teneriffe and the Azores are brought here for the purpose of giving them the Madeira flavor, and sending them to foreign markets as the produce of the island, is very erroneous. Although smuggling is openly carried on, and to an extent that ought to set at rest so false an opinion, any one acquainted with this island must be aware of the utter impossibility of introducing foreign wines with a view to exporting them again as native produce. For, in the first place, the whole of the inhabitants would be likely to resist such an attempt, from a conviction that the introduction would militate against their own interests, and from the obvious apprehension that the increased quantity as well as the inferior quality of the adulterated wines would injure the character and reduce the price of their own. The great increase, too, which it would occasion in the amount sent off the island would render it very difficult for the spectators in the spurious wines to avoid detection. It is, therefore, much more reasonable to suppose that these mixtures take place in the market to which the wines are sent, the great demand for them tempting the persons engaged in the traffic to embark in an imposition which has had the effect of deteriorating the wines so materially that at last they began to lose their previous character, to get out of fashion, and consequently to fall off in demand as well as in price. This system of intermixing different wines to swell the quantity of some favorite wine is known to prevail to a great extent in those of France and Portugal. The clarets of London market are principally prepared for the purpose, and in the transit lose much of the pure nature of the original production, and the quality of the adulterated port that is sold in England is almost incredible. It is also a well-known fact that there is more Tokay sold on the continent and in England in 1 year than the limited space where it is grown on the mountains of Hungary could produce in 20 years. But there is also, independent of this variation to which the wines are liable, another cause for the inferior quality of those wines which are really the produce of the islands. A few Englishmen and other foreigners of a grade very different from that of the respectable English merchants who have been long established here, hit upon the expedient of exporting wines instead of attending to the business which they had originally established on the island. They thought it would turn out profitable to buy up cheap, and of course inferior wines, for the purpose of sending them to the European markets, under the impression that anything would sell that was known to be genuine production of Madeira. But this method of enlarging their business, the worst description of the native produce, got abroad, and was substituted in place of the best. There are, of course, a great variety of qualities, but there is not a greater quantity of the first quality than is required to flavor their inferior wines, and it is only by appropriating it to that purpose that they could be enabled to furnish a sufficient quantity for the immense demand in the various markets which they have to supply. It will be seen from the following account of the exportation of wine from Madeira that the demand was rapidly decreasing in 1825, 6 and 7, owing to the causes above mentioned. I am informed that smuggling is so common a practice in this island that there is no difficulty in procuring any prohibited article you may desire. Among the most abundant are French brandy and Dutch gin. The former of these articles continued to be smuggled in large quantities for some time after the prohibition, from an idea that it was the best spirit they could use, and under an apprehension that the wines could not maintain their character without it. Experience, however, has shown them that they can not only do without French brandy, but that the spirit which is made on the island is much better adapted for their purpose. An extensive seizure of gin was made during our short stay at Madeira, under the following circumstances. A boat went off to a Dutch vessel on the same evening that she left the port, which no doubt had been previously arranged, and took 300 cases of gin, which she landed at the northeast side of the island. She remained there that day, and proceeded, under the obscurity of the following night, towards the town of Funchal. But on her way she struck, and must have been wrecked but for the assistance of a fishing smack that happened to be near at the moment. The fishermen were, as a matter of course, easily bribed to assist the smugglers in landing and depositing the illicit store in a cavern at Prior Bay, a little to the westward of Funchal. The next day, however, a most unfortunate accident revealed the whole proceeding. Two lovers had formed an arrangement to make an excursion from Funchal to Cama de Loba, and leaving the former place in a small boat, were in due time landed at Prior Bay. They had not proceeded far before they discovered the cave, and tempted by its coolness and its solitary situation, they entered it, when, to their surprise, they saw a man lying in a remote part of the interior. As he appeared to be sleeping very soundly, they ventured to look farther in, when they perceived a great number of cases deposited in an obscure corner, and suspecting they were placed there to elude the vigilance of the revenue officers, they immediately communicated the fact to some persons in the customs house, in the hope of being rewarded for their zeal. The customs house people, who were probably already aware of the circumstance, did not appear to be very anxious to interfere, and told the disappointed informers that they might take a few cases for themselves, and say nothing more about the matter. Shortly afterwards, however, the affair reached the ears of the governor, who immediately sent a military party to seize upon the illicit deposit, the contents of which were demonstrated by the potent effects which they had upon the soldiers. The stone fruits of Madeira are in general of a very inferior quality, arising from mere want of attention to their cultivation. For where the trees have been planted in a favorable situation, and otherwise attended to, the produce is excellent, but they are generally scattered about the vineyards, and treated with the utmost carelessness, being very rarely pruned or dressed. It is supposed that they are permitted to grow in this irregular way for the purpose of attracting lizards insects, and grubs from the vines, as it was found that they always preferred the more solid nutrient of the stone fruit, especially the peach. These grubs are so numerous that they will scarcely allow a single apricot or peach to ripen unperforated. Consequently, the planters are obliged to pluck, in a green state, what they would otherwise desire to see expanding to full maturity. Query. Why do the insects prefer the peach tree to the vine? Is it from the resinous quality of the former? There is also an abundance of apples and pears, but of a bad quality, occasioned by the same causes. The mulberry, fig, and guava succeed better. They are both abundant and good, but there are not any plantains or bananas. On the higher lands, that is, above the general height of the vineyards, the walnut and chestnut grow most luxuriantly and are both ornamental and useful. The chestnuts are so plentiful that, in the fruit season, they form a considerable article of food amongst the lower orders of the people. The fine old forest trees, the original occupiers of the soil, are disappearing rapidly, even from the deepest ravines in situations easy of access. They have been long since destroyed by the lawless and thoughtless despoiler. I must not omit some reference to the vegetables of Madeira, in particular the potato, which grows as fine here as in any part of the world. The cultivation of this edible has of late so much increased as in some districts to constitute the chief food of the natives. The apparently unfavorable situation on which it is principally planted affords a convincing proof of the superiority in habits of active industry of the peasantry of the island over the Portuguese peasants in general. Instead of being indolent and supine and indisposed to embrace the means of ameliorating and improving their condition, they are, on the contrary, enterprising, hardy, and persevering. The potato is chiefly reared on the ascent of Pico Rivera, at an elevation of 6,000 feet above the level of the sea, and mainly of the beds are within 300 feet of the summit. The ground above a certain height belongs to the government, and the people have only a trifling tax to pay for any portion that they choose to cultivate. Onions, pumpkins, melons, cucumbers, etc., etc., are in the greatest abundance. Beef, mutton, and poultry of good quality are to be obtained at moderate prices, and fish in the greatest abundance. Madeira may be said to be in general very healthy, but in the autumn diarrhea is a common complaint amongst the lower orders, caused by eating bad and unripe fruits and drinking the washings of the wine press, a beverage made by throwing water on the husks of the grapes after the operation of pressing out the wine has been performed, and then submitting them to a second pressure. It is not an infrequent occurrence that parts of the crews of ships that touch on at the island suffer from eating unripe fruits, which are often uncautiously allowed to be brought on board, particularly the peaches, which the commanding officers of vessels will do well to prohibit every means in their power. The Portuguese boats are always ready to bring off great quantities of such trash, which no one can eat with impunity. The changes of the weather, for which the inhabitants are not sufficiently prepared by clothing, may be added as another cause of disease. The planting of coffee has lately become very general in the vicinity of Funchal, chiefly in gardens and places not favorable for the culture of the vine, and this plant generally presents a most thriving appearance, producing a berry which is highly esteemed, and is in such demand at Lisbon that there is no doubt that the cultivation of it will, hereafter, become an object of some consideration, and I may here observe that it is already gradually extending. The quality of this berry is so superior as to have rendered it an article of exportation, and the people more readily resort to this new branch of culture from the decline in the demand for the secondary wines. Our consul has recently introduced the tea plant at his seat up the mountain, from which some favorable specimens have already been obtained. The manufacture of sugar has also been tried on the island, but although the cane succeeds uncommonly well, the expense of conveying it to Funchal, together with that of the process of extracting the juice, and the want of skill in granulation, has rendered the experiment too costly, it being found that Brazilian sugar can be had cheaper than the native production. Sunday, August 12th, 1827. I accompanied Mr. Shortridge to the English chapel, where the congregation was small in consequence of the absence of the merchants and their families in the country during the summer months. The service was performed by the Reverend Mr. Deacon, who is a member of the established church, and holds the appointment of chaplain to the English residents, of whom there are a great number, consisting of merchants, shopkeepers, servants, and a few invalids. I do not, however, consider it the best place in the world for the last description of visitors. Bermuda is well known to be a much more healthy climate. From the land not being so high, the weather is less variable, and the temperature, of course, more equal. Madeira, notwithstanding, has two advantages over Bermuda, worthy of consideration. It presents more agreeable and better society, and offers greater facilities of intercourse with England, so that the accounts from home are more frequent and recent. I left town in the afternoon to dine with Mr. Webster Gordon, who resides at the mount near the church of Nostra Senhora del Monte, about 3 miles in the country, where I was invited with Captain Owen and some of his officers. They went on horseback, while I, being still rather an invalid, hired a palanquin by the advice of my friend Mr. Shortridge. Having heard a good deal of the luxury of palanquin traveling in the East, I thought it would be a very pleasant mode of conveyance on a hot day, but instead of finding it swing loftily like a hammock, as I expected, I discovered, much to my mortification, that, when on the shoulders of the bearers, it was raised only about 18 inches from the ground, and consisted of a solid frame of wood suspended from a pole with 2 iron stanchions, and covered on each side by a cloth flung over the pole, to serve as a curtain. In this I was placed, in a half-sitting, half-recumbent posture, which I needed scarcely observe was not very agreeable. When I got out to call at a gentleman's house, before I reached my ultimate destination, I found that the cramp in the calves of my legs had so disabled me that I could scarcely stand, and it was a considerable time before I could walk unaided and free from pain. I anticipated every moment that my bearers would have complained of the road, which was badly paved and very steep the greatest part of the way, but they were fine, hardly muscular men, and quite indifferent to a toil with which the habit had rendered them familiar. Each bearer carries a long stick in his hand, which assists to support and steady him over the uneven ground. On arriving at Mr. Webster Gordon's, I was agreeably surprised to find that I had previously acquainted with Mrs. Gordon and her mother in Italy. The population of the town of Funchal is said to be about 25,000. and that of the whole island, including Funchal, 120,000. Invalids have latterly more facilities for obtaining lodgings than they had in former years, the inhabitants finding in their interest to direct their attention more to that particular. The resident British may be estimate at about 250, including children, and since my return to England, I have been informed that during this last year there were upwards of 100 invalid visitors from America. I passed the short time the ship remained very pleasantly, and I could have wished that it had been longer, not only on account of the severity of the climate, but for the advantage of being enabled to collect more information. Some of the officers went to the Corral, a celebrated part of the island for extensive and beautiful scenery. In the afternoon of Tuesday, August 14th, we embarked and sailed out of Funchal Bay on the same evening, directing our course for Tenerife. Our consort, the Diadem transport, had left the bay a few hours before, from Funchal, Madeira, to Santa Cruz, Tenerife. The course is south 6 degrees east, distance 252 miles. End of Chapter 1, Part B. Chapter 2, Part A, of A Voyage Round the World. Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tenerife, town of Santa Cruz. Female costume. Incident at a ball. Bad roads. Climate. Productions. Population of the Canary Islands. Imports and exports. Various qualities of the wines. Fishery. Leave Santa Cruz. Crossing the Tropic of Cancer. Shaving and ducking. General remarks. Make St. Jago. Anchor at Porto Prada. Sickly season. Death of the consul and his wife. Consul's sister. Governor's garden and watering place. Population of the island. Produce. The orchilla weed. Its growth, uses, and varieties. Cause of fever. Departure for Sierra Leone. Wednesday, 15th. Fresh breezes and cloudy, with the wind and a swell from the eastward. At sunset, pass within 6 or 7 miles to the eastward of the Great Salvage Islands. Thursday, 16th. At daylight saw the island of Tenerife. Footnote. This island was named Tenerife, or the White Mountain, by the natives of Palma. Thenar, in their language, signifying a mountain, and if, white, the peak of Tenerife being always covered with snow. End footnote. And at 9 anchored in Santa Cruz roads, in 19 fathoms of water, the flagstaff on the mole bearing west by north. We saluted the Spanish flag with 13 guns, which was returned. Mr. McGregor, our vice consul, came on board, when he immediately recognized me, as having seen me at Hamburg about 3 years before. On his returning to the shore, he was complimented with a salute of 7 guns, according to regulations. I accompanied some of the officers on shore to take a ramble over the town. I regretted to learn from Mr. McGregor that Mr. Bruce, our consul general for the Canaries, was in England. This circumstance was a serious disappointment to me, as I had a letter of introduction to that gentleman from a friend of his at Madeira, who assured me that he possessed so vigorous and intelligent a mind and was so intimately acquainted with the island of Tenerife, where he had long resided, that I could not fail to obtain much valuable information from him that was not generally known. My friends were very much pleased with the cleanly appearance of the town and good pavement, affordingly a striking contrast to Funchal, which, like most Portuguese towns, was dirty and badly paved. There was another agreeable sight, the Spanish women, who were generally handsome, with an interesting character of expression in their faces, which is much heightened by their beautiful dark eyes and jet black hair. Their dresses are remarkable for their neatness. The town of Santa Cruz stands near the sea, on a plain of about 2 miles square, at the foot of the mountains. The population amounts to about 6,000 souls. It has a well fortified sea line of defense, and a mole protected by a fort. It was on landing at this mole that Nelson lost his arm, and Captain Boscawen his life. The English colors taken on that occasion are preserved as trophies in the principal church. Few persons are seen walking about during the day, and those only of the lower orders. The women wear large shawls thrown over their heads, hanging very low down, and a round black hat with a high crown. A friend of mine once visited the island in one of H.M. ships at the time of the carnival, and on the last day of the festivities there was a public ball, to which the officers of the ship were invited. They went early to see as much as they could of the inhabitants, and their opinion of the ladies was, that they looked more like English than Spanish women in almost all respects, except their remarkably black eyes and hair. Before the dancing commenced, the ladies were all blindfolded, and each provided with a stick, when they were conducted to one end of the room, where a jar full of bonbons was suspended, which they were desired to break, but the blows from their delicate hands were not able to accomplish it, and one of the gentlemen at last performed this task for them, when there was a general scramble among the gentlemen, from a desire to procure some of the contents to present to their fair partners. The Diadem transport anchored here soon after us. Friday, 17th. The New York East Indiaman was lying off this place in the forenoon, whilst her boat went on shore with letters. Some of the officers took horse this morning and went to the town of Laguna, which is about 6 miles from Santa Cruz. They found the road in a terrible state, from a quantity of large stones and rubbish, which a late hurricane with heavy rain had brought down from the higher lands. Their ride was a very cheap one, for they only paid $50 for each horse, including a guide, a rare occurrence for Englishmen to find anything cheap in a foreign country. Port Orotava, which lies on the opposite or north side of the island, the principal town for commerce on it, is 20 miles by land from Santa Cruz, and it is said to be 36 miles from Orotava to the summit of the peak, a journey of at least 2 days' ascent from the latter place, which is the starting point. Our visit to this island was too short to be of much interest to a traveler, for it would have required at least a week to have visited the peak only and returned to Santa Cruz, which I certainly would have done if the ship had remained a sufficient time. as I also wished to have visited Porto Riva at Madeira. But on my arrival at that island, I had not sufficiently recovered my strength after the indisposition I experienced on leaving England. They have at Tenerife, besides horses, asses, and mules, camels, which are much in use as beasts of burden. Smoking is a very general practice here, and consequently there is no want of ordinary cigars. But I was surprised to find that Havana cigars are very difficult to be procured. They can be obtained, however, but at an exorbitant rate, in consequence of the risks attending the smuggling. Tobacco is a royal monopoly, and the duty is so high that it amounts almost to a prohibition, and consequently affords a great temptation to smuggling. They have ice at their command here in abundance, which is a great luxury for a hot climate. They bring it down from the mountains and use it very commonly in lemonade, creams, and for many other purposes. It is desirable to call here on your way to a hot climate, if it were only to procure a few good drip stones, the best of which are brought from Gran Canary, and which are to be had in great plenty, and very cheap, from 1 to 3 Spanish dollars each, which is the most current coin of the island. Tenerife, in climate, soil, produce, and general appearance, strongly resembles Madeira, from which it is distant 240 miles due south. The principal towns are Port Orotava, Real Exo, and Carachito on the north side of the island, and on the south Santa Cruz, Candelaria, and Adexi. Besides the inland towns, Laguna, the capital, about 2 leagues from Santa Cruz, Metanza, and Victoria, all on the road between Santa Cruz and Port Orotava, which are at an elevation, varying from 3,000 to 5,000 feet above the level of the sea. This affords a considerable variety of climate and choice of residence. Tenerife, however, possesses but little English society. Consequently, there are few comforts or inducements for invalids. There is an extensive plain of tableland and corn country round Laguna, which is a bishop's see, with an income of $30,000 per annum. The governor of the province resides at Santa Cruz. There is also a bishopric at Gran Canary, where the audience or Supreme Court is held, worth about $50,000 a year. Tenerife, from its great elevation and gradual slope to the sea, possesses every variety of vegetation from the tropic to the frozen regions. In the first or lower region are found the date, palm, pineapple, alligator pear, and sugar cane, tea and coffee trees, lemons, citrons, oranges, and grapes. The next region is that of grain and fruits, and trees of temperate climates. Next follow the chestnuts, pines, Pinus canalensis, and other hardy alpine trees. Then the region of heaths, laurels, and other evergreens, and at the extreme limit of vegetation, a considerable distance from the summit, the white broom, Spartum nubigenum. The population of the Canary Islands is about 200,000 people, viz. Tenerife 80,000, Gran Canary 60,000, Palma 25,000, Lanzarote 15,000, Fortaventura 10,000, Hierro 4,000, Gomeria 6,000 people. The exports exclusive of the coasting trade are wines, barilla, orchid weed, rock moss, safflower, hay saffron, and silks. The imports are sugar, cocoa, oil, tobacco, paper, etc. from Cadiz, earthenware from St. Lucia, brandy from Catalonia, dry goods, cloth, iron, and hardware from England, and staves, soap, candles, and rice from the United States of America. The volcanic nature of the soil of the Canary Islands renders it extremely favorable to the cultivation of the vine, which grows luxuriantly in Tenerife, where more than three-fourths of all wines exported from the Canaries is produced. The Tenerife wines are of the same description and varieties as the wines of Madeira, namely Tinto, Verdelho, Gual, Listen, Malvasia, footnote, Malmsey or Sac, end footnote, etc. But they are not equal in quality to the fine wines on the south side, yet superior to the wines on the north side of that island. They are distinguished by what may be called the generic denominations of dry and sweet. The dry is well known by the name of Vidonia, and the sweet as Malvasia. The first quality of the former can only be obtained from the most respectable merchants, it being a very common process to convert it by admixtures in a counterfeit of Madeira or sherry, and occasionally to drug it with port. The strongest quality of the celebrated wine called sack, footnote, this word is erroneously supposed to be a corruption of sec or dry, but both Canary and Sherry sack of old times, as well as the present, was a sweet and rich wine, and the name could not, therefore, have been so derived. The term sack is more likely to be a contraction of the word saccharine, or it may have been adopted in consequence of the wine being made from half-dried grapes. End footnote. Is made in Tenerife, Gran Canary, and Palma. Carbonate of soda is obtained from the Sal Sola soda, extensively cultivated at Lancarota and Forteventura. It is gathered in September, dried, and then charred or fused into a ringing, hard, cellular mass of a grayish-blue color. A small quantity is made also at Gran Canary. The barilla of the Canary Islands has been sold in England so high as £80 a ton and as low as £6. At the present time, December 1833, it is worth £9 10 pence a ton. The depreciation is caused chiefly by kelp and other substitutes found in a British alkali, a French chemical discovery manufactured from sea salt, from which the other ingredients are detached by combination with sulfur and acid subjected to heat. The imports of barilla from the Canary Islands to this country are about 3,500 tons a year. The United States of America and of late years Brazil also take off a few cargoes of this article. Lancarota produces annually about 300 tons of barilla, Forteventura about 1,500 tons. Rock mass, Parmela per lata is worth about £70 a ton and is one of the innumerable lichens commonly to the Canary Islands. It is used in the manufacture of cudbear for the dyers. There is also a spurious kind, with difficulty distinguished from the good. Silk is chiefly produced at Palma. There is but little exported from Tenerife. It might, however, be produced in immense quantities, the white and red mulberry tree being indigenous and luxuriant in the middle region of the island, and the climate so mild that the insect could be hatched and reared under wooden sheds without any difficulty. The great defect in the Tenerife silk is the coarseness of the fiber, from want of dexterity in winding it off the cocoons, and in regulating the heat to which it ought to be subjected during that separation. A considerable emigration used to take place annually from the islands, and particularly from La Carota and Forteventura to the Spanish Main and to Cuba, where these islanders were much in request as laborers and muleteers, and often prospered so well as to be enabled to return home enriched, but the practice has been prohibited since the declaration of independence of Spanish South America. There is a considerable fishery carried on from the Canary Islands on the coast of Barbary for a species of bream, which is salted in bulk and sold very cheap and in great quantities. This trade is pursued in decked schooners or lugger-rigged vessels of from 60 to 70 tons burthen, which run down before the trade wind to their station, where they remain until they procure a cargo, when they beat up to the island, take in a fresh cargo of cadet salt, and again return to their station. They have very little intercourse with the Arab tribes of that coast, but they sometimes bring back a few lion, tiger, and leopard skins, and ostrich feathers. I am happy to learn that our knowledge of the natural history of these islands is likely to be soon very much increased by the indefatigable exertions of P.B. Webb, Esquire, a gentleman well known to the scientific world, who is now engaged at Paris in publishing the result of his researches in different branches of natural history. In the afternoon we took in some oxen and wine, and left Santa Cruz roads at 7 in the evening. From Santa Cruz to Porto Praya, St. Jago, the course is south 26 degrees, west 920 miles. Monday, 20th. Having crossed the Tropic of Cancer last evening, Captain Owen granted the ship's company permission to perform the customary ceremony of shaving and ducking all those who had not previously passed the tropic. Whenever a ship is intended to enter the southern hemisphere, this marine exhibition is not performed until she reaches the equinoctial line. Although this ceremony has been frequently described, I do not think it right to pass over it altogether unnoticed. I will therefore make a few general observations by way of comment on the practice. A sea voyage is at the best a monotonous life, and a long voyage is only to be wished for by the few whose health is calculated to improve. Therefore, any little variety that produces even but a temporary excitement is desirable, and in this point of view only is the old custom of shaving and ducking, which, by the by, is a barbarous one, at all excusable. When it is permitted to be practiced, it should only be under certain regulations, as the consequences have frequently been very serious, for want of some salutary restrictions. In some cases, the harmony that has existed among the society on board has been destroyed. Actions at law and duels, fevers from exposure during the day's amusement, have ensued. It is therefore imperatively necessary that the law should take cognizance of this custom, and enforce some rigorous rules for the government of all commanders of vessels, whether circumstances should permit the indulgence of this indefensible practice. In the first place, a ship should always be put under snug sail, and that part of the vessel in which the scene takes place should be completely screened in, and no cruel or offensive practices permitted. The captain should always have the power of protecting his officers and passengers from being compelled to submit to the demands of old Neptune by paying a small fine for the exemption. Say cabin passengers 5 shillings, steerage passengers half a crown. The sum total of these fines should be divided among those sailors who have previously crossed the line, and if any of the sailors on board should be found to throw water, rope yarns dipped in tar, or any other way insult or annoy persons who do not take part in the proceedings, they should be punished as they would for a similar breach of discipline at any other time. There is one example which I feel at liberty to quote, and which was nearly occasion of a court-martial on the senior lieutenant of one H.M. ships that arrived in Simon's Bay during my residence at the Cape of Good Hope. The circumstance was as follows. The purser of the ship had shut himself up in his cabin, determined to resist any forcible attempt to make him undergo the ceremony of shaving, but those who were engaged in it were resolved that he should not be permitted to escape. They accordingly forced the door of his cabin, from which they got him out, dragged him on deck, and performed the ceremony in spite of his efforts and remonstrances. The charge against the first lieutenant was, I understood, for encouraging the persons who committed this act of violence. This formed the grounds of an application for a court-martial, which was only prevented from taking place by the intercession of some officers of rank. It is satisfactory to be enabled to add that this barbarous and unworthy custom is rapidly falling into disuse. Wednesday, 22nd. A moderate trade wind and all sail set. At daylight saw the island of Sol, bearing east-southeast 15 miles. At 5:30 in the afternoon saw the island of St. Jago. Footnote: the islands of Mayo, Bonavista or St. Philippe, and St. Jago were the first of the Cape de Verdes discovered in May 1461 by Antonio de Nole, a Genoese in the service of Portugal, and St. Jago was the first settled. The remaining 7 were also discovered the same year by Portuguese subjects, namely St. Antonio, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, St. Nicholas, Sol, Fugo, and Bravos. End footnote. When I went to the fore-topmast head for exercise and amusement, while others went to see the land, at 11 brought the ship to the wind and stood off the land at a convenient distance for going into Porta Praya on the following day. At daylight made all sail and stood towards the anchorage, with a light breeze and very fine weather. At noon anchored off Porto Praya in 12 fathoms of water and sandy bottom. Extreme points of the bay from west 3/4 south to east 3/4 south. Garrison Flagstaff north northwest 1/2 west. Our consul general for the Cape de Verdes, Mr. Clark, waited on Captain Owen, from whom we learnt that His Majesty's ship North Star sailed from this port 5 days before, and that a very heavy gale of wind arose from the southwest on that night. We were also informed that this is the most sickly part of the year, in consequence of it being the rainy season, which commences at the beginning of August and continues to the end of October, during which time the winds are frequently from the southward and westward, making it hazardous to anchor at this port in those months. The whole of this time is generally very sickly, so much so that the principal authorities are glad to leave the island and repair to Fugo, which is the highest and also considered to be the most healthy of all the Cape de Verde group. The Chief Justice and his family left Porto Praya for Fugo in a Portuguese sloop of war on the day we entered it, the governor having previously left for the same destination. There were many of the inhabitants suffering from fever while we were at St. Jago, and 2 of the consul's family were among the number, and I lament to relate that not long after our departure, both the consul and his wife fell victims to this too commonly fatal fever of St. Jago, leaving his sister, an amiable and accomplished young lady, dangerously ill of the same disease. The case of this lady was one of the most melancholy interest. She was entirely unprotected by the presence of any country people of her own, except a gentleman, who, happening to call there on his way from England to Sierra Leone, was induced to remain on the island, at the request of Mrs. Clark, for the purpose of acting as vice consul during the severe illness of her husband. This gentleman, after performing the painful duty of reading the burial service over the consul general and his lady, was himself attacked by the same fever, and after struggling for a length of time against it, was at last sent off to the island of Mayo, just in time to save his life, leaving the consul's sister behind, reduced to the last extremity of the disease, with scarcely any symptoms of life remaining, and attended only by her Portuguese friends, and any occasional English visitors who landed incidentally from their ships for refreshments, on their way to other parts of the world. At last, however, she happily recovered, but after a very severe struggle and a protracted illness, and then she could not return direct to England, but was obliged to go to the Brazils in a French schooner before she could procure a passage home. I shall give hereafter some further details of this young lady's history, leading to the attachment which afterwards sprung up between her and her medical attendant, who fell in love with her during a second attack of illness, and there is no doubt that her fortitude and good sense had a great share in the admiration with which she inspired him. End of chapter 2, part A. Chapter 2, part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1 by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Friday, August 24th. Soon after breakfast, I accompanied Captain Owen, the Reverend Mr. and Mrs. Davy, and some of the officers of the ship to pass the day at the consols. We took a walk before dinner to visit the few places that were worthy of any notice. We first went to the fort. This fort was 47 paces long and 7 broad, where the only objects of interest were the graves of the two captains in the navy. One of them contained the remains of an old shipmate of mine, Captain J. Everleigh, who was mortally wounded when commanding the Astrea, in company with the Creole, during an engagement with two French frigates, the Etoile and Sultane, on the 23rd of January, 1814, off the Cape de Verde. I sailed in the same ship with this officer when I first went to sea. He was then junior lieutenant of the Royal George, bearing the flag of Lord Bridport. I met him some years afterwards when he was lieutenant of the Isis, bearing the flag of Admiral Holloway on the Newfoundland station, in which ship I was a passenger from England to Newfoundland, on my way to join the Cleopatra as lieutenant on the Halifax station. The other grave was that of Captain Bartholomew of the Leven frigate, who died while he was occupied in the survey of these islands. The late consul general had been purser of that ship, and poor fellow, both his grave and that of his wife were made near his former captain's. From thence we went to visit the governor's garden, which lies in a low swampy station, much below the town, and not far from the sea, where the boats are obliged to land to procure water, subject to the inconvenience of the surf, which sometimes renders it very difficult to get the casks off. The water at this island does not deserve the bad character given of it by some persons. It is in fact very good, and it must therefore have been from the negligence in procuring it, either by disturbing it too much, or by using bad bungs, which allowed the salt water to get in while floating off, that it acquired its unfavorable reputation. It is supplied by several springs, issuing from the side of the hill at the back of the town, which unite into one stream, and, as it approaches the sea, expands and forms into a basin, the nearest part of which is 40 yards from the beach. As this is rarely dry, ships may be easily watered by landing their casks through the surf and, when filled, floating them off to the ship. However, when it is dry, or nearly so, as was the case when we were there, you are obliged to roll the casks a considerable distance from the beach to a well in the governor's garden, from which they must be filled. This mode is both tedious and laborious, while the sailors are almost sure to get drunk on a bad spirit called aquadent, which is sold to them secretly by the blacks, who are ever on watch to elude the vigilance of the officers employed in that service. During the time of the former governor, the present one not having been long in command, this garden received great attention and was kept in excellent order, but the present governor does not take any interest in it himself, and consequently it is very much neglected. Indeed, there appears to be a general apathy in all the people at Port-au-Prince that it seems more like a place allowed to go to decay than a colony under a European government, visited so constantly by vessels from all parts of the globe. The population of Villa de Praia is about 4,000, and that of the whole island about 28,000, which are principally blacks. A large proportion of the male population of St. Jago are enrolled in the militia and armed with boarding pikes, 300 of whom are compelled in rotation to attend every Sunday at their own expense for the purpose of exercising at Villa de Praia. The regular troops do not amount to more than 400 for the whole of the islands. This place owes its support entirely to the ships that call here for provisions, and the quantity of stock, fruit, vegetables, and water that is purchased annually at the island is immense. A considerable sum of money is also spent by passengers who go on shore for their amusement. The landing at St. Jago is at all times indifferent, and in the rainy season frequently very bad, both on the rocks and on the beach, for there are two distinct places of debarkation. Yet, with a little attention and a small amount of labor, a more secure landing place could very easily be made by cutting a few steps in two or three favorable situations that would readily admit of the improvement, whereas now you are obliged to watch the swell and step out on pointed rocks or an irregular surface at the risk of falling back into the boat or the water, or bruising yourself severely on the rocks. Captain Owen and myself once fell when he was kindly assisting me out of the boat. The best time for landing on the rocks is at half tide. I was informed that materials have been collected for constructing a pier, a project which nature has provided an excellent site, but from the poverty of the government or some other cause it has been postponed. This is the more extraordinary as the Portuguese government has hitherto been in the habit of transporting to St. Jago convicted felons, by whom public works could have been cheaply accomplished. Angola, however, has latterly been adopted as the principal convict settlement of the Portuguese. Hides, goatskins, and salt are exported from these islands, but the chief and most valuable produce is the orchilla weed. It is a government monopoly, and it at present farmed out to a man named Martini. As the orchilla weed is a production, the practical application of which in various ways is diffused over a large surface of utility, and as its peculiar properties are not very generally known, a minute description of its nature and uses, which I have procured at some cost of time and research, may not prove uninteresting. The orchilla is a delicate fibrous plant, springing up in situations that are apparently the most unfavorable to the sustenance of vegetable life. When gathered, it has a soft, delicate odor, which it retains for a great length of time. Mr. Glass, in the History of the Canary Islands, gives so clear and accurate an account of its growth that I will avail myself of his description, as being not only the best I have met with, but as containing all the necessary particulars. The orchilla weed, he observes, grows out of the pores of the stones or rocks to about the length of 3 inches. I have seen some 8 or 10 inches, but that is not common. It is of a round form and of the thickness of common sewing twine. Its color is gray, inclining to white. Here and there on the stalk we find white spots or scabs. Many stalks proceed from one root, at some distance from which they divide into branches. There is no earth or mold to be perceived on the rock or stone where it grows. Those who do not know this weed, are not accustomed to gather it, would hardly be able to find it, for it is of such a color and grows in such a direction that it appears at first sight to be the shade of the rock on which it grows. Mr. Glass adds that the best sort is of the darkest color and nearly round, and that the more white spots or scabs it exhibits, the better. It is found in considerable quantities in the Canary Islands, the Cape de Verdes, the Azores, and the Madeiras, and such are the nice varieties and properties incidental to the different soils, if they may be so called, or climates. And although the above clusters of islands are at no great distance from each other, the difference in the produce makes a very considerable difference in the value of the article. It is also found on the coast of Barbary and the Levant, and on that part of the coast of Africa which lies adjacent to the Canary Islands. But owing to the want of seasonable rains, the produce of the latter is not rapid or abundant, although the quality is excellent. It has been suggested that the orchilla was probably the Gertilian purple of the ancients, a conjecture which is strengthened by the fact that the coast of Africa, where the orchilla abounds, was formerly called Gertilia. That the vivid dye which resides in this weed was known to the ancients does not admit of any doubt. The plant belongs to the class Cryptogamia and order Algae of the Linnaean system, and to the class Algae and order Lichens of the natural system. Professor Burnet, in his Outline of Botany, informs us that Rochella, a corruption of the Portuguese rocha, is a name given to several species of lichen, in allusion to the situation in which they are found, delighting to grow on otherwise barren seaward rocks, that thus produce a profitable harvest. Tournefort considers that one species at least, R. tinctoria, was known to the ancients, and that it was the especial lichen (Greek lycaon) of Dioscorides, which was collected on the rocky islands of the archipelago, from one of which it received the name of the purple amorgus. Of all the known varieties of orchilla, that which is grown in the Canary Islands stands the highest in estimation and brings the greatest price. In the collection of the weed, which is always performed by the natives, the risk is imminent. They are obliged to be suspended by ropes over the cliffs, many of which are stupendous height, and loss of life frequently occurs in this perilous effort to contribute to the luxury of man. Such is the esteem in which the orchilla of the Canaries is held, that it has recently reached the enormous value of £400 per ton. That from the Cape de Verde is next in quality, but of much greater importance in reference to the quantity produced. Madeira and the Azores produce the next qualities. The same plant, though of very inferior character, is found in great abundance in Sardinia, in some parts of Italy, and also on the south coast of England, Portland Island, Guernsey, etc., but of so poor a kind that it would not reward the expense of collection. The original mode of preparing orchilla, that which was practiced by the ancients, is said to have been lost, and many chemical experiments exhausted in vain for its recovery. In 1300, however, it was rediscovered by a Florentine merchant, and from that period preserved a profound secret by the Florentines and the Dutch. It appears that the Florentines were not satisfied with keeping the preparation of orchilla a mystery from the rest of the world, that they endeavored to lead all inquiry into a false channel by calling it tincture of turnsole, desiring it to be believed that it was an extract from the heliotropum or turnsole. The Dutch also disguised it in the form of a paste, which they called lacrimus or litmus. The process is now, however, generally known and simply consists of cleaning, drying, and powdering the plant, which, when mixed with half its weight of pearl ash, is moistened with human urine and then allowed to ferment. The fermentation, we are informed by Professor Burnett, is kept up for some time by successive additions of urine until the color of the material changes to a purple red, and subsequently to a violet or blue. The color is extremely fugitive and affords a very delicate chemical test for the presence of an acid. The vapor of sulfuric acid has been thus detected as pervading to some extent the atmosphere of London. I understand, for some valuable particulars, I here beg to tender my acknowledgments to Mr. John Alwyn, merchant of London, that the great object obtained from this vegetable dye is the production of a red color, without the aid of a mineral acid. But the utility of the orchilla is not confined to the purposes of manufacture. It has been successfully employed as a medicine in allaying the cough attendant on phthisis and in hysterical coughs. It is also variously used in many productions, where its splendid hue can be rendered available and imparts a beautiful bloom to cloths and silks. The introduction of the weed into England came originally through the Portuguese, Cape de Verde Islands having long been a possession of the crowns of Portugal. Orchilla became a royal monopoly and was transmitted in considerable quantities to Lisbon, where it was sold by public auction. From Lisbon, it gradually found its way to England, France, Germany, etc. The recent political contest in Portugal caused a total suspension of the shipment of orchilla at the islands. About 6 months ago, there were two cargoes at Bonavista waiting for orders. One of them, a vessel of about 66 tons, put to sea and arrived safe at Lisbon only a few weeks before Admiral Napier's naval victory. When the news of the result of that battle reached the island, the holders of the remaining cargo proposed to hand it over for a consideration to certain parties in the interest of Donna Maria, and it was accordingly consigned to a Portuguese house in London. The vessel in which it was sent was called St. Anne, of 60 tons, and sailed under British colors. The cargo consisted of 564 bags. Footnote: the bags in which the weed of the Cape de Verdes is packed are marked with the initials of the island of which it is the produce, and indicative of its quality, which is at all times uniform. End footnote. Each containing 200 weight, and the whole sold for £15,000. I mention this circumstance as an occurrence worth being recorded, the arrival of a vessel to England direct from the islands being a great novelty, accounted for in this instance by the political events which threw the trade out of its regular channels. The principal manufactories of orchilla in England are London and Liverpool, but there are many others in different parts of the country. The chief manufacturers are Messrs. Henry Holmes and Sons of Liverpool and Mr. Samuel Preston Child of London. The manufactured orchilla is frequently shipped to Germany, Holland, etc., in its fluid state, with a small proportion of weed in each cask for the satisfaction of the purchasers. The inferior qualities of the weed, and also a variety of mosses that have the same properties as the orchilla, only in a minor degree, are dried and ground to a fine powder, which is denominated cud-bear, and is applicable to the same purposes as the weed itself. Footnote: a regular trade with Sweden for moss has been long established. A variety of mosses, different in their growth, but all producing the color found in orchilla, are to be met with on the hills and rocky places, at a distance from the sea, in every country where the weed itself is indigenous. End footnote. It is a curious illustration of the importance that is attached to the weed generally, and to the weed of the Canaries in particular, that within the last 20 years the latter production was considered in London as a remittance equivalent to spee, and was invariably quoted in the usual channels of commercial intelligence with the price of gold and silver, thus doubloons per ounce, dollars ditto, orchilla weed per ton. A bark called the Cape Packet, bound on a whaling voyage in the Pacific, arrived and sailed again today. Our consort, the Diadem transport, arrived this afternoon and sailed the following evening, being Saturday, 25th. Sunday, August 26th. The Consul General, with his wife and sister, came on board to attend divine service and pass the remainder of the day. Monday, 27th. Very fine weather. At 7 in the morning, I accompanied Reverend Mr. Davy to pass the day with the consul's family. A bark from England, bound to the Cape of Good Hope, anchored in the roads today. A brig loaded with timber, bound from Sierra Leone to England, was cast away on this island some time since, and the wreck was purchased by our consul. He accordingly made an agreement with some people for the purpose of having it broken up, with the understanding that he was to retain the copper bolts, and they were to have the wood for their labor. I fear that this did not prove a good speculation on the side of the consul, as he found it necessary to be nearly always on the spot, from a very reasonable suspicion that the workmen would steal some of his bolts. It is not unlikely that so great an exposure to the sun as this occasioned him had no small share in predisposing him for the fever that afterwards attacked him. The cause of so much fever at St. Jago may be traced to the peculiar situation of the town, which stands on an elevation between low swampy grounds, the exhalations from which pass over it as they arise. There are a great number of horses, horned cattle, goats, pigs, etc., bred here. There was formerly an extensive traffic in slaves carried on between these islands and the coast of Africa, which I was informed is not yet wholly abolished. The best anchorage among the Capede Verdes is the St. Vincent's. What should prevent the Portuguese giving it up to us, so that we might form an establishment for any ships to call there, instead of going to St. Jago, where they so often make fever an accompaniment with their refreshments. His Majesty's ship Tweed visited this place on her way to the Cape of Good Hope station, and a great proportion of the young officers who slept on shore died within a fortnight afterwards. The bay abounds with fine fish, yet there are not many taken. Therefore the town is badly supplied, owing entirely to the indolence of the inhabitants. At 5 in the afternoon we made sail out of Porto Prata, leaving it without regret, except that we felt in parting from the consul and his family. There was also a consul for the United States, but he was not on friendly terms with Mr. Clark. Their differences, however, were very soon settled by the great pacifier, death, for they were not long after interred near each other in the fort. Visiting the Portuguese was quite out of the question, as very few of them had the power of entertaining strangers, excepting one old woman known by the name of English Mary, and she was well paid for her civilities. She could give you a sort of dinner with bad wine, bad spirits, and fruit. You could also get your things badly washed here, that is, wetted and well beaten for money. The Portuguese troops vary from black to white, with all the intermediate shades, in ragged party-colored clothing, but a truce with the Colonel Portuguese. I am now bound to an English colony, where I fear I shall not find everything as it ought to be, and that is Sierra Leone, which bears from Porto Praya about southeast by east, 1/2 east, 720 miles. P.S. The port charges at St. Jago are not heavy, as they do not exceed $16 for a vessel of any size or nation. End of chapter 2, part B. Chapter number 3, part A, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arrival at Sierra Leone. Mr. Lewis. Black washerwoman. Visitors on board. Capture of leopards. Mortality. Funeral of Mr. Lewis. Education of native children. Regimental mess. Curious trials at a quarter sessions. Depredations of the crew men. Causes of unhealthiness. The Bulam Territory. Lieutenant George McLean's mission. Election of a king. Regent's speech. Macaulay Wilson. Ceremonies of the coronation. Character of the Bulams. Christian and Mahomedan missionaries. Aspect of the country. Cession of Bulam to Great Britain. Extraordinary trial for Crim Khan. News of the death of Mr. Canning. Saturday, September 1st, 1827. There was a moderate breeze from the southwest and fine weather today. At noon, latitude 9 degrees 20 minutes north, longitude 16 degrees 6 minutes west, Cape Sierra Leone, south 73 degrees east, 173 miles. Imagining that I was avoiding a lady who was intentionally advancing to address me on the quarter deck today, I stepped back and measured my length across the gunroom skylight, which, fortunately for me, had a piece of wood lengthwise in the middle of it to rest the sashes on, or I must have paid the officers a visit in the mess room in a very unceremonious manner. I had, however, the good luck to escape with a slight bruise. Sunday, 2nd. At 6 in the morning, we got soundings in 50 fathoms of water, and at 8 in 29 fathoms, latitude 8 degrees 29 minutes north, longitude 13 degrees 56 minutes west, Cape Sierra Leone, south 81 degrees east, distant 36 miles. At 3 in the afternoon, we saw the land, and at the same time a schooner, which we afterwards learned was the Joseph and Mary from Sierra Leone, bound to England. Soon after this, we saw the brig Ark coming out of the harbor of Sierra Leone, which returned into port on the 7th and sailed again on the 14th of the same month. This brig had the aide de camp of the late Sir Neil Campbell on board, who died nearly 3 weeks before our arrival, and this officer was the bearer of dispatches relating to Sir Neil Campbell's death, etc. Shortly before midnight, we anchored off the town of Sierra Leone in 14.5 fathoms of water, and found that our consort, the Diadem transport, had arrived only a few hours, although she left St. Jago 3 days before we started. We had not any visitors from the shore that night, in consequence of the lateness of the hour at which we came to anchor, but we had a great number on the following day to make up for it. Monday, September 3rd. At 7 in the morning, Mr. Lewis, the agent, Victualier, came on board to see Captain Owen and some of his old friends, whom he had previously known on board H.M. ship Levin. This gentleman, however, had another motive for coming on board at so early an hour. He had felt unwell for several days, and having boasted a good deal about his infallible method of keeping off the fever, namely, by the use of brandy and water and cigars, he did not choose to apply to any medical man on shore, knowing that the circumstance would be immediately spread among his acquaintances. He therefore applied to the surgeon of the Eden for some medicines, which of course he obtained, but mark the result. On that day week, the officers of the ship were invited to attend his funeral. About 8 o'clock, the ship was crowded with black women, who came on board to procure clothes for washing. Some brought a little fruit, and all brought a very long tongue, for there was such a clatter that it was almost impossible to catch one word that was said, and they clustered round our breakfast table without any ceremony, which was not very pleasant, in consequence of the variety of odors they carried with them, from the delightful one of fruits and flowers to the broadly contrasted smells, which I suppose were peculiar to their color. In the course of the forenoon, Colonel Denham, Mr. Kenneth Macaulay, and many other gentlemen came on board to wait on Captain Owen and the officers. We found that Colonel Lumley, the commandant of the troops, had assumed the reins of government on the decease of Sir Neil Campbell, August 14th, with the title of Lieutenant Governor. We learnt that the place was still very sickly, but the rainy season was drawing to a close and sickness diminishing. Tuesday, 4th. The 2 previous days had for a wonder been fine, but the usual weather for the season returned today, namely, frequent and heavy showers, with a bright sun at intervals. Took a ride on horseback with Mr. Campbell before dinner, and afterwards dined with that gentleman, in company with Dr. Byrne. Mr. Campbell had 2 leopards, which he purchased with the intention of sending to England, secured in one of the outbuildings in his yard. They were brought from Rio Pongas, about 80 miles to the northward of Sierra Leone, and were taken near that river in the following manner. Some black fellows having discovered a leopard's den, about a dozen of them, armed with muskets, placed themselves to watch the departure of the dam in quest of prey. When they went to examine it, they found 2 young ones, not larger than good-sized cats, which they immediately bagged and conveyed to the town. They were soon followed by the dam, but she would not venture to attack so great a number of persons. She continued, however, to hover about the town for several weeks before she despaired of recovering her young. Wednesday, 5th. Continued heavy rain in the morning and showery throughout the day. We hired 30 Africans called crewmen. Footnote: although these men are hired under the denomination of crewmen, they are generally crew and fish men, who inhabit the country between Sierra Leone and our settlement of Cape Coast Castle. End footnote. Who are always ready to serve as seamen on board of a man of war or any other vessel, so long as they continue on that coast. They are usually entered as supernumeraries on the ship's books for provisions and wages, in the same manner as British seamen. They are employed on any service which would expose Europeans too much to the climate, such as wooding, watering, pulling in boats, etc. I shall hereafter give further particulars of these people and their country. Saturday, 8th. I accompanied Mr. Macaulay to wait on his honor, the Lieutenant Governor, Colonel Lumley, who continued in his commandant's quarters at the barracks, situated on a hill, which at first rises gradually from the town, but becomes much steeper as you ascend. We then accompanied Captain Perry and Mr. Green to the regimental mess, where we lunched. It is worthy of remark, perhaps, that 3 out of 4 of these gentlemen, namely the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Macaulay, and Mr. Green, whom I was in company with at the barracks this morning, died long before my return to England. Dined at Mr. Raffles, the acting Chief Justice, where there was a large party consisting of the Lieutenant Governor and all the principal official characters of the place, Captain Owen, etc. Monday, 10th. Notwithstanding the heavy rain today, a large party of the friends of the late Mr. Lewis, agent victualler, who died last night at 11 o'clock, assembled at his residence near King Tom's Point to witness his interment under a large tree not far from the house. It was distressing to observe a favorite dog of the deceased gentleman howling about the grave of his late master. He offered so much resistance to those who attempted to remove him that it was with great difficulty he could be prevented from throwing himself into the grave after it had received the coffin. Mr. Miller, who was a volunteer serving for a commission in the Royal African Courts, died today from the effects of fever. Tuesday, 11th. Some slight showers in the forepart of the day, and fine in the afternoon, when the Reverend Mr. Davy took me to visit a school for free black children under the charge of Mrs. Taylor, widow of the late missionary in this colony. Although this is but a day school, there is a probability of its doing some good with all who attend it, and a great deal of service to a few. But it is in vain to attempt to civilize salvaged nations through the medium of book instruction alone. Previous habits exercise so powerful an influence over the mind that the value of precept is hardly felt. The good impressions which are made by the teacher in the morning are obliterated by the example of ignorant parents in the evening, so that the result of an education imparted in this way is merely to sharpen the natural cunning of youth and give them an increased power of evil by the fragments of information they thus acquire. If we would have our effort to improve their condition really effective, we should deal with them as with foundlings. They should be removed from the contagion of their former intercourse and apprenticed out to persons who would look after their morals, and where they would have no bad examples set them, so soon as they were capable of applying their faculties to objects of utility. The instances are very rare where these African children have fulfilled the expectations of their benevolent benefactors. I am persuaded that an establishment for a limited number, in which the end proposed should be the completion of the work of civilization, would be incalculably superior to the attempts to accomplish that desirable purpose with great numbers in so imperfect a manner. Wednesday, September 12th. Heavy and frequent showers from last evening till near noon today, when it cleared up and continued fine all afternoon. This forenoon I accompanied Mr. Kenneth Macaulay to the courthouse and attended the opening of the general quarter sessions. Footnote: there were only 19 prisoners in the calendar, one of whom was a soldier, Patrick Riley, for a desperate attempt to murder a sergeant with his bayonet. The rest of the prisoners were principally crewmen and other black fellows for housebreaking, stealing, etc., etc. End footnote. Friday, 14th. Attended the court today with Mr. Macaulay, where I heard various cases of petty larceny. The morning was fine, but it became cloudy in the evening, and very dark with much lightning. The latter is a strong intimation of the expected tornadoes, with which the rainy season terminates as well as commences. Captain Owen and Harrison, Lieutenant Woodman, agent for transports, and myself dined with the governor at his regimental mess. There were also present all the principal officers of the civil establishment. Could our friends in England have witnessed the hilarity that prevailed at that banquet, in such a country, and at that melancholy season of the year, they would have scarcely credited what they saw and heard. Many who were seated there on that day are now no more. The assistant surgeon of the North Star, who was serving on board a schooner that was tender to that ship, died today. His death was supposed to have been much accelerated by the gloomy apprehensions that entered his mind from the moment he was seized with the fever. Saturday, 15th. Attended the court and heard some amusing trials for housebreaking, and stealing therefrom. In one case, there were crewmen against crewmen, Tom coffee and bottle of beer against another bottle of beer. Sunday, 16th. Very fine day. Accompanied the Reverend Mr. Davy on board the Eden, where he performed divine service, after which we dined with Captain Owen, and returned on shore in the evening, when I accompanied him to a chapel in the parish of St. George's, Freetown, where he performed the evening service. There are a great number of independent chapels in the town, supported by the free black population, and with black preachers. I unfortunately witnessed a trial in the court that did not redound much to the credit of one of these preachers, as it is very novel and not a little amusing in its way. I think I cannot do better than to give, in its proper place, the opening speech on the day it occurred, as delivered in the court by the plaintiff's counsel, who was a black gentleman. It was the first cause of the kind that ever was tried in this colony, where morality does not appear to be so highly appreciated as in some countries of Europe. Monday, 17th. Very fine, warm day. I attended the court as usual today, and heard two trials of the same nature as most of the others, distinguished also by the same difficulty of obtaining the truth from most of the witnesses, who are quite indifferent to the responsibility of an oath, because they have no qualms of conscience. But if their priests were to fetish them, it is probable they might be induced to give their testimony more honestly. Sentence was this day awarded to all the prisoners that have been tried as follows: John Rode, a native of the Rio Pongas, for petty larceny; Grando, a crewman, for assault; Yellow Will, a crewman, for receiving stolen goods. Footnote: in these cases, the principal felons remain unknown. End footnote. Peter, a crewman, for stealing from a dwelling house; John Testing, a discharged soldier, for ditto; Jim Johnson, a liberated African, for grand larceny; Ben Crew, a crewman, for ditto; Jack Freeman, a crewman, for receiving stolen goods. Footnote: in these cases, the principal felons remain unknown. End footnote. John Freeman, a crewman, for ditto. Several other prisoners found not guilty were discharged by proclamation, and the sentence on Patrick Riley, a private soldier in the Royal African Colonial Corps, for maliciously stabbing with intent to murder, was respited on the motion of counsel until a reference should be made as to the application to this colony of the statute under which he was indicted, the 43rd Geo 3 Cap 58th, commonly called Lord Ellenborough's Act. It is some gratification to know that, notwithstanding these sessions have been unusually heavy, still that out of 19 prisoners in the calendar, only 2 were liberated Africans, although this class of persons forms 9/10 of the community of the colony, and that but one of them was found guilty, whereas the time of the court was taken up with the crimes committed by crewmen, 13 of whom were tried for various offenses. The evidence disclosed in these cases, afforded the strongest grounds for the measure now in progress for reducing the number of such strangers by sending all above 600 from the colony, and more particularly what are termed headmen. These fellows, who perform no kind of work, it would seem, from what transpired in 2 or 3 of the robberies brought to light before the public on this occasion, live on the labor and proceeds of plunder obtained by the younger hands, who first leave their country under the protection of these headmen, and who are mere instruments of this privileged class, contenting themselves with planning the felonies committed by their dependents, and thus generally escaping the consequences of detection, while at the same time they alone benefit in the pecuniary advantages of this criminal course of life. The organization of professional criminals and the presence of the principle of cooperation amongst rogues who live by the commission of a variety of depredations on society are not confined to such places as London and Paris. The schemes and resources of the headmen, considering the limits and differently constituted sphere of their operations, are quite as admirable as those of the more practiced thieves of the modern Babylon. Tuesday, September 18th. About 1 o'clock this morning, we had a violent tornado, which we had expected, from the frequent lightning of the last 4 or 5 days. Also, from the near approach of the termination of the rainy season. The morning was very fresh and clear after it, but in the afternoon it became cloudy and close. Burglaries are frequently committed by the crewmen in Sierra Leone under cover of the storm, it being a favorable time, from the difficulty of hearing their operations, as well as from the disinclination the inhabitants feel to go out in such heavy rain and wind to examine their stores and outhouses. Wednesday, 19th. Heavy rain from last evening till 9 this morning. Attended the court, where I heard the trial of an action brought by a house carpenter against the executors of an estate, for work forming part of a contract that he had made with the late Tasco Williams, Esquire, the executors objecting to pay any part, because the whole of the contract had not been performed, although it appeared that he was ready, but they were not willing that he should complete it. A verdict was, of course, given for the carpenter. At 3 in the afternoon, I accompanied Captain Owen to dine with Captain Arabin on board the North Star, which was to sail for the Gambia on the following day, taking a detachment of the Royal African Corps thither, under the command of Lieutenant Knott. There was at one period so much sickness at Sierra Leone that this young man, then an ensign, was the commanding officer in barracks. Thursday, September 20th. Very fine weather. Accompanied Mr. Macaulay in a ride on horseback through the grass field to a village called Portuguese Town, and round Barrack Hill, passing the new and afterwards the old burying ground, etc. The grass field is said to be that part of Sierra Leone which is the principal cause of the unhealthiness of the town, it being in heavy rains partly covered with water. However, there are other causes in addition to this that are said to contribute to the unhealthiness of the place. One of these is a belt of wood on the hill above the town, which must considerably impede the current of air, and if this was cleared and cultivated, it would greatly improve the salubrity of the place. But I fear the greatest evil of all is insurmountable under existing circumstances, as it is not within the control of the colonists. This is the low marshy land that lies on the other side of the bay and directly opposite the town, called the Boolam Shore, where a friend of mine, Lieutenant George McLean, Royal African Corps, who is at present at the head of the council at Cape Coast, went a few months before my arrival on an important mission from the governor of Sierra Leone to be present at and thereby countenance and confirm their choice in the election of a king. End of chapter 3, part A. Chapter number 3, part B, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The origin of the connection between our colony at Sierra Leone and the natives of the Boolam territory is very interesting, and will form an appropriate introduction to a sketch of Lieutenant McLean's visit during the election of a king. In the year 1804, the colony of Sierra Leone was attacked by the native powers, and a body of blacks to the northward of the Boolam territories was put in motion for the purpose of assisting the other native tribes in overwhelming the white population at Freetown. The king, or chief of the north, or as they call themselves, the Sherbu Burlams, who has since been known by the name of King George, and through whose territories the hostile tribes must needs pass, being a firm ally of the King of Great Britain, declared that on no account whatever would he permit them to pass through his country to attack a British settlement, and he carried his point so effectually as to render the expedition fruitless. In consequence of the determined and friendly conduct of this prince, a deputation of whites from Freetown was dispatched to him with an invitation to visit Sierra Leone, which invitation he accepted. While at Freetown, he was crowned with all solemnity by the name of King George. He continued on the most amicable terms with the government of Sierra Leone until his death, which took place the 19th of May, 1826, at the advanced age, it is said, of upwards of 100 years, a point which it would be difficult to ascertain accurately, as these people are entirely ignorant of their own ages. Since this period the throne of the Boolams has been vacant, it being now, however, the intention of the people to proceed to the choice of a king, according to their custom, and it being deemed of considerable importance from the vicinity of Boolam to Sierra Leone, that a person should be elected who was known to be friendly to the English settlement. It was determined by His Excellency the Governor that a person should be sent as a commissioner to be present at the election and coronation, whose duty it should be to support the claims and secure the election of a person known to the English by the name of Macaulay Wilson, who, being a near relation of the late King George, and having been educated in England, being also a man of considerable abilities, was deemed in every way worthy of the throne. The election of Macaulay Wilson having been accomplished, it would then become the duty of the commissioner on the part of the English government to use every means in his power to induce the new king, with the numerous chiefs and head men, to accede to and sign a convention whereby the sovereignty of Boulam was to be ceded to the King of Great Britain, under certain limitations and restrictions specified in the treaty. The attainment of this point would, of course, be attended with great difficulty, but it had become of the utmost importance for the suppression of the slave trade that the attempt should be made, for slave dealers who were actually carrying on their traffic in Freetown, upon the least alarm, removed to Boulam with their unfortunate victims, and being then out of British territory, were in perfect security. The following is Lieutenant Maclean's personal narrative of his mission. Ugrue, Boulam, March 3rd, 1827. I left Freetown Tins morning in the government barge with Mr. S., a person appointed to accompany me as interpreter, and arrived in the course of the evening at the Boulam shore. On landing, I proceeded to Ugrue, called by the late king George Town, where I was received by the king S. by Dalmahoumedi, a powerful Mandingo chief, with a number of other chiefs and headmen. There was a very good house, constructed after the country fashion, assigned us as a place of residence. After taking possession, I was visited by the different chiefs and head men, who came to pay their respects, or, as they phrase it, to do service to me, as representing the governor of Sierra Leone. These consisted principally of Boulam chiefs, who had seldom left their own country, and a few, notwithstanding their vicinity to a white colony, who had scarce ever seen a white man before. There were also not a few Mandingo chiefs, who had acquired property and influence in Boulam, and which was daily increasing. These Mandingos are possessed of considerable intelligence and great cunning, by which means, and by the genius of their religion, Mahomedan, they invariably, though gradually, acquire the superiority over the native rulers of those countries in which they choose to settle. In Boulam, this was becoming very apparent, and as the Mandingo chiefs are all either covertly or openly supposed to be engaged in the slave trade, and consequently opposed to the English government, I was instructed particularly to guard against, and to oppose their interest in the election of the king. Dalamahalmundi, whom I mentioned above, is the principal Mandingo chief in Boulam, and is by far the best informed man that I had seen here. He is even well conversant in European politics. He is a man of large property, and has a town of his own called Mandina, inhabited entirely by Mandingos. For the ground rent of this town and neighborhood, he pays a nominal duty to the king of the Boulams, as his superior, although, in fact, his power and influence in the country is nearly equal to the king's own. On the day of my arrival, he sent me, ready cooked, in the European style, an excellent dinner, of which I, of course, could do no less than ask him to partake. Although a Mohammedan, he drank wine freely, in compliment, as he said, to me, although I could perceive that he enjoyed it exceedingly. He told me in the course of conversation, carried on principally through an interpreter, that he had at that time no fewer than 85 wives. His brother, who had died some time previously, left 75 wives, all of whom he was entitled, by the custom of his country, to have married. He told me, however, that he only chose 45 of them, all of whom he wedded in one day. In the evening, a number of those ladies favored us with their company, some of whom were very fine women. They also seemed to drink their wine with great relish. Rejoicings commenced at sunset and continued during the whole night. I had a guard of honor placed over my residence to prevent intrusion during the night, which, however, I found it impossible to prevent altogether, as during the election and coronation of a king, the laws sleep, nor can any crime short of murder or an attempt to murder be punished during that space of time, which generally extends to 14 or 16 days. The natural consequence of this is that all the most idle and worthless of the neighboring nations or tribes flock to a place where they can practice all manner of crimes with impunity. Many persons, particularly minstrels or bards, had walked upwards of 400 miles from the interior to be present at the election about to take place at Ugrue. The town of Ugrue, I was told, generally contained but about 500 or 600 inhabitants, although during the election, etc., there must have been at least 5,000 or 6,000 persons present. The mourners for the deceased king, of whom there are 16 in number, are the most extraordinary figures that can possibly be conceived. One half of their faces, the upper half, is painted white, forming a hideous contrast with their black countenances. The mourners, literally makers of the cry, i.e., lament, are appointed immediately on the death of a king. Footnote: King George was the first king of Boolem that had been allowed to die a natural death, though fear of getting a palaver, as they term it, with Sierra Leone. Previous to this, they always dispatched their kings when they considered them about to expire, sacrificing 2 human victims whom they buried in the same grave. End footnote. And continue their functions until the election of a new king takes place, however long it may be before that event may happen. They are generally girls of from 10 to 14 years of age and are, while mourners, held sacred and inviolate. Sunday, March 4th. This day was appointed for the formal election of a successor to the throne of King George. By noon, the whole of the chiefs and headmen were assembled in the Palaver House, where the regent, or person appointed to administer the government during the interregnum, proposed, in a speech of some length, John Macaulay Wilson to be the future king of the Boolams. Previous to this, a deputation had been sent requesting my presence. I accordingly attended in full dress, along with Mr. S. The regent's speech, as literally translated by my interpreter, and immediately after noted down by me, was as follows: We have now met, headmen and brethren, to perform a great duty and to exercise a great privilege. It becomes our duty to elect a successor to our vacant throne. The cry, i.e., the mourning, being about to close. We have now no king. If we look to his hearth, there is no one there. If we call upon our king, no one answers. Thus are we, as children without a father, as a family without a head. Whom then shall we choose to sit in the seat of our late venerable king? Who shall walk in the footsteps of him, whose sayings were the sayings of wisdom, and out of whose mouth proceeded justice? Whom, I say, shall we elect but our own son? Footnote, meaning that the late king loved him as a son. End footnote. Who listened to him when alive, and who will not forget him now that he is dead. You have long known this person, and you know that he will not bring disgrace upon your choice, but that he will do those things which a king of the Boolams ought to do, and he will discourage wickedness, encourage the righteousness, and do justice to all men. I therefore propose that John Macaulay Wilson be elected king of the Boolams. Footnote. It is but right to state that the above speech was read over sentence by sentence to the person who spoke it, and that he deemed it to be almost literally reported, and seemed much astonished that it could have been taken down. End footnote. The speaker of the above was an old man, highly respected by all classes, named Nain Bana. It becomes his duty, immediately on the king's death, to assume the government as regent. He is, however, on that account ineligible for the throne. After some conversation among the chiefs, consisting principally of tributes of praise to the late king, it was formally announced to me that John Macaulay Wilson was elected king of the Boolams, that he held the Boolam country in the palm of his hand, and that the scales of justice hung upon his finger. I was also entreated to report to His Excellency the Governor of Sierra Leone the choice they had made, and their hopes that it would meet with his approbation. The people expecting that I should address them, I rose, and by my interpreter said that I should not fail to report to my master, His Excellency the Governor of Sierra Leone, the good order and unanimity which had prevailed in the assembly, that I had no doubt but His Excellency would approve of the object of their choice that day, that from what I had heard of their new king, I had no doubt but that he would justify the confidence they had placed in him, and I trusted that the same good sense and attention to the true interests of their country, which they had shewn that day, would guide all their future deliberations. In conclusion, I begged leave to congratulate them on having chosen such a ruler, and to congratulate their king on the distinction that day conferred upon him. The day closed as usual with every manner of licentiousness. Monday, March 5th. This being the day appointed for the inauguration of the new king, it was ushered in with the firing of musketry and other demonstrations of joy. At 10 a.m., the chiefs and headmen assembled, and immediately proceeded to the performance of certain mysteries which take place in the depths of the bush, and to which the initiated are only admitted. At noon they emerged from the bush, having the new king with them, whom they now regarded as a complete stranger, providentially sent them from heaven to be their ruler. A deputation now requested my presence at the Palaver house, to which they were then conducting the king, the headman, and people dancing around him as he passed through the streets in the most fantastic manner. On my arrival, the late regent pronounced a very long harangue in the Bouliam language, which was repeated sentence by sentence in the Mandingo and English by the respective interpreters. In this speech, which, however, I did not note down, Nain rehearsed what had from time immemorial been the practice of the Booleans in cases such as the present, and declared that all the rites and mysteries proper for the occasion had been duly performed. He then pronounced a long encomium on the virtues of their late king, and concluded by paying his respects to the new king and myself respectively, which he ended with the highest term of respect which the Booleans knew. May you live forever. He then requested permission to introduce to the assembly a stranger whom they were in future to revere, King Bay Sherpo. Footnote: the new appellation of John Macaulay Wilson. End footnote. After which Bay Sherpo received the homage of his subjects. During this time a number of minstrels played upon their several instruments, some of which were very ingenious and musical. Those in particular who had come a long distance from the interior executed with spirit and taste some very beautiful airs, much finer indeed than any native music I had yet heard. They accompanied their instruments with extempore recitatives in praise of those chiefs whom they knew. I was, of course, included, as they expected that I would be inclined to reward them handsomely. Each minstrel of any repute had a person attached to him by way of fool or jester, several of whom acted their parts very well, and strongly reminded me of Shakespeare's clowns. Dalmahamundi was in the assembly, surrounded by a number of followers, but he appeared to feel that he had lost ground. He took no part in the proceedings. If it were fair to estimate the character of the people by their conduct during a period of unbounded license, I should say that they were generally, almost universally, a nation of thieves, idlers, and drunkards. It was with difficulty, indeed, I could preserve my own private stock of wines, etc. I was assured, however, that such is not their general character, although they are, no doubt, like all Africans, extremely indolent and attached to the old customs of their country. To even the most absurd and superstitious of these, they cling with such tenacity that it would be a work of incalculable labor and of many years to induce them to abandon them altogether, even after they should be made conscious of their absurdity and barbarity. The European missionaries of the present day would never do it. It was attempted some years ago with much zeal, but there is not at this moment, I believe, a single convert to Christianity in Boulam to reward the labor or repay the expense which was lavished on that object. But a very different success has attended the efforts of the disciples of Mahomet in propagating the doctrines of the Crescent, not only in Boulam, but in all the neighboring districts, even in the peninsula of Sierra Leone itself. There are 20 converts to the crescent for one to cross, and the reason is obvious. The Christian missionaries begin at the wrong end. They insist upon first making people Christians, and then morality and civilization, they say, follow as matters of course. And they present Christianity in its most unattractive form to men accustomed to the uncontrollable indulgence of their passions. The Mohammedans know the genius of the people better, and without altering the spirit of their religion, they exhibit it in a manner exactly suited to that genius, as far as regards externals, and in such a form that the adoption of it even flatters the vanity of the convert. Thus, in the article of dress, the Mohammedans have a peculiar or distinguishing cap to be entitled to wear, which is, in itself, a matter very flattering to the vanity of the young worshipper of the crescent. And I am convinced that were it incumbent upon Christians to wear in public a red cross on the shoulder or hat, that it would be the means of drawing many to listen to the doctrines of Christianity. And really, I can see no sin in the means thus adopted. This evening I dispatched the barge to Sierra Leone with an account of our progress and requesting the convention to be immediately transmitted, together with the usual presents to be given to the new king and chiefs. In the meantime, every measure was taken, an argument used, with occasional presents, to induce the chiefs and headmen to consent to the cession of the sovereignty of the country to Great Britain. End of chapter 3, part B. Chapter 3, part C, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Atlantic Ocean. Tuesday, March 6th. This morning I walked out to make a few observations and to form some idea of the capabilities of the Bulim country. What struck me in the first instance was the great fertility and natural beauty of the surrounding country, which it was really painful to contrast with the extreme ignorance and indolence of its inhabitants. There is not, perhaps, a country under heaven more calculated to repay the exertions of industry from the richness and fertility of the soil, as also from the flatness of the country, which would prevent the soil from being carried away by the rains when cleared of the bush. It is, in my opinion, far more adapted for agricultural purposes than the Sierra Leone side of the bay. Spices of almost every description grow naturally and in abundance, and it would require but little capital, with industry, to make the soil produce sugar, coffee, tobacco, and indigo in great plenty. In short, the produce of the Bulan country might, without very great labor, be made to rival that of either our East or West India possessions. In fact, almost every article imported into Great Britain from either is indigenous to this soil. The indolent and lazy natives, however, cultivate little excepting rice. The articles procured from the British settlement at Sierra Leone, such as firearms, gunpowder, tobacco, rum, etc., are got in exchange for timber and occasionally labor. During my residence in Bulam, It frequently struck me that a British settlement on the Bulam coast would be highly desirable, say at Medina. For the reasons stated above, I am almost certain that practical agriculture would soon become prevalent, inasmuch as it would soon be profitable. Another and a very strong inducement to settlers would be that Medina, and indeed the whole range of the Bulam coast, is very healthy. What is called the country fever in Sierra Leone is scarcely known in Bulam. Today, 5 or 6 of the mourners came to do service to me, which they performed by bending their heads to the earth, and in that position moaning in a low tone the praises of the deceased king, mixed with compliments to myself. At midnight I received letters from Sierra Leone, by which I had the satisfaction of learning that His Excellency approved of my measures. Wednesday, March 7th. This day I succeeded in removing the numberless evasions and objections urged by the chiefs against the treaty. In effecting this measure, Mr. S.'s exertions were of the greatest service. In the evening we were a good deal amused by the natives fishing on the beach. They caught a great number of fish, such as snappers, catfish, soles, sharks, etc. Thursday, 8th. This day the convention arrived, and the blanks being filled up, and the treaty solemnly signed and ratified, I had the satisfaction on Friday, March 9th, 1827, of hoisting the British flag, and of taking possession of Bulam in the name of His Britannic Majesty. Such is a narrative of Lieutenant Maclean respecting a people whose habits are as peculiar as his account of them must be interesting to Englishmen. September 21st, 1827. On this day I attended the court to hear the trial in which I have already alluded. It was a case of adultery, and the parties were all free blacks. The action was brought by a carpenter against Reverend Samuel Thorpe, a preacher at one of the independent chapels, for criminal conversation with his wife, and as I have a copy from the records of the court, I think it will be much more satisfactory to insert the document in full than to supersede it by any desultory remarks of my own. It will give a clear and characteristic idea of the state of society amongst these people. The occurrence was so unusual that it created no small astonishment that such a case should be brought into court. The following is the address of the plaintiff's counsel and the verdict. Bernard versus Thorpe. Gentlemen of the jury, I bespeak your attention and indulgence. I am not only this day the advocate of my client, but I am lending my humble efforts to defend, perhaps I ought to say assert, the divine right and sacredness of the social compact of marriage, the palladium of every married man's family, happiness and comfort. I will remind you, gentlemen of the jury, that this is the first action of the kind that has been tried on these boards since the colony has been ceded to the British Crown. Among you, gentlemen of the jury, I see fathers, brothers, and husbands. To all I appeal this day on behalf of my client and of this colony. Shrewd the word this day by your verdict that you will not suffer with impunity the foul crime of adultery to be committed in the face of a rising family. Shew the value in which you hold the solemn engagements of your female relatives. Let your verdict warn the seducer that he dare not trespass on any man's honor or blight with apathy, for one moment, any pleasure or gratification of his congenial tenderness. It has been too common in actions of this kind for the defendant to treat with contumely the humble situation of the injured prosecutor. I do not apprehend much from any such attempt in this cause. I acknowledge, gentlemen, that my client is a very humble individual, but he is a respectable and honest man, by trade a carpenter. I see, gentlemen, on your countenances that his humble lot shall not deprive him from having his happiness considered as dear to him as to any man, and equally inviolate, for you need not be told that the comforts and happiness of the rich and the poor originate from one source, as it is not necessary to be rich to feel with acuteness the pain to which our weak frames are subject, or to enjoy with zest the most pleasurable sensations. So the poor possess the same advantages. Indeed, it is the poor to whom family happiness must be the greatest solace. The rich have various resources to derive comfort from. The poor seldom more than centers in their family. But before I attempt to describe to you the sufferings of my client, I shall enter rather minutely into the actual situation in life in which the plaintiff and defendant in this action are placed. If unnecessarily to some of you, yet there may be others who naturally demand this explanation should be given. I trust this will be admitted as my apology. I will begin with the defendant, because, indeed, gentlemen, he is the more highly favored man. I mean, gentlemen, that Providence has blessed him with a much greater share in this world's goods. He is known to man by the solemn designation of the Reverend Samuel Thorpe. Yes, gentlemen, the defendant in this action for criminal conversation with the wife of my client is, or very lately was, a preacher of morality, an expounder of that divine doctrine which inculcates the precept, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. He is a gentleman who, with beholding the horror, the degeneracy of the times, and believing, no doubt, it required some extraordinary exertions to recall us into virtue, he has voluntarily, for no idea of gain or means of livelihood, publicly devoted his talents to the pulpit. Such conduct, if we had not other most opposite circumstances to disclose, would have called forth our admiration and applause. For, gentlemen, the pulpit, in the sober use of its legitimate peculiar powers, must stand acknowledged while the world shall stand. The most important and effectual guard, support, and ornament of virtue's cause. The defendant, gentlemen, is also a rich man. He is, to say the least, in very easy circumstances. We see in this colony several valuable possessions of his, and we behold at one of his houses a store from which is retailed valuable merchandise. The defendant gentleman, I am instructed to say, is verging towards the decline of life. To have arrived at those years when the heyday of the blood might well be expected to have gone by, and that, while he preached morally, he would find no constitutional impediment to prevent his practicing it. I am persuaded, gentlemen, that if a cause of the present nature had been brought before you, in which the defendant had been a young unmarried man, you would have made some allowance for the infatuation of his youthful passions. But when, as in the present instance, we find experienced age, the well-informed man, the promulgator of that divine law, which denounces everlasting punishment to the adulterer, is brought before you, charged, although a married man, with this offense, I feel I must indeed commit an act of injustice to you all, if I did not declare that, in such a case, I am convinced your feelings cannot be otherwise than aroused to visit such a criminal with your vengeance. My instructions suggest to me more than I will utter, yet I must confess that I have been struck with the sacred profession of the defendant, and the pertinency with which it appears he committed the offense against my client, for which you are now called upon to award him the only remuneration the law allows. I cannot refrain by asserting my belief that the defendant's feelings must have been strangely perverted. He, doubtless, made his full calculation upon his outward profession and his inward inclinations, and I believe I do him no more than justice when I put into his mouth, and suppose by him uttered in his private moments, the expression used by an arch hypocrite of former days. I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odds and ends stolen forth of holy writ, and seem a saint when most I play the devil. I regret, very much regret, gentlemen of the jury, I am thus obliged as a faithful advocate before you, but I have still another feature to disclose, and here I must declare that it has astonished me more than I shall attempt to describe. I alluded before, gentlemen, to the circumstance of the defendant's being a married man. Yes, he has a wife living in Freetown, whom, from fear she should take a right from his substance, he has turned out upon the world, to the generosity, the kindness of the stranger. Surely we may infer that he may be left at home with more ample means to gratify his passions. He has also no children. This I am sorry for on his account. Surely he would have paused before he would have offered them such an example, before he would systematically set about the seduction of a woman, surrounded even by her grandchildren. I turn now to my client, but indeed I have little more to add respecting him. He is poor because he has many claims on his industry. His wife has borne him several children, and some of these children are grown up and married, and in turn have children. The connection between the plaintiff and his wife has therefore been long-standing. In fact, on their entrance into life, they became attached to each other. The connection was not for several years sanctioned by the rites of our religion, but it was not less a marriage. The assent of the heart was complete, and it has been sanctioned by what the parties thought binding. Further ceremony could only add more publicity to the engagement. Yet, after many years' mutual intercourse, they resolved to give that intercourse every tie, and were consequently legally married according to the rites of the Church of England. I mention these particulars because I apprehend my learned friend will set about pulling their family history to pieces and endeavor to shew that my client and his wife might have had some little family jars. Be it so, gentlemen, let him make the endeavor. I will tell him that their jars are the pleasures of the married life. They are the tornadoes of the married state, which clear away the mists and fogs that, alas, will at times intrude themselves to make the succeeding calm more susceptible of enjoyments. I warn you I speak by experience, and my learned friend Samo, on this sacred subject, can offer nothing but theory. Think, gentlemen, how dearly they must have valued each other, when after a lapse of many years, after all their little storms of life, they yet resolved to make their union indissoluble, by adding thereto the celebration of those rites of our church, which has for its maxim that those whom God has thus joined together, no man shall put asunder. Contrast this with the conduct of the defendant, his own wife an exile from his bed and board, for no cause except the lordly will of the defendant, a woman against whom scandal has not yet dared to whisper. Still, although she has suffered much from the violent conduct of her husband, still, I say, striking for personal attractions and accomplishments, and is avowedly of an unspotted character. Let the defendant, therefore, but attempt to pry further than he has done into the private habits of my client as regards his wife, and I shall not hesitate still further to tear down the beautiful appearance of adopted sanctity, simplicity, and innocence of deportment with which he has hedged himself round. My client had been often led to believe that all was not right between his wife and the defendant, even before the time of the criminal conversation now prosecuted for. I am aware that my learned friend may allege that trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong, as proof of holy writ. But, gentlemen, can you for a moment believe that there was no art, no perseverance, no continued attention, no working on the passion before the criminal moment, but that the victim fell at once into the commission of the adulterous intercourse alleged? Human nature forbids such an idea. The female mind, always timid, would think of her ties, her husband, her children, her grandchildren, and prevent her before at least all her fears. I challenge the defendant to name, even in one slight instance, anything in the conduct of my client's wife that such a ready compliance could be expected. On Thursday night, the 17th of May last, between 9 and 10 o'clock at night, the defendant sent his lad to call Mrs. Polly Bernard to his house. You must know, gentlemen, that Mr. Samuel Thorpe, then lived, and, for aught I know, does now, in the same street and within a short distance of the dwelling of my client, but which was then exclusively occupied by his wife. The object of thus sending for Mrs. Bernard by the defendant is alleged, I am informed, for the simple purpose of making his bed. It is really astonishing that this gentleman could not be content to have his bed made by some of his men servants, that he did not hire a female, considering his ample means. Now the real object for which Mrs. Bernard was thus called to the house of the defendant became soon apparent. After her egress, the light ceased to throw its shade through the casement. The windows and doors were closed upon the guilty pair. Too much cunning generally defeats its own intention. Not far distant from the scene of unhallowed pleasure stood the keen eye of jealousy, watching the progress of the night in order to preserve what custom had made her consider as her own. Yes, gentlemen, Mrs. Samuel, another intimate acquaintance of the Reverend Samuel Thorpe, some time after Mrs. Bernard had entered the house of the defendant, rushed to the house, knocked at the door, and got admittance. On getting inside, the only object she sought was Mrs. Bernard. Although in the dark she called her by name, what eye so keen as that of a jealous woman? She attacked Mrs. Bernard as Mrs. B sat on the bed of Mr. Samuel Thorpe. Both females exerted themselves to the utmost, one to the assault, the other to repel such violence. Only conceive, gentlemen, what a fine figure for the painter and the moralist was here exhibited. At the dark hour of night, two married women fighting most lustily in the bedchamber of the pious defendant, while he, taken by surprise, kept pacing his piazza, unable to recollect what he had best do, and trembling with fear that the indiscreet uproar would lead to his exposure. I will pass over the effects of excited passion, and merely inform you that, to identify the person so as to leave no subterfuge, Mrs. Samuel carried away as trophies of her resentment some handkerchiefs and an earring she had taken from Mrs. Bernard. Well then, gentlemen of the jury, you see the defendant detected in connection with the wife of one man by the wife of another, whose passions he had raised to jealousy by prior intercourse. Whether criminal or not, I leave to your judgment. That is not today my duty to decide. Mrs. Samuel, in the excited feelings of the moment, smarting under the seeming neglect and vacillating conduct of the defendant, as regarded herself, flies from house to house, spreading the dishonor of the plaintiff. The news soon reaches the injured husband. His wife had absconded from consciousness of guilt. He seeks her out, charges her with her crime. She confesses it, and now, gentlemen, he is forced to fly to you to redress his wounded sensibility and affection. The jury, having heard counsel on the other side, returned a verdict for the plaintiff, damages £50. The schooner Thomas arrived from England this morning after a passage of 35 days. By her we heard of the death of Mr. Canning, which caused an extraordinary sensation. A warm discussion sprang up among the Freetown politicians as to who should form the next ministry, each person, of course, electing a prime minister for himself and making a cabinet after his own taste. End of chapter 3, part C. Chapter 4, part A, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Neilson, somewhere in the Atlantic. Auction at Sierra Leone. Timber establishments in the river. Tombo, Banks, and Tasso Islands. Explosion of a vessel at sea. Liberated Africans. Black ostlers. Horses imported. Slave vessel. Colonial steam vessel. Road and street repairs. Continued rains. Suggestion for preserving the health of European seamen. General views of the colony. Population. Parishes. Supply of provisions. Description of Freetown. Curious letter from black laborers. Original settlers. Present inhabitants. Trade with the interior. Strange customs of native merchants. Anecdote of sailors. Injurious example of the Royal African Corps. Vaccination of natives. Medical opinion. Departure from Sierra Leone. Monday, September 24th. Still stronger signs of the breaking up of the rainy season. More frequent heavy showers with thunder and lightning for the last 2 days. A fine morning, but squally and showery in the afternoon. There was an auction held today of the effects of the late Tasco Williams, Esquire, one peculiar feature of which is worth noting. The persons who had assembled were hospitably entertained with bread and cheese, and abundance of wine and spirits, with a view, no doubt, to increase the animation and excitement of the scene. Whether the bidders became extravagant in consequence, I do not know, but I think it very likely, at all events I suspect, that the auctioneer was trying an experiment on the animal spirits of the company. This custom, although by no means familiar to Englishmen, is very generally practiced in the north of England. It is probably a relic of ancient manners. I left Freetown about 5 in the afternoon with Mr. McCormick to visit his timber establishment at the island of Tombo, a distance of 20 miles up the river, which we made with a slight breeze in about 3 hours. We passed 2 similar establishments, the one on Tasso and the other on Banks Island, of the former of which Messrs. Babington and Macaulay are the proprietors, the latter belonging to Mr. Williams. The account I received of Mr. McCormick's enterprise was full of interest. When that gentleman first visited Tombo, he found the interior covered with dense jungle and the shores choked up with mangroves. There was only one solitary hut on the island near the beach, which was used as a resting place for boats trading up the river. At that time, there was a slave factory in full occupation at Banks Island. It would be very difficult to compute the expense, and almost impossible for persons who are not practically acquainted with African mangroves and jungle to estimate the exertion and perseverance which must have been necessary to bring this place to its present state of improvement. The wildness of the surface has given way before the hand of industry, and that which was some years before a wilderness of underwood now presents an aspect of cultivation. The whole of this point is as clear as the streets of Freetown, and on a fine open situation where the breeze plays from almost every point of the compass, an excellent stone house without offices has been erected. The site is well chosen, and the building is scarcely inferior to the best houses in Freetown. The upper part is used as a private dwelling, and the lower part is appropriated to storage. A good boat house, a saw pit, upwards of 20 plastered huts for the mechanics and laborers employed on the spot, and a well cut through the solid rock, from whence excellent water is obtained, complete the conveniences of the establishment. Mr. McCormick does not fell any timber in the island. He merely uses his location here as a depot for the wood which is brought down the rivers Rocal and Porto Logo from the upper countries. For this trade he contracts with the natives inhabiting the lands lying near the shores of the rivers, and the wood is floated down on rafts to Tombo, where ships come to take in their cargoes. The African oak is so heavy that the natives are obliged to raft it on wood of a much lighter specific gravity. This trade is of considerable benefit both to our colonists and the native tribes. It not only promotes friendly intercourse between them, but affords constant employment to great numbers of the latter, by which they are enabled to secure many of the comforts of civilized life, of which they must otherwise have been destitute. It has also had the happy effect of releasing them from vassalage, which formerly prevailed universally, and which was in some degree necessary as a protection against the arbitrary power of the different chiefs during the existence of the slave trade. A statement of the annual export of timber from Tombo since the commencement in 1816 will shew with what rapid strides the trade has increased. In 1816, 716 logs. In 1817, 7,087 logs. In 1818, 1,341 logs. In 1819, 2,551 logs. In 1820, 6,271 logs. In 1821, 4,454 logs. In 1822, 1,429 logs. 1823, 4,093 logs. 1824, 10,093 logs. 1825, 22,206 logs. 1826, 24,456 logs. There is a mud bar across the river, about 1 mile and half below Tombo, and as the depth here is not more than 14 feet at high water, vessels ought not to load more than 13 feet before they drop below. Tuesday, September 25th. Heavy rain in the night, but a fine warm day. Soon after noon I left Tombo and visited Banks Island. The only objects of interest that presented themselves were the remains of an old slave factory and burial ground. The road to the latter place was a path through a lime and orange plantation, which grew so luxuriantly that it quite obstructed our way, and we were compelled to have a black pioneer who went before us with a sword to cut down the thorny branches. In this remote and lonely place, I found the following epitaph on a tombstone, which appeared to me so curious that I caused it to be transcribed. Here lies the residue of the Honorable Sea Captain George Andrew Hjort, born in Denmark the 6th of September, 1746, married January 8th, 1760, to the virtuous Lady Mary Catherine Shive, who, extremely sorrowful, with two good-natured daughters, deplores the too early death of this now eternally blessed person. Died on the coast of Guinea, the 15th October, 1783. His body reposes here, waiting for the glorious resurrection, whilst his soul is in the hands of God, where no pain can reach. In this place we discovered a tombstone of the date of 1680, but unfortunately the inscription was ineligible. We made an excursion to the island of Tasso before dinner, and returned to Banks Island, where we passed the night. On approaching Tasso, we saw a large alligator, which Mr. McCormick fired at, but apparently without any effect. It is a well-known fact that the scales of these creatures will turn a bullet. They abound in the river, and are very fearless and ravenous. Some of the men belonging to the timber rafts, who incautiously trusted themselves in the water, have been on several occasions seized by the alligators and carried off, sometimes escaping with the loss of a leg or an arm. At other times, when the people on the rafts happened to sit at the sides, with their feet hanging over, the alligators have been known to seize them by their legs and drag them into the water. They have been taken of the enormous length of 18 feet. Wednesday, September 26th. The night being very fine, we got up at 2:30 and left Banks Island to return to Sierra Leone, where we arrived in less than 4 hours, pulling the whole way, having a very fine boat belonging to Mr. McCormick, with a crew of able-bodied blacks. Mr. McCormick related to me the following circumstance, which occurred to him in a vessel trading along the Gold Coast, and by which he was placed in a situation of great peril. In the middle of the night he heard a sudden cry of fire, and at the same moment a volume of flame issued from the fore hatchery. In a few seconds after, another burst forth from the main hatchway, so that before he had time to collect his thoughts as to what ought to be done, the whole of the middle of the vessel was in a blaze. The crew were thrown into consternation, and speedily crowded the deck in a state of confusion bordering on frenzy. The despair of their situation was increased by a knowledge of the fact that a great quantity of gunpowder, which had been embarked for the coast trade, was stowed below, while there was but one available boat to get off the men before the ship should be blown into the air, which they momently expected. But there was no time for reflection. Each man looked to his own safety, and a rush took place through the fire towards the after part of the deck to reach the boat. The poor fellows who thus risked a passage through the flames that now curled up fearfully and swept the whole surface of the vessel were dreadfully burned and looked more like demons than men. But at last, after much difficulty, they succeeded in lowering the boat into the sea. Those, however, who got in first, seeing that the whole crew must inevitably perish if they suffered a greater number to crowd the boat than she could with safety contain, pushed off from the ship as speedily as they could. If they had yielded to the impulse of their feelings, every soul must have perished. For, although they might have escaped from the fire, they must, of necessity, have swamped the boat. Fortunately, however, the boat got off in safety, but she had made a very short distance when the vessel blew up. Several poor wretches, seeing that their fate was not to be averted, had leaped into the sea and were drowned, while others, who clung despairingly to the vessel, were annihilated by the force of the explosion. One poor black boy, nerved by desperation, flung himself overboard and swam after the boat, which, with great exertion, he overtook. Through Mr. McCormick's interposition, he was taken on board. The crew of the boat, so sudden was their resolution taken, had not time to provide themselves with a supply of provisions, although they were a considerable distance from the shore. They snatched up such trifling articles as happened to be on hand in the hurry of their departure, and trusted themselves to Providence for the rest. This melancholy accident was occasioned by the insubordination of some of the sailors, who forced their way through the bulkhead into the fore hold to get at a cask of spirits. In the evening, I accompanied Mr. Macaulay in a drive to the village of Kissy, one of the settlements of liberated Africans. Its population is nearly 1,000 souls, composed of the descendants of natives of Acco, who were taken from a slave vessel on the river Lagos in the Bight of Benin. The immediate neighborhood of this village, which is about 5 miles from Freetown, supplies a great part of the grain and vegetables that are brought to that market. We call on the doctor of the village, who was a black man, and we afterwards went to the chapel, where we heard a liberated African preach to his black brethren. Thursday, September 27th. I dined with the party at the house of Colonel Denham, the celebrated African traveler. I would gladly offer a tribute of administration and respect to the memory of this distinguished gentleman, but the language of panegyric is superfluous. Our party consisted of the Lieutenant Governor, Captains Owen and Harrison of the Navy, Dr. Barry of the medical staff, etc., etc. Friday, September 28th. Soon after noon, I accompanied Captains Owen and Harrison, Mr. Reffel, the acting judge, and the Reverend Mr. Davy, all mounted on good steeds, to visit some of the villages established for the liberated Africans. The first part of our journey was very hilly. We passed through Gloucester and Regent Town on our way to Bathurst, near which we were overtaken by a thunderstorm. But before the heaviest part of it reached us, we got into good quarters at Mr. Davy's residence, where we found Mrs. Davy expecting us, and prepared to entertain us in a most friendly and hospitable manner. This lady undertakes to instruct the African females of all ages, not only in the mere education of letters, but in all the moral duties of civilized society. As a proof of her efforts were not altogether unavailing, it may be observed that her domestics consisted of some of her pupils, whom she had selected for the performance of the household duties. Morality here is at a very low ebb amongst the adult native population, and infidelity in the married state is a common occurrence. During our short stay, a poor fellow came to complain to Mr. Davy that his wife had gone to live with another man, and that when he went to demand her restoration, the guilty paramour and his friends turned him off with a sound beating. The circumstance did not seem to excite much surprise, although Mr. Davy gave every possible attention to the poor fellow's case, as he never omitted any opportunity of exerting his influence for the moral benefit of the community. In the course of the day, I had an opportunity of examining a snake in which a Timon black carried, as ladies wear boas in England, round the neck, which is a common practice. It was about a yard long and 6 inches in circumference. The blacks frequently extract the teeth of these reptiles, even those of the most venomous species, a process which renders them harmless. In the evening we returned to Freetown. The black ostler, who is generally a crewman, performs in this country a double duty, for he not only attends the horse in the stable, but accompanies him on his journey, keeping pace with the animal at whatever rate his master pleases to ride. This would be a very good punishment for some of our ostlers who are in the habit of cheating the horses out of their corn. To compel the rogues to share fatigue with the animal might teach them to treat them with more humanity. Horses are sometimes brought to this country from St. Jago, but they do not live long. A smaller and hardier breed comes from the Gambia, and the climate seems to agree very well with them. Neither English nor St. Jago horses live long at Sierra Leone, and the cause assigned for this is that the coarse grass, which grows so rapidly in this country, has too little nutrient in it to support the animal under the exhausting effects of such a climate, and it is observed that he is continually, though gradually, wasting away, notwithstanding his appetite is most voracious, that at length he partially loses the use of his hind legs, becomes weak across the loins, and for the want of nervous energy, a paralysis ensues, and the horse ultimately dies. But if he is given more stimulating food, there is a chance of his doing well, or at any rate of his living much longer than he otherwise would on such poor food as he usually gets. Saturday, September 29th. The Henry Court, a beautiful brig, arrived yesterday afternoon from the Bight of Benin, with 548 slaves on board, a prize to HMS Sybil. This vessel was afterwards fitted out as a tender to the Commodore's ship, a well-known as the celebrated Black Joke for her success in capturing other slavers. Today I accompanied the Reverend Mr. Davy on board. A multitude of slaves crowded her deck in a state of nudity. The spectacle was humiliating in every sense, and the immediate effect upon the olfactory nerves was excessively disagreeable and oppressive. We found the officer who had charge of the vessel confined to a small space in the after part of the deck near the tiller. The pressure of this dense mass of human beings was suffocating, and the crowd was so great that one poor slave who had fallen overboard in the night on the voyage was never missed until the following morning. From the Henry Court, we went to visit a steam vessel called the African, which was to sail this afternoon, with 300 persons on board, and as much provisions as she could stow. Her immediate destination was Cape Coast Castle, where she was to wait the arrival of the Eden. She had formerly been employed in the colonel's service on this coast, but had lately been laid up for want of repair. Captain Owen, however, being desirous to forward a number of mechanics and laborers belonging to the free population of Sierra Leone to the new settlement at Fernando Po, thought that this vessel might answer his purpose and save government the expense of chartering a ship expressly for that service. He therefore applied to the colonial government requesting that he might be allowed the use of her, which after many preliminary arrangements, occasionally much delay, was at last granted. One condition was that he should send her to England after she had completed the service required of her. He therefore ordered Lieutenant Badley, with a small party of men, to clear her out and prepare her for sea, as she was at that time half full of mud and water, and employed some mechanics to repair her engines, which were completely out of order. At 5 this afternoon I went to the race course to be present at a private match between two gentlemen's horses. Besides these private sports, there are regular annual races at this place. The roads, which are very much cut up during the rainy season, are always repaired on its termination, commencing immediately after Michaelmas. I found that there were gutters, which had been cut by order of Sir Neil Campbell, 3 or 4 feet deep, and from 1 to 2 wide, in various directions, to carry off the quantity of water occasioned by the heavy rains. The utility of these gutters in drawing off the water was sufficiently obvious, but they were found to be very dangerous both to men and horses in the dark. Accidents frequently occurred, and on one occasion a horse had his legs broken. They were also dangerous to wheeled vehicles, whenever it became necessary to cross them. Indeed, the inconvenience of these drains without bridges was considered to be much greater than the advantage that it was determined they should be filled up, and that the rain should be left to take on its own course over the surface of the ground as before. The magistrates, who are elected annually, are obliged to superintend the repair of the roads, both in the town and its neighborhood, in addition to their ordinary duties, and all offenders who are sentenced to labor on the public works or to confinement in the house of correction are compelled to assist in the necessary repairs. The expense in keeping the roads in good order is defrayed by the tax of 6 days' labor on every inhabitant of the towns and villages in the colony, which, however, may be commuted to a fine of 7 shillings and 6 pence. After the race, I went to Mr. Barber's to dine. This gentleman has a small plantation of ginger and arrowroot, which succeeds uncommonly well. Also, some plants of the blood orange from Malta, and some young cinnamon trees, which I should observe are by no means uncommon in this colony. Mr. K. Macaulay has also a small plantation of coffee, which prospers very well. In fact, all the tropical fruits and plants must succeed here if proper attention be paid to them. Sunday, September 30th. The morning was fine, but the afternoon showery. Rain, indeed, appears to be quite a matter of course, either in the morning or evening. I had now been upwards of a month in Sierra Leone, and found that it rained without fail in some parts of the 24 hours, and sometimes throughout the day and night. Yet the rainy season had nearly exhausted itself when I had arrived, and some short time before it had rained for 3 weeks without interruption. These alterations of the weather, however, had no effect whatever on me, for rain or shine, I went about, at all hours, as much at my ease as if I had been in England, and instead of suffering any illness or annoyance from the fluctuations and uncertainty of the season, I really found my health improved. The brig Atlanta came down the river this morning and anchored off Freetown, having taken in a cargo of timber at Bant's Island. There was not a single vessel left up the river, which was remarked as an extraordinary circumstance, for since the year 1816, when the contract for the African timber commenced, such an event had not taken place. From the observations I made while I remained in Freetown, it occurred to me that a plan might be adopted, with good effect, for improving the management of the timber trade. I should recommend that an old ship be moored in the river, a little above Freetown, and housed over for the purpose of receiving the crews of such vessels as go up the river to take in their cargoes. The object of this arrangement would be to give the crews an opportunity of refitting, rigging, and repairing the sails of their own vessels, or of any others that might require assistance, while the crewmen were employed loading the ships under the direction of the mates, or such other persons as might be appointed to that duty. Footnote: all the headmen understand enough of English to perform any labor under the direction of Englishmen, and the crewmen are a hard-working body of men. End footnote. By this plan, with a proper check to prevent the sailors from going on shore too often, every reasonable indulgence being allowed them on board the hulk, many valuable lives might be saved, and those delays averted which now occur so often from the difficulty of procuring hands for the homeward bound voyage, to supply the place of those who have been carried off by fever. Tuesday, October 2nd. On calling at the barracks this morning to take leave of the officers of the Royal African Corps, from whom I had received some very kind attentions, I was sorry to learn that Lieutenant Green, who had always been one of the most cheerful of the party, had been taken ill with the fever that morning, and that, from the great depression of his spirits, serious doubts were entertained of his recovery. Wednesday, 3rd. The ship Redmond arrived today from England, bringing letters from thence up to August 23rd. His Majesty's ship Eden received on board today 60 black soldiers of the Royal African Corps to perform garrison duty at Fernando Po under the command of Lieutenant Menz. A gentleman in charge of the ordnance died this afternoon. End of chapter 4, part A. Recording by Lynda Neilson, somewhere in the Atlantic. Chapter 4, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1 by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Neilson on the Atlantic. Before I take leave of Sierra Leone, a few general retrospective glances at the colony may not be without interest. First, of the population. There are not exceeding 110 Europeans in the colony, 2/3 of whom are under 30 years of age. This may, probably, in some degree, account for the great mortality that prevails among them. In Freetown alone, there are between 5,000 and 6,000 colored men, all of whom are free. In the village of Kissy, 3 miles and a quarter from Freetown, are contained 1,100 souls, all liberated Africans. In Wellington, 6 miles and a quarter from Freetown, about 800, composed principally of liberated Africans, with a few disbanded soldiers from the 2nd West India Regiment. In Allentown, 3 miles from Wellington, about 150, all liberated Africans. In Hastings, 12 miles from Freetown, 600, composed of liberated Africans and disbanded soldiers. In Waterloo, 9 miles from Hastings, 900, composed of liberated Africans and disbanded soldiers. In Wilberforce, 2.5 miles from Freetown, 100, all liberated Africans. In York, 20 miles from Freetown, about 600, composed of liberated Africans and disbanded soldiers. In Kent, 12 miles from York, about 500, composed of liberated Africans and disbanded soldiers. In Gloucester, 3 miles from Freetown, 700, all liberated Africans. In Leicester, 1 mile from Gloucester, 100, all liberated Africans. In Regent Town, 1.5 miles from Gloucester, 1,000, all liberated Africans. In Bathurst, 2.5 miles from Regent Town, 1,000, all liberated Africans. In Charlotte, 3/4 mile from Bathurst, 900, all liberated Africans. In Bassettown, 3 miles from Charlotte, 130, all liberated Africans. In addition to these, there are about 400 inhabitants at the island of the Bananas, 100 at the village of Calmont, and many others of whom no correct amount can be given, residing at various little villages along the coast. Perhaps their entire number may be about 200. If so, it will make the population of the whole colony about 15,000. The names of the parishes to each town are as follows: St. George's in Freetown, St. Patrick in Kissy, St. Arthur in Wellington, St. Francis in Hastings, St. Michael in Waterloo, St. Paul in Wilberforce, St. Thomas in York, St. Edward in Kent, St. Andrew in Gloucester, St. Charles in Regent Town, St. Peter and James in Bathurst, St. John in Charlotte. Freetown is well supplied with fish every afternoon at sunset, most of which is brought in by boats that go outside the harbor in the morning and return in the evening. Unfortunately, there is an immense number of sharks generally in the harbor, which sometimes commit great depredations. Sierra Leone is about 6 miles within the cape of that name and lies at the entrance of the river. The town is laid out with great regularity and the streets are spacious. It is 2 miles in length near the water side and about 1 mile in width, gradually ascending from the beach to the hills at the back of the town. The intervening space between a short distance beyond the extremity of the town and the summit of the hills is principally unreclaimed forest land, which was originally portioned out amongst the first settlers in the colony. From want of means, however, or some other cause, the colonists never cleared those grounds, nor did they offer them on sufficiently reasonable terms to enable others to do so. This is the more extraordinary, as it is generally supposed that if the wood were removed, it would greatly improve the salubrity of the air in the town and neighborhood, as well as open a new source of profit to the proprietors, it being already well known that all tropical productions thrive most successfully in this soil. Coffee, cocoa, arrowroot, sugarcane, etc., have been tried with the utmost success. The houses of the governor, several of the respectable merchants, and some of the natives are built of stone. There is a church also, on a very magnificent scale. Indeed, so ambitious was the design of this building that the colonial government do not appear to have been able to afford the expense of furnishing the interior, and have accordingly run up an ugly brick wall in the center, for the purpose of appropriating one half of it to religious duties and the other to public offices. The church, as it was built, was evidently too capricious for the congregation that was likely to attend the service of the established religion, particularly as a great portion of the population consists of dissenters, who have men of their own color and way of thinking for preachers. I have heard some of their black divines, but cannot say that I was much edified by their discourses. The following extraordinary letter from two master workmen, free blacks, who were employed on the church, received by a member of council while I was on a visit to him, will serve as a specimen of the advancement in education that some of these poor fellows have made. The letter is given literally from the original. Sierra Leone, September 18th, 1827. Honorable Sir, I have the honor of sending to you this morning with humble manner. I was to the honor D. Denny yesterday about the trouble what I have. I was take work from the churchyard, and I finish it. The gentleman I must made petition, and I cannot tell who will go to please to help me from this trouble, if I will get the money from the gentleman. Shew me the way, for get the money by your honor. All the people what I hired I do not know how to do with myself. Only you, one I know, because I was under your brother. If any trouble too much for me, I cry to you with humble manner. I am poor black man. I remain your affectionately and obedient servant, Joseph Rickett and George Doone, Sierra Leone laborers. To the Honorable K. Macaulay, Esquire, M.C. N.C., Freetown. The original settlers of the colony, we learn from Murray's historical discoveries, consisted of about 400 blacks and 60 whites, the latter chiefly women of abandoned character, who arrived at Sierra Leone the 9th of May, 1787. These blacks, as well known, were part of those that went to Great Britain, having been sent with the white loyalists among the Bahama Islands, Nova Scotia, and England at the conclusion of the American War, and 1,200 more of the same description of American blacks agreed to leave Nova Scotia for Sierra Leone on terms proposed to them by the Sierra Leone Company, where they arrived in March 1792, and in December 1793, Lieutenant Beaver arrived at Sierra Leone with the few survivors that had abandoned the colony of Bolama. The present inhabitants are principally composed of Negroes of a variety of nations, Maroons from Jamaica, Negroes who were captured or had deserted in the American War, some from England, some from Nova Scotia, some from disbanded West India regiments, and many prize slaves that come under the name of liberated Africans, who, from their industry and prudence, have saved a little money and settled at Freetown in various capacities. There are besides a great number of persons residing here in succession under the denomination of strangers. These are people from various parts of the interior of Africa, namely Timanese, Fulas, Mandingos, etc., etc. There are also a great number of crewmen, formerly upwards of 1,000, but a late order in council reduced them to 600, with the intention of introducing and encouraging the liberated Africans to come forward as laborers, fishermen, mechanics, sailors, soldiers, etc., etc. Sierra Leone has a large market house, with a market held daily, where the inhabitants may be well supplied with most of the tropical fruits and vegetables, and some from Europe. Poultry is abundant and reasonable. Beef and mutton are in most common use. The animals are small, a quarter of beef weighing on average between 50 and 60 pounds, and a quarter of muffin from 5 to 8 pounds. Pork and lamb are seldom sent to table, and I never met with veal. The colony is principally supplied with stock, viz., bullocks, sheep, and fowls, by the Fulas, Mandingos, Susus, and Timanese. They carry the fowl on their head in a large basket, and their necessaries in a sheepskin bag fastened on the top of it. Perhaps the reason why veal and lamb are but rarely seen at table is in consequence of the bullocks and sheep having to travel a considerable distance, and fresh pork is almost too gross a food for a hot country. The trade with the nations of the interior is chiefly confined to the Fulas and Mandingos, who bring small quantities of gold with them, which they exchange for European articles to carry home. Their mode of traveling to the colony is not a little curious. They first appoint one of their number as head man, who is referred to on every occasion, and who is answerable for the conduct of the whole. They generally come down in numbers from 6 to 30, and sometimes more. Each man carries on his head a kind of basket, made of the rattan cane, in which is contained his shirt, a calabash, some rice, and a bag made of sheepskin, which holds the Alcoran, some rice, bread, a knife, scissors, and other useful articles, also a small pouch in which they carry their gold, averaging about 51 sterling each person. They secure the bag by fastening the sides of the basket together and binding it round with strong twine, which they make from grass. On the top of the basket they tie their bow and quiver of arrows loosely, so that they can get at them readily in case they should be attacked in the woods by wild animals, or by any of the different tribes whose settlement they pass through in coming down. They also carry bamboo cane about 6 feet long and 3 inches in circumference, with a piece of iron about 6 inches long and sharp at the point, fixed into the end of it. This they make use of as a spear. They also carry a long knife or sword, which is slung over the arm by a belt. They partly live on the wild fruits of the country and occasionally get something at the villages through which they pass, generally walking between the hours of 6 and 10 in the morning and 2 and 6 in the afternoon each day. When they arrive at Porto Logo, which place is the termination of their land journey, they engage a canoe to take them to Freetown, for which they used to pay $4 a head, but it is now reduced to one, and this charge they are accustomed to levy afterwards upon the merchant with whom they intend to deal, looking upon it as a bonus included in the traffic. They also apply to the merchants in Freetown for accommodations during their stay, which is from 10 days to a month. They will not trade either on the first or second day, but go round the town examining the different goods in the shops and ascertaining the prices. In this preliminary proceeding, they are assisted by their countrymen, who have been long resident in the colony and are acquainted with the English language. These interpreters make their living by cheating in every possible way both the poor traveler and the merchant. When they begin to trade, it takes 1 day for the headman to settle the investment of the gold in the merchant's hands, which he has received individually from his companions, giving a separate receipt to each, after which they all assemble to choose their goods to the amount of each person's portion. This is an affair of 3 or 4 days. They do not, however, think it necessary to leave the colony so soon as their business is settled, but remain some time after idling about the streets. 2 or 3 days before they really intend returning by the canoe to Porto Logo, the whole party call and say that they are going, which is intended as a hint to prepare some present for them. They repeat their visit the next day, and if they do not receive a present from you, they address you in the following manner: Friend, calling the merchant by his name, and holding out his hands with extended arms. Do you see my hands? Do you not see that they are empty? When I go back to my countrymen will ask me if I have seen the great merchant. They will say they doubt me, asking me at the same time, where are your presents? And if I have nothing to shew, they will call me a liar, saying that the great merchant never allowed anyone that went to see him to go away empty-handed. I came from my country on purpose to see you. True, I have brought you but little trade this time. But when I go back to my country and say I have seen the great merchant, and shew them the presents I have received, and they will all want to come and bring plenty of trade. This, of course, concludes with a present to propitiate the grasping spirit of the African petty dealer. The goods principally preferred by the Fulas and Mandingos are powder, muskets, fowling pieces, flints, swords, spear-pointed knives, India blue baft, India white baft, India scarlet silk taffety, red cloth, beads, and tobacco, which they make into snuff, being the only manner in which they use it. The following amusing dialogue occurred between two sailors who happened to be on the military parade when the soldiers were at drill, going through the evolution of marking time, a military maneuver by which the feet, as well as the whole body of the person, are kept in motion, presenting a similar appearance to that which they exhibit when they are actually marching. One observed the other watching the movements of the corps very attentively, with his eyes fixed and his arms akimbo. What the hell are you looking at? He inquired. Why, Jack, replied his companion, I'm thinking there must be a deed strong tide running this morning. Why? Said he. Why? Answered the other. Why? Because these poor beggars have been pulling away this half hour and haven't got an inch ahead yet. The custom of sentencing soldiers to serve in the Royal African Corps must naturally be attended with bad consequences, not only to the soldiers themselves, but to the natives. If we desire to enlighten the savage race, we could scarcely devise a worse plan than that of sending amongst them the refuse of a civilized country, who carry into the new community the worst vices and crimes of an old country. These soldiers consider themselves to be exiled for life from their native land, and as they entertain no hope whatever under such forlorn circumstances of redeeming their character, they abandon themselves to debauchery and give a free vent to the most debasing tendencies of their nature. The influence of this injurious example, which is 1,000-fold more powerful than all the precepts of the preachers, upon the minds of the Africans must be obvious. It weakens the effect, even if it does not altogether obliterate the impressions of that morality which we so studiously labor to inculcate. The African says, the white man tells us not to do those things which are wicked in the sight of God. Yet, in the same breath, he commits the very guilt against which he warns us. The white man tells us that drunkenness is a crime in the eyes of God, yet he drinks until his senses become stupefied. He tells us not to curse and blaspheme, yet the most terrible oaths are on his lips. Which are we to follow, the white man's words or his actions? If we wish to command respect and to impress upon the savage the real advantages of civilization, we should send out only such persons as would be likely to secure a complete influence and ascendancy over the uninstructed people, and so demonstrate to them, by the force of actions, the purity and stability of the Christian faith, the importance of education, and the practical benefits of social organization. If it be necessary, as no doubt it is, to send out Europeans to serve in the African corps, they should be sent in the capacity of officers or non-commissioned officers. Privates of good character might be selected, who would volunteer to go out on certain conditions, perhaps on some such terms as these, to serve as corporal for a limited period, after which time, if their conduct had been unimpeachable, to be advanced to the rank of sergeant, when, having served in that rank for a prescribed period, they might be permitted to return home on a pension. 2 years might be assigned as the first period of service, and 3 as the second, making altogether a service of 5 years in Africa, which, considering the opinion that is popularly entertained respecting the climate, might be deemed of sufficient duration. I am aware that this suggestion is liable to one objection arising from the prejudice that is generally entertained against the climate, namely, the difficulty that would arise, in the first instance, in obtaining volunteers. Nor am I entirely prepared to say that the objection is without force, but the plan might be tried, and the temptation which would be held out by the certainty of promotion might probably be considered an adequate compensation to the risk. And in case any individual should have conducted himself throughout the whole period of his service to the entire satisfaction of his officers, and should subsequently wish to remain at the colony, it might be advisable to offer him a small government appointment, or, in some cases, the reward might be extended to a commission in the colonial court. If this could be carried into effect, it would certainly be attended with considerable advantages. It would procure respect for the British name, recall the savage from his life of recklessness, and put a final stop to those disgraceful scenes of profligacy which are so frequently witnessed in the streets of Sierra Leone. Having requested my friend Dr. Berry, who was at the head of the medical staff at Sierra Leone, to procure me what information he could on the subject of vaccination and smallpox in Africa, he most obligingly forwarded me the following document, which, for the sake of perspicuity, is put in the form of question and answer. Replies to Dr. George Gregory's queries on vaccination and smallpox, Sierra Leone, 24 September 1827. First, is vaccination generally practiced among the infant Negro population? Second, whence do they derive their stock of lymph? Third, What is the degree of confidence placed in it? Vaccination is not at all practiced among the Negro population by native vaccinators. It is, however, practiced among certain branches of the Negro population by European surgeons. The Negro population of Sierra Leone consists of Nova Scotian and Maroon settlers, liberated Africans, and several of the Aboriginal African tribes, namely Timonese, Mandingos, Susus, Booleans, Sherbos, etc., etc., etc. The first three mentioned of these branches of the Negro population have greater intercourse with Europeans, are better acquainted with European customs, and have, of course, imbibed more of European notions and prejudices on such subjects as the new one now under consideration, that the aboriginal inhabitants of this part of Africa, vaccination therefore is and has been practiced among them to a considerable extent, the stock of lymph being derived from and kept up by frequent renewals from England, that their confidence in it as a measure preventative of smallpox is great. I judge from the anxiety which they shew and the eagerness which they manifest to have their children vaccinated when the smallpox is raging around them, while under ordinary circumstances and when their fears have been lulled by the absence of this fatal epidemic, an absence which they well know is probably but temporary, they exhibit such an unaccountable apathy regarding vaccination that a stranger might well suppose they had no faith in it as a prophylactic measure. Notwithstanding this, I believe they have great confidence in it, although from circumstances to which I shall presently allude, that confidence has declined considerably. Fourth, how soon does the Arcola arrive at its greatest height in those countries? The Arcola surrounding the vaccine vesicle is, I think, at its greatest height about the 11th or 12th day after vaccination, if the lymph node used has been genuine. Fifth, does smallpox prevail there? Sixth, does smallpox prevail there after vaccination? End of chapter 4, part B. Recording by Lynda Neilson, somewhere in the Atlantic. Chapter 4, Part C. Of a Voyage Round the World. Volume 1 by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Smallpox prevails occasionally, and there are instances of it having occurred, even in a confluent form after vaccination. One genuine instance of this kind came under my notice in the year 1824, in the person of a liberated African girl of about 16 years of age. Vaccination had been performed, in this case, by the late Dr. Nicol, Deputy Inspector of Hospitals, and was considered satisfactory. The case proved confluent. The secondary fever was accompanied by a severe diarrhea, which carried off the patient about the 13th day. Another well authenticated instance of the same fact occurred in the early part of the present year, in the family of a respectable Nova Scotian settler. Other cases of a similar nature have been reported by the inhabitants, But I do not consider that, in these cases, the proofs of a pure previous vaccine disease have been satisfactorily established. When vaccination has been carried on for some time from the same stock of lymph, the disease is apt to degenerate and become spurious, from which cause we require a frequent renewal of the lymph from England in order to keep it in continuous and successful operation. The spurious disease on the fifth day generally shews itself in the form of a small globulated papilla. On the eighth day, it presents sometimes an ash-colored pustule containing purulent matter, at other times, and less frequently, a brown-colored scale having a small quantity of purulent matter under it, capable of producing by inoculation a disease similar to itself. The great prevalence of a disease among the Negro population called craw is considered as materially influencing that change in the properties of the pure vaccine lymph, which has been just noticed. That apathy and indolence of which I have already accused the Negro population leads them to consider the appearance of disease in the arm after vaccination as the test of safety from smallpox. Great as the difficulty sometimes is in getting them to bring forward their children for vaccination, it is still greater to procure the examinations in its progress and maturation. The mere appearance of disease in the arm is supposed to carry along with it immunity from smallpox, and the occurrence of the epidemic at an after period. It may be easily foreseen how wretchedly and how fatally this confidence in the spurious disease may be misplaced. I therefore do not consider that in all the cases spoken of among the inhabitants as cases of smallpox occurring after vaccination. There existed satisfactory proofs of the patient having previously undergone the genuine vaccine disease. Yet, I am sorry to say that from such occurrences as these, vaccination has rather lost ground in the opinion of the Negro population. Seventh, is smallpox an increasingly malady? Smallpox is not an increasing malady. It is generally introduced here from the slave cargoes of vessels detained by the squadron and sent here for adjudication. Were this source of its renewal removed, I am persuaded that smallpox would, in the course of a few years, be almost unknown in this part of Africa. Eighth, can the vaccine virus be retained on points and glasses so as to be fit for use? The vaccine lymph, if taken on points, will not retain its virulence 7 days in the country. This observation is established by repeated trials if taken on glasses. I would not be disposed to depend on its activity when kept longer than 14 or 16 days, though I have known it sometimes to retain its original properties for 4 or 5 weeks, if preserved in glass bulbs, hermetically sealed. in the manner practiced by the National Vaccine Institution. I have known its properties unimpaired after keeping for 3 months. Repeated trials have convinced me of the excellence of this mode of preserving the vaccine lymph, and I believe it to be the best and surest that has been yet devised of transmitting the lymph from England to tropical countries. Next to this method, I believe the crusts have proved the most successful. Ninth, are the young Negro population pitted with the smallpox? The Negro population are pitted with the smallpox in the same manner as Europeans. 10th, are there periodical vaccinations of large districts, or is each child vaccinated soon after its birth? If the latter, how soon? The practice in all these cases is, as long as the vaccine lymph continues to produce a genuine disease, to keep it up by the weekly vaccination of all comers. Children are rarely vaccinated under 4 weeks old, but there is no rule observed on this head. 11th, what sort of scars are usually left in the arms? The scar bears the shape of the original vesicle and is slightly depressed below the surface of the surrounding skin. The surface of the scar is marked by a number of small depressions of various shapes, corresponding, I believe, with the cells in the original vesicle. 12th, is vaccination in hot countries attended with feverish symptoms? And if it is, on what day do they begin? Vaccination is sometimes in this country attended with feverish symptoms, but in the most marked cases, so far as I have seen, these symptoms have been so slight as almost to escape common observation. I have not remarked on what day they begin. 13th, is vaccination ever followed by any eruptions? I have seen only one case of this. An eruption appeared on the 6th day after unsuccessful vaccination. It was diffused over the whole body and is now in progress. W. Ferguson, Assistant Surgeon, Royal African Corps. N.B. The case alluded to in the last of the above replies was in the first instance papular eruption, the base of each papilla being surrounded by an inflamed ring. The eruption was thickest on the thorax and on the arms. In its progress, the eruption became pustular, the pustules being in circumference about half the usual size of the vaccine vesicle. On the 12th day, the crust had dropped from some of the smaller pustules, and by the 17th day they had all dropped off, leaving a mark, but not in any manner pitted, and which, I think, promises to be permanent. W.F. Thursday, October 4th, 1827. At length the day arrived when I was to quit Sierra Leone, and I might say with some regret, for during my residence there I had been very hospitably and agreeably entertained by the principal government officers, as well as by several of the most respectable merchants, and I found a sufficient variety of objects of interest to yield ample occupation for the mind. I could have desired to remain some time longer, particularly as the fine weather and what is called the healthy season was fast coming on, which would have afforded me more time to examine and reflect on what was of interest to the colony as well as to the mother country, but I was conscious of a feeling of still deeper regret, and of a different character from that of mere curiosity. It was the pain of parting from those whose kind sympathy had led them to take more than a common interest in my pursuits, and to whose friendly and constant attentions I was indebted for the advantages I enjoyed while I remained in the colony. The apprehension, too, which was afterwards fatally realized, that many of us should never meet again, was calculated to embitter my leave taking even more poignantly. Of the friends who were then around me at Sierra Leone, the greater number are now no more. The principal persons amongst whom are the following: Colonels Lumley and Denham, Mr. K. Macaulay, member of council, Mr. Barber, Mr. Levers, Mr. Raphael, acting judge, Mr. Magnus, clerk of the court, Lieutenant Green, R.A.C., and several gentlemen volunteers of the same corps. At daylight in the morning, just as the ship was preparing to get her anchors up, a heavy tornado came in, and the rain continued for some hours after the violence of the wind had subsided. Notwithstanding the rain, however, Colonel Lumley, the lieutenant governor of the colony, and his private secretary, Lieutenant McLean, R.A.C., came on board at 8 o'clock for a passage to Cape Coast, where the lieutenant governor was going for the purpose of delivering the fortress of Cape Coast Castle into the hands of the British merchants, who were to take possession of it with a militia force, which they were permitted to organize for their own protection, the government allowing them a stipend sum to support the necessary establishment, at the same time withdrawing the troops of the Royal African Corps and all the government stores, part of which were to be sent to Fernando Po and the rest to Sierra Leone or England. At 10 o'clock we got under way and made sail out of Sierra Leone harbor. The Horatio, a schooner which Captain Owen had purchased to take provisions, mechanics, and laborers to Fernando Po, was to have sailed in company with us, but from some unaccountable delay she did not join us till we got to Cape Coast. Footnote: Veneo Gomez, a Portuguese, was the first person who rented a monopoly of the trade of the coast of Guinea, on consideration of his paying 300 milreis per annum for 5 years, and he was to discover 100 leagues of coast per annum, beginning at Sierra Leone. He finished his discoveries at Cape St. Catherine's. End footnote. At noon, Cape Sierra Leone bore east 1/2, south, distance 7 miles, and the Banana Islands south 1/2, east. The afternoon cleared up, and the wind was very light. From Sierra Leone to Cape St. Anne, the course is south 57 degrees, east, distance 86 miles. From Cape St. Anne to Cape Meserada, the course is south 60 degrees, east, distance 123 miles. End of chapter 10. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 5, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cape St. Anne, Dangerous Shoals, Old Sailors, Liberia, Origin and History of the Colony, Failure at Cherbourg Island, Experiment at Liberia, Difficulties encountered by the settlers, Differences with the natives, Final adjustment, Improving state of the colony, Laws and morals, Remarks on colonization. Friday, October 5th. There was a moderate breeze from the westward, and fine weather. At 8 o'clock, finding by our calculation that we had rounded the shoals of Cape St. Anne, we altered our course more towards the land, intending to run along the Gold Coast, within sight of the shore. These shoals are the most dangerous part of the west coast of Africa, and there is good reason to believe that many vessels have been wrecked on them, particularly in former times. There is but little doubt that H.M. late ship Redwing was lost here, for there has been no trace of her since the day she sailed from Sierra Leone, the afternoon of which was very squally, excepting a small mast that was picked up on the coast, to the northward, with her name on it, and, as she was bound from Sierra Leone to Accra, she had occasion to go round these shoals, which commence about 30 miles from Cape Sierra Leone. But there is an additional cause for apprehending that such was her fate, for I was informed by an officer that he heard Captain Clavering say that he did not believe in the existence of these shoals. It is not improbable, therefore, that, with an idea of shortening his passage, he might have attempted to have gone nearer to them than prudence would justify, and thus tempted the danger which he had held to be apocryphal. They might also have neglected to sound sufficiently often, an error which I have frequently witnessed, and which arises from a mistaken wish to save trouble and time, a poor excuse for risking the loss of lives and property. I am sure this will not be the case with Captain Owen, for I believe he knows the ground under water where his ship is in soundings, as well as that which he sees above it. And among the jokes of the crew of his ship, there was one on his late surveying voyage, uttered by an old sailor, who said that as soon as he was paid off, he would set up a public house in Wapping with the sign of the Bag and Nippers. Footnote: this is a small bag filled with air, for the purpose of floating nippers that are attached to it, through which the line passes, being intended to fasten itself to the line on the surface of the water the moment you check on it, perceiving the lead strike the bottom, by which means more correct soundings are obtained. End footnote. And the words "Watch there, watch" written underneath. Notwithstanding this poor fellow's joke, he entered a second time with Captain Owen on board the Eden for an equally hazardous voyage, which he did not survive. I was near him in his last moments, when the fatal signal of ebbing life, the rattles in the throat, fell on the ear like the melancholy sound of the muffled drum in a dead march. Sunday, 7th. Light airs and variable, with rain at times. Cape Mesurada in sight great part of the day. Under the eastern side of this cape is the American settlement of Liberia. The origin and progress of this colony present so many points of interest that I am induced to lay before my readers a succinct account of its early history. I am chiefly indebted for the materials of this sketch to a pamphlet which I procured in Sierra Leone, published a short time before in Washington. The first efforts of the American Colonization Society were directed to Sierra Leone in 1818, when two agents were sent there to purchase land for a new colony. On their arrival at their destination, two men of color, well acquainted with the coast, accompanied them on a voyage of exploration. Having examined all the places which appeared suitable for their purposes, they finally made arrangements for forming the new colony on Cherbourg Island, about 100 miles south of Sierra Leone. When one of the agents returned to America, the other having died on his passage, the Society now resolved to fit out an expedition immediately, in which they were greatly aided by the President, the object seeming to be well calculated to promote the political advantages of the United States. The first colonists left America in February 1820. They consisted of two government agents, one from the Society, and 88 persons of color. These immigrants were very unfortunate. They arrived just at the commencement of the rainy season, the damps of which were much increased by the unhealthiness of the low, marshy ground of the Cherbourg. The result was that all agents and a great number of the colonists died. The remainder wisely abandoned a speculation so fruitful of risk. Those people remained at Sierra Leone until new agents were sent out, and another spot selected for colonization. The new scene of operations was Liberia. The territory on which the first settlement of the colonists of Liberia was made forms a tongue of land of 12 leagues extent, in no part more than a league in width, and in some parts contracted to half that distance. This peninsula is so connected with the main land as to represent a scale beam, the narrow isthmus answering to the pivot, which isthmus is formed by an acute angle of the Junk River on the eastern side, that falls into the sea at the southeast extremity of the peninsula, and an acute angle of the Montserrado River on the western side, which falls into the sea at the northwest extremity. Thus the northeast side of the peninsula is washed by the above rivers, and the whole of the southwest side by the sea. The northwest termination of this linear tract of the country is Cape Montserrado, which towards the extremity rises to a promontory sufficiently majestic to present a bold distinction from the uniform level of the coast. The town of Monrovia is situated on the inland side of the peninsula, on the southwest bank of the river Montserrado, about 2 miles within the extremity of the cape. The original settlement approached within 150 yards of the water, and occupied the highest part of the spiral ridge, which traverses a large part of the peninsula, and rises at this place to about 75 feet. At the time this territory was purchased by the agents of the American Colonization Society in December 1821. This tract of land was covered by a dense and lofty forest, entangled with vines, a very large description of parasitical plants, so called, and brushwood, which rendered it almost impervious to new settlers. Opposite the town are two small islands containing together less than 3 acres of ground. The largest of these islands is nearly covered with houses built in the native style and occupied by a family of several hundred domestic slaves, formerly the property of an English factor, but now held in a state of qualified vassalage, common in Africa, by a black man. This little community lives so entirely within its own resources that the individuals composing it are little known by their neighbors. Their utter indifference to whose politics, however, does not preserve them from their dislike and envy, which, without the protection of the American colony, would soon be converted into acts of oppression. There are four tribes in the neighborhood of this coast, viz., the Days, who extend along the coast 25 miles to the northward of Montserrado, to the mouth of the Junk, about 36 miles to the southeastward. Next, towards the interior, the Quays, a small and quiet people whose country lies to the east of Cape Montserrado. The Guras, a more numerous and toilsome race, occupying the country to the northward of the upper part of the St. Paul River, and further into the interior the Condos, whose warlike character renders them the terror of all their maritime neighbors. On the beach, 1 mile to the north of the new settlement, there is a small hamlet belonging to the Crewmen, a people entirely distinct in origin, language, and character from all their neighbors. They originate from the populous tribe whose country is Setra Crew near Cape Palmas, and are well known as the pilots and watermen of the country. The number of families belonging to this hamlet scarcely exceeds a dozen, and may comprehend 50 individuals. The purchase of the Montserrado territory being effected, it was first occupied by such American emigrants as could be collected early in the following year, at which time the indications of hostility exhibited by the Day people demonstrated but too distinctly the insincerity of their engagements with the new settlers, the first division of whom, consisting chiefly of single men, were met with menaces and positively forbidden to land. This purpose they, however, effected upon the small island of Perseverance, situated near the mouth of the Montserrado, where they were kindly received by Mr. S. Mill, an African by birth, who was at that time occupant, and from whom the island had been purchased by Dr. Ayres on behalf of the Society. After many ineffectual attempts to conciliate the friendship of the Days, the ferment of opposition seemed to have subsided, and Dr. Ayres received an invitation to meet the chiefs at a friendly conference in King Peter's Town. This amiable appearance, however, proved to be a mere ruse de guerre, and the doctor found himself a prisoner in the hands of his faithless allies. Nor could he obtain his freedom until he consented to receive back the remnant of the goods, which had been advanced to the natives the preceding month in part payment for their lands. But in according this enforced compliance to their wishes, he contrived eventually to elude their purpose of ejectment, by pleading the impossibility of removing the emigrants until vessels could be procured for their use. The individuals at this time upon the land of Perseverance did not exceed 20 persons. The only shelter for them and their store was that afforded by half a dozen diminutive native huts. The island itself was a mere artificial formation, which being always becalmed by the high land of the Cape, was extremely unhealthy. It was also entirely destitute both of fresh water and firewood, which circumstances added to the insalubrity of the air, and the closeness of the dwellings soon produced a sensible effect upon the health of the settlers. Happily, at this critical juncture, a secret arrangement was concluded with King George, a monarch who claims the right of jurisdiction over the northern district of the peninsula, and by virtue of his authority the settlers were permitted, in consideration of certain presents, consisting of rum, trade cloth, and tobacco, to cross the river and commence clearing the forest for the site of their intended town. Being stimulated to exertion by the union of interest in self-preservation, their labors proceeded with surprising rapidity, and in a very few weeks presented the skeletons of 22 dwelling houses, ranged in an orderly manner to form the principal street of their town. Unfortunately, at this period, so promising to their hopes and so honorable to their assiduity, a circumstance occurred that interrupted their avocations in the most painful manner, and plunged them into a disastrous war with the natives. A small vessel, the prize of an English cruiser, bound to Sierra Leone, and having on board about 30 liberated Africans, put into the roads for water, and had the misfortune to part her cable and run ashore below George's Town, where she was in a few hours beaten to pieces by the heavy surf. She was immediately claimed by the natives on behalf of their king, whose alleged rights they came forward to maintain by the force of arms. In attempting to board, however, they were opposed and beaten back by the prize master and his crew. The American settlers, perceiving the extreme danger of their English visitors, hastened to their relief, bringing with them a brass field piece, which they turned against the assailants, who, terrified by so unaccustomed a mode of warfare, hastily retreated towards their forest-bound hamlet, leaving the English officer, his crew, and the Africans at liberty. The damage on both sides was, however, considerable. On that of the natives, it consisted of many wounded men and 2 killed. On that of the strangers, in the total loss of their vessel, with most part of their stores and property. But on that of the settlers, the injury sustained was fatally severe. It consisted of the destruction by fire of their most valuable and requisite stores, amounting in actual worth to $3,000, a loss incalculably increased by their necessities. The accident arose from some mismanagement of the fusee used for the cannon, a spark from which, communicating with the thatch of the public storehouse, so rapidly spread into a flame, that it was only by the most daring courage that the powder, some casks of provisions, and a few other stores were rescued from the devastating element. The natives, meanwhile, exasperated at the interference of the settlers, and maddened by the sight of their wounded and dead brethren, were only restrained from taking summary vengeance by the dread of the artillery. Even this fear could not prevent their occasionally venturing near enough to fire upon the settlers and their new allies. These furtive and for the most part futile indications of malignity were, however, always easily repelled by a single shot from a 4 or 6 pounder, which usually put the assailants for the time being to an immediate flight. But it was not to this mockery of warfare with King George's warriors that the annoyance of the settlers was limited. Many and various were the vexations to which the hostility of the days were subjected the unhappy adventurers in the mere act of obtaining water, for which purpose they had to pass through the enemy's town. Their obstacles were endless, while the demolition of their unfinished houses, secretly accomplished by their persecutors, and similar injuries constantly practiced, ultimately compelled them to discontinue their principal work. At length the vigilant hatred of their savage enemies resolved itself into a mode of attack which robbed the settlers of all present means of resistance. Watching their opportunity when the boats went up the river Montserrado in search of water, they sheltered themselves beneath the large trees and rocks which overhung the narrowest parts of the river, from whence they fired upon the boats at pleasure, alike without the possibility of receiving any injury, or of their victims avoiding the danger by a hasty retreat. In this adventure one colonist and an English seaman lost their lives, and two other persons were slightly wounded. The recurrence of such events did not fail to keep up a spirit of animosity between the Day tribe and the colonists, whose principal crime in the eyes of the natives was their aversion to the slave trade, an aversion which struck at the root of all the interests, fears, and prejudices of the Days. Old King Peter, the venerable patriarch of the nation, and with whom the first treaty for the purchase of the ground had been negotiated, was capitally arraigned and brought to trial on a charge of betraying the interests of his subjects by selling their country. The accusation was substantiated, and it became doubtful whether the punishment of high treason would not be executed upon the monarch, whom they had been accustomed to venerate and to obey for more than 30 years. Under these circumstances, the settlers became seriously alarmed respecting the nature of the intercourse which might become necessary to the policy of Basia, the king of the larger island, and from whom they had received many proofs of friendship in secret supplies of fuel and water. But as his plantations, with numerous detached bodies of his subjects, were entirely exposed to the power of the Days, it seemed absolutely requisite that his friendship with the tribe should not be affected by any further acts of kindness to a people so inimical to their views. Hence the suspicions of the colonists became naturally excited against Basia. It appeared that the considerations which had been so painfully entertained on the part of the colonists operated no less powerfully upon the mind of the chief, for he immediately summoned to his aid one of the most powerful and famous chiefs of the Condos, by whose protection he had for many years been sustained in his dangerous contiguity to such quarrelsome neighbors. King Botswana, whose political influence over the maritime tribes of the country was nearly absolute, and whose name had long been the terror of his countrymen, replied to the request of his protege with that prompt alacrity which characterized all his actions, almost immediately arriving in person, accompanied with an armed force sufficient to carry into effect any measure that might seem most desirable to their chief. He, with that apparent modesty in which extreme pride delights to dress itself, and which is but another way of exhibiting innate confidence, assured his allies that he came not to pronounce sentence between the coast natives and the strangers, but to do justice to all. He next convoked the head chiefs of the neighborhood to a meeting with the American agents, who were but just returned to the settlement, having been absent during the last mentioned events, and principal settlers, who on their part were required to set forth their grievances and the nature of their claims. These complained of the dishonesty of the Days in withholding the possession of lands which they had sold, and of the hostile acts committed against the colonists by King George's people. These charges were followed by the clamorous discussion on the part of the accused, which the haughty judge, having heard as long as his patience served, at length closed by abruptly rising with the remark that, as the Days had sold their country and accepted a part payment for it, they must abide the consequences of their indiscretion, and that their refusal of the bounds due to them could not annul nor affect the sale. "Let the Americans," said he, "have their lands immediately. Whoever is unsatisfied with my decision, let him say so." Then turning to the agents, "I promise you," said he, "protection. If these people give you further disturbance, send for me. And I swear that if they oblige to me to come again to quiet them, I will do it effectually by taking their heads from their shoulders, as I did that of old King George on my last visit to settle their disputes." End of chapter 5, part A. Chapter 5, Part B, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The necessity of an acquiescence in this decree being by common consent allowed, no farther opposition was offered by the natives, and the usual interchange of presents having been effected, the colonists resumed their labors with increased zeal and confidence. On the 26th of April, the colonists took formal possession of the Cape, but unfortunately so much time had been lost in contesting with the natives that notwithstanding all their industry, the rainy and tornado season set in while the dwelling houses were still roofless. In the island sickness began to make terrific ravages. Both the agents were among the sufferers, and it was soon evident that unless a removal from their insalubrious situation should be speedily effected, the consequences would be finally fatal. Nor was this their only trial, for in the midst of this appalling visitation, the gaunt spectre Famine reared its ghastly head, and threatened them with new terrors. In circumstances so dispiriting, where despair seemed about to crash the weakened energies of the laborers, and where nothing but activity could preserve them from the loss of life, it was perhaps more honorable to Dr. Ayer's benevolence than to his policy that he proposed to convey the settlers back to Sierra Leone. It is, however, a fact worthy of record as well as admiration that only a small part of the immigrants embraced this proposal. The rest, consisting of 26 persons capable of bearing arms, with a few women and children, together with Mr. Wiltberger, the Society's assistant agent, remained to combat the difficulties of their situation, thus nobly affording a pledge to find for themselves and their brethren a present home, and for the oppressed African or the captured slave a safe asylum on this once hostile coast. The settled rains of the season now set in with unusual violence, and the struggles and hardships endured by this little band cannot be easily imagined. However, so great was their persevering industry that before the 1st of May several dwelling houses had been rendered habitable, with a small frame house for the agent, and a storehouse sufficient for the purposes that had been constructed of serviceable materials. In the beginning of July, the colonists completed their removal from the island. Each took possession of the humble dwelling that was henceforth to constitute his home. The agents had meanwhile both sailed for the United States, leaving the settlement under the management of one of the emigrants, Elijah Johnson of New York, who acquitted himself so much to the satisfaction of the settlers that he now enjoys one of the most respectable situations in the municipal government conferred upon him by the people. Still, the most economical division of their rapidly diminishing store of provisions could not enable them to exist through more than half of the rainy season, and as no present produce could be derived from the soil, their prospects continued dark and dispiriting, circumstances which derived no inconsiderable addition from the fact that their stores had been reported to the managers in the United States as sufficient for a 12-month consumption. But as though fortune at length won to admiration of their fortitude, had determined to recompense their sufferings, a vessel arrived unexpectedly with a moderate supply of stores, and 37 persons patronized by the Colonization Society. This vessel had encountered many difficulties on her passage, but she arrived safely off Cape Montserrado on the 8th of August, being the middle of the rainy season. Here Mr. J. Ashman, who had with a truly philanthropic feeling undertaken the direction of this expedition, received the first accounts of the departure of the agents and the disasters of the colony. A fresh difficulty now arose in providing dwellings for the newly arrived immigrants, as well as a larger and more secure storehouse for transport stores. And it was not until after 4 weeks of incessant labor that Mr. Ashmun had the satisfaction of seeing the passengers and property all safely landed and provided with shelter to secure them from the rains of that inclement season. He next lost no time in ascertaining the external relations of the settlements with respect to the temper of their neighbors, and for this purpose proceeded to conciliate those kings whose alliance he deemed most desirable. He encouraged them to trade with the colony, and sought to establish them in amicable bonds by receiving their sons and subjects for the purposes of instruction in all those points which form the basis of civilization. Yet notwithstanding these pacific measures, A hostile and malign spirit on the part of the Days could not be wholly concealed. These symptoms rendered it advisable that measures of permanent defense should be adopted, and on the 18th of August the present Martello Tower was consequently planned and the building actively commenced. Their military force was meanwhile extremely slender, consisting of not above 30 men capable of bearing arms. They had 40 muskets, but out of 6 guns attached to the settlement, only one was fit for use, 4 of the remaining number being without carriages. There were no flints, and but little ammunition. It was soon perceived that a system of defense was to be originated, without either the materials or artificers usually considered requisite. But undaunted by obstacles like these, each difficulty seemed to stimulate the ingenuity of the colonists to fresh activity and untried resources. With immense labor the guns were transported over the river and conveyed to the height of the peninsula, where they were mounted on rough truck carriages. 13 African youths, attached to the United States Agency, were next exercised in the daily use of arms. A master of ordnance was also appointed to repair the small arms and to make up a quantity of cartridges, as well as to arrange minor details for service. But their chief difficulties arose from the necessity of clearing the heavy forest from the neighborhood of the town, and keeping a constant nightly watch, a duty which required no less than the services of 20 men. But arduous as these were, they were carried on with unremitting diligence by all whose health remained unaffected by the climate. At the commencement of the 3rd week after his arrival, the agent was attacked with fever, and a few days after, his wife, whose affectionate devotion had induced her to accompany him, was seized with symptoms fatally. The sickness from this period made so rapid a progress amongst the last division of immigrants that in a short time there were but 2 of their number who were not on the sick list. Notwithstanding the domestic calamity and the enerving debility which bowed the energies and spirit of the agent, he continued, at every intermission of fever, to direct the operations of the colonists, and to organize such a plan of defense as he considered necessary to secure the safety of the settlement, so that, in the event of his death, they might not be deprived of their security. To accomplish this purpose, 5 heavy guns were stationed at the different points of a triangle which enclosed the whole town, each angle resting on a point of ground sufficiently commanding to enfilade 2 sides of the triangle, and to sweep over a considerable extent beyond the lines. These guns were to be covered by musket-proof triangular stockades, of which 2 would be sufficient to contain all the settlers in their wings. The brass piece and 2 swivels, mounted on traveling carriages, were stationed in the center, ready to support the post exposed to the heaviest attack. These detached works were to be all joined together by a paling, intended to enclose the whole settlement. Meanwhile, the Martello Tower was to be carried on with all possible speed, and it was hoped that this, when completed, would almost supersede the necessity of the rest, and form an impregnable barrier to the efforts of any native force, while the tangled brushwood and newly felled trees were to form a formidable and impracticable hedge for a side. With all the details of this plan, the most intelligent of the colonists were made familiar, so that they might be carried into effect for the good of those who might happen to survive. On the 8th of November, while these warlike preparations were still far from being completed, intelligence arrived at the colony that King George, who, with his people, had previously evacuated the neighboring town, and to whom the African youths had deserted, was advancing upon the settlement with force, composed of such people from among all the neighboring tribes as had the daring to set the authority of King Botswain at defiance. Happily for the colonists, they had a means of acquiring intelligence of their enemies' deliberations and intentions, of which that enemy was little aware, a circumstance which enabled them effectually to guard against surprise, and of which the agent took advantage to press the necessity of coolness and determination upon the attention of the men. On the evening of November 10th, the army of King George made its appearance at the distance of little more than half a mile to the westward of the settlement, where it encamped for the night. The number of warriors comprising in this force was generally estimated at 900, but as the chiefs were the only persons who could tell the exact amount, and each was afterwards interested to diminish the account of their individual subjects, it is probable that the force was much greater than it was allowed. The most wakeful vigilance was kept up by the settlers throughout the night, but the OPK having imprudently ventured, in violation of their orders, to leave their station at the dawn of day, were immediately followed by the native force, who, suddenly presenting a front of 10 yards in width, fired a volley, and then rushing forward, took possession of the post towards which they had been so incautiously led, and from which the men were driven without having been able to discharge their guns. Had the enemy possessed the skill or the self-denial to have kept their advantage, the colonists must have been utterly destroyed. But such was their avidity for plunder, that abandoning everything for the pillage of 4 houses in the outskirt of the settlement, they so far impeded and confused the main body of their army that the colonists had time to recover from their panic, and by keeping up a rapid fire with the brass field piece, they brought the whole body of the enemy to a stand. A detachment of musketeers, with E. Johnson at their head, was meanwhile dispatched round the enemy's flank, which considerably increased their disorder, and in about 20 minutes the main front of the assailants began to recoil. But from the numerous obstacles presented to their rear, the entire absence of discipline, and the difficulty of giving a reversed order without method to so large a body, and added to all, the delay arising from their practice of carrying off their dead, their retreat was, for a time, rendered impossible, and the violence used by those in front to hasten this measure only increased the difficulties of its accomplishment. The colonists, perceiving their advantage, quickly regained possession of the western post, and brought their long nine powder to rake the whole line of the enemy, who, pressed together in so dense a body that a child might have walked on their heads from one end to the other, remained thus defenseless and exposed to the destructive fire that was poured upon them by a cannon of great power, at no more than 60 yards distance. Every shot from this tremendous engine did immense execution, and savage yells filled the forest with horrible echoes. These gradually died away as the terrified host fell back. At 8 o'clock the well-known signal for their retreat was sounded, and immediately after, small parties were seen running off in different directions. One large canoe, employed in carrying a party across the mouth of the Montserrado, venturing within the range of the long gun, was struck by the shot, and several men killed. On the part of the settlers, it was soon ascertained that considerable injury had been sustained. One woman, who had imprudently, and contrary to express orders, passed the night in a house outside the fortifications, and which happened to be at the point first attacked, received 13 wounds, and had been placed aside as dead. After incredible suffering, she, however, recovered. Another, flying from the house with two infant children, received a wound in the head, and was robbed of both her babes, but she herself providentially escaped. A young married woman, with the mother of 5 small children, finding their house surrounded, barricaded the door in the vain hope of resistance. It was forced, when each of the women, seizing an axe, held the barbarians in check several minutes longer. They were, however, speedily overpowered, and the youngest stabbed to the heart. The mother, instinctively springing through the window to preserve her suckling babe, providentially escaped, but the babe recoiled through fright, was left behind, and fell into the enemy's hands. It was not possible to ascertain the number lost by the enemy, but it must have been very considerable, as it is calculated that the killed carried away by water alone amounted to not less than 150. Many others were conveyed along the beach on mats, and 27 bodies were at one period found by a party of friendly condos employed by the agent to remove them. And long after this action, the offensive effluvia from the wood proved that the researches of these persons were still incomplete. The numerical force of the settlers at this period amounted to 35 persons, including 6 native youths, not 16 years of age. Of this number, but one half were engaged. After this action, it was determined to contract the lines, and to surround the central houses and stores with a musket-proof stockade, and before night more than 80 yards of this erection were completed. The work was carried on with no other interruption on the following day than the necessary one of burying the dead, and was so speedily completed that by the 14th of the month half the number of men were, by the contraction of the lines, relieved from camp duty. thus obtaining for each a larger portion of rest during the day, which enabled them to perform their night watch with renewed vigor. An additional gun was mounted and posted on the same day, and every hour witnessed some progress in the discipline or defenses of the colonists. It was at this period that a friendly message, accompanied by a small present consisting of the country's produce, sent by Prince Tom Basa, a chief of some distinction, inspired something like encouragement to the hopes of the desolate little band. But it cannot be denied that their despondency outweighed their hopes. On discovering that, elusive of rice, there remained but 15 days' provision in store. Each individual was now placed on an allowance per diem, scarcely sufficient to sustain animal strength, especially when such constant demands were made upon their industry and vigilance. No supplies could be obtained from the natives, in whose hands 7 infant children were retained as captives, added to which the enemy's troops, though repelled, had not dispersed, and the colonists remained in daily expectation of a fresh incursion upon their little territory. To complete all came the cruel conviction that their stock of ammunition was insufficient to maintain more than an hour's defense. These considerations, as well as the fear that the infant captives might fall victims to their infuriated enemies, determined the agent to make another attempt to open a treaty for peace with the hostile chiefs, and after great difficulty he succeeded in conveying a message to their council, then in the act of debating a second attack, descriptive of the wishes of the colonists to maintain peace, and of their equal determination to oppose an invasion, with measures still more destructive than those under which their assailants had already suffered. These negotiations being unsatisfactorily entertained for some time, a day of humiliation and prayer was set apart at the settlement, after which the preparations for resistance were carried on as before. Fortunately, at this juncture a trading vessel touched at the Cape, from which the most pressing wants of the people obtained relief, and a few days after a still more bountiful supply was received through the disinterested kindness of Captain Brassey of Liverpool, who, unsolicited and without prospect of remuneration, nearly exhausted his own stores to relieve the necessities of the sick and wounded, and presuming upon a long acquaintance with the people of these parts, he undertook to negotiate for peace. His efforts were, however, not successful, and immediately after the departure of his vessel, a considerable army advanced upon the colonists. They, however, on their part, were better defended than on the former occasion, and although the force against which they had to contend was more numerous and better disciplined than before, yet as the forest in the neighborhood of the town was now converted into a wide plain, the assailants were obliged to approach under a fire from the cannon, the rapidity of which to them appeared like magic. End of chapter 5, part B. Chapter 5, Part C, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The natives sustain these destructive measures with surprising fortitude and perseverance, several times throwing themselves on their faces to allow the shots to pass over them, and renewing their own fire immediately after each discharge. But a contest so unequal could not be long maintained. In 70 minutes from the commencement of the attack, a final victory was accomplished, and the terrified fugitives dispersed as suddenly as they appeared, many throwing themselves into the water and diving to avoid the shots that were fired after them. The loss on the part of the natives was supposed not to be greater than upon the former occasion, but its results were longer and more fearfully remembered. 3 men belonging to the colony, serving as the guns on the eastern post, were wounded. Gardenier and Crook dangerously, Tynes mortally. The agent received 3 bullets through his clothes, but providentially escaped without any bodily hurt. There was at this time but little surgical knowledge, less skill, and no instruments at the settlement. Its dispensary was liberally furnished with James powders and febrifuges, but for broken bones and extracting pieces of pot metal or copper ship bolts from shattered limbs, there had been no provision whatever. A dull penknife or razor were submitted for lancets, and for probes there was nothing to be had but pieces of priming wire. The sufferings of those compelled to carry in their cankering wounds the corroding metal were indescribably afflicting, and served to exemplify most completely the cruelty of placing men subject to the casualties of war beyond the reach of surgical assistance. A movement on the following night, supposed to indicate hostility, induced the officer on duty at the western post to open a pretty brisk fire of musketry, with several discharges from the large guns. This, however, proved a most fortunate circumstance, for it was not only the cause of bringing immediate relief to the settlement, but was finally productive of the most beneficial results. The English colonial schooner Prince Regent, laden with military stores, having as passengers Captain Yang of the Royal African Light Infantry and a prize crew commanded by Midshipman Gordon, belonging to HMB sloop of war Driver, 6 days from Sierra Leone, bound for Cape Coast, was at the time in the offing a little past the Cape. So unusual a circumstance as cannoning at midnight could not fail to attract notice, and the vessel lay till morning, when a crewman arrived on board intelligence of the situation of the settlement, and was immediately dispatched on shore with offers of assistance. On the following day the officers landed, and kindly undertook to mediate on behalf of the colonists. An interview with the native chiefs was without much difficulty procured, their warriors having dispersed, and themselves being overwhelmed with vexation and shame. After a little show of affected reluctance, they were easily induced to sign an instrument by which they became bound to observe an unlimited truce, and to refer all their future differences with the settlers to the arbitration of the governor of Sierra Leone. It is scarcely necessary to remark that having no real grievances to submit, they never had recourse to this provisionary reference, from which time the colony has been considered invincible to native force, and consequently has been permitted to prosecute its plans in the utmost tranquillity, uninterrupted even by the semblance of war. The death of the amiable and lamented Gordon, with 8 out of 11 generous seamen, who volunteered their services to remain on the settlement to guarantee the truce settled by Captain Liang, was the first event that occurred to interrupt the general joy that prevailed after the consummation of peace. These gallant fellows all fell victims to the climate, within 4 weeks after the departure of the Prince Regent on the 4th of December. On the 8th of the same month, the colonists received fresh assistance through the friendly offices of Captain Wesley and his officers, whose vessel, a large privateer schooner under Colombian colors, came to anchor off the town. By the aid of mechanics obtained from this vessel, the settlement was put into a superior state of defense, while the sufferings of the wounded were alleviated by the assiduous attentions of a skillful surgeon. After conferring upon the settlers countless obligations during a term of 4 weeks, Captain Wesley's vessel sailed, bearing with it the sincerest wishes of a grateful people. The agent's health, which had promised improvement, sunk into a state of hopeless debility, and by the 16th of December, medicines utterly failed to produce any beneficial effect. It was at this period that a remedy of the most singular nature was presented to him by a French charlatan, who, accidentally touching at the Cape, offered his services. A drowning wretch, it is said, will catch at a straw, and from despair rather than hope the agent submitted to his adviser, and consented to try the effects of his prescription. A potion was accordingly prepared, of which one ingredient was a spoonful of calomel. Having administered this, the Frenchman proceeded on his voyage, leaving the patient to abide the consequences of his docility. Such, however, was the weakness of his system, that he could neither throw it off nor take it into circulation for 5 days. The crude poison was then voided, and a distressing salivation ensued, in the course of which all other morbid symptoms disappeared. By the middle of February, he was restored to health and the active duties of his station. 2 out of the number of captive children had been delivered up for a small gratuity. 5 still remained, for whose release an extravagant ransom was demanded, terms steadily rejected by the colonists. It speaks well, however, for the humanity of the natives, that their first object had been to place these young prisoners in the care of experienced nurses. These protectresses so entirely won the affection of their charges, that when the chiefs determined eventually to restore them unransomed to their parents, they were obliged to be taken from their nurses by main force. The long illness of the agent had released the principle of industry and order which he had been so anxious to establish, and on his recovery he found it required all his influence to rouse the colonists into these exertions, which were necessary to secure their comfort and the safety of their stores during the rainy season. The huts were still without floors, and except the storehouse there was but one shingled roof, so that through the thatch of nearly all the rain could easily penetrate in continued streams. The store of provisions was now consumed, and still remained unreplenished by any shipment from America. while the neglect of effective financial arrangement on the part of the colonization society at home rendered it difficult for the agent to make purchases from occasional vessels, and he had already a larger pecuniary responsibility that as an individual he could justify either to himself or others. The productions of the country had been rendered available, but the few disposable goods which the settlers possessed were now all exhausted in their purchases. Matters had arrived at the extremity when, on the 12th of March, the welcome intelligence of the arrival on the coast of the U.S. ship Cyane, R.T. Spence, Esquire, was announced by a crewman from Sierra Leone. By the judicious and indefatigable exertions of that officer, the hulk of the dismantled and long condemned schooner Augustus was again floated and metamorphosed into a seaworthy and useful vessel, on board which Captain Spence placed a crew and a quantity of stores for the new settlement, under the command of Lieutenant Dashiell. Not satisfied with these important services, he rendered the agent's house habitable, and caused the Martello Tower to be completed, chiefly by the labor of his own crew, before the 20th of April, and it is to be deeply regretted that the sickness which had begun to make fearful inroads in the crew of his ship during her stay at the Cape terminated in the death of no less than 40 persons, soon after her return to America. Dr. Dix, the surgeon of the Cyane, became the earliest victim of a too generous zeal for the advancement of the colony. The tears of gratitude fell upon his grave, which was closed over his remains by the hands of a sorrowing community. The case of the amiable Seton is still more worthy of memorial. In him the blossoms of youth had just ripened into the graceful bloom of manhood, giving to a person naturally prepossessing the higher ornament of a benevolent disposition and accomplished mind. He perceived that his services would be invaluable to the colony, and he became the voluntary companion of the solitary agent. His conciliing manners and judicious counsels completed the conquest of public approbation, and rendered his decease, which took place on board the Oswego 5 days after he had re-embarked for the United States, a subject of unmitigated grief to the whole colony. The arrival of the above mentioned vessel, bringing an accession of 66 immigrants from the Middle States of America with ample stores and a physician, terminated the difficulties of the colonists, and since that period the settlement has continued rapidly improving in all those resources necessary to the comforts of peace, as well as in those means of defense which serve at once to repel and even defy the incursions of war. From this period the affairs of the colony have rapidly improved. In a short time after peace was restored, 61 new emigrants and a supply of stores under the charge of Dr. Ayres augmented the resources of the colonists. But that gentleman was obliged, in consequence of the state of his health, to resign, at the close of 1823, the superintendence of the interests of the colony to Mr. Ashman, who continued, until the period of his death, to act as principal colonial agent to the society. To Mr. Ashman's admirable management of the affairs of the colony, much of its contentment and security may be attributed. He purchased from its natural owners all the territory he occupied, and as not an acre was taken without an equivalent, the natives were well pleased to cultivate an intercourse that was at once so profitable and desirable. In 1825, a number of fresh immigrants arrived whose pursuits were of an agricultural nature, and as they desired to go into the jungle at once and commence operations, a negotiation was opened with the neighboring tribes for the purchase of land. The ground selected was a tract of about 20 miles, varying from 1 to 3 miles in breadth, lying on the navigable part of the St. Paul's River. The advantage of this accession of territory consisted in the opportunity it afforded the settlers of dwelling on their plantations, instead of being compelled to live in the town, at an inconvenient distance from them, in the fertility of the soil, which was sufficiently rich to enable the emigrant to support himself and his family a short time after his arrival, in making the agricultural settlement more available and compact, and in securing the trade of the St. Paul's River, which was an object of great importance. Subsequently to that period, other additions have been made to the possessions of the colonists, and at present the colony exceeds nearly 150 miles along the coast, and a considerable distance into the interior. The government of the colony commands 8 trading stations, established on the purchased land for the convenience of and intercourse with the natives from Cape Mount to Trade Town, and the prospects and advantages of the colonists are every day improving. The laws by which a colony so prosperous and happy is governed must suggest a subject of deep concern to every man who is interested in any project that has for its end the promotion of all the well being of any section of his fellow creatures. In this little colony, which has succeeded so effectually in securing the confidence and attachment of the natives, the utmost vigilance appears to have been exercised from the commencement to prevent any dangerous precedents from being established that might afterwards be cited for the defense of customs injurious to the interests of the settlers. One of the first principles adopted, even before the regulations by which the colonists were governed assumed the tangible shape of law, was that all persons born in the colony or residing in it should be free, and enjoy all the rights and privileges of citizenship known to the United States of America, which was taken as the model of the Liberian Constitution in all respects, except that anomaly, the institution of slavery. It must always continue to be a matter of surprise and regret that a country which expended so much blood on the purchase of its independence should sanction within its boundary the existence of slavery as a legal right. The ermine is said to die if a single man fall on its spotless skin, and one would suppose that the giant republic of the New World would be equally susceptible throughout her mighty frame of the taint of slavery. But perhaps there is a fine moral in the fact, to shew us that the works of man, even in his most elevated inspirations, must of necessity be imperfect. The wisdom and power of the Godhead alone can produce perfection. The colonists of Liberia resolved to avoid the error of the parent country. They began by banishing the very name of slave, and they have persisted in the resolution to keep themselves free. Under the provisions of their constitution, the Colonization Society is empowered to make such regulations as may appear requisite for the government of the colony, until it shall withdraw its superintendence and leave the colonists to govern themselves. The common law, as it is in force in the United States, is applied to the jurisdiction of Liberia. In 1824 a regular plan for the civil government of the colony was drawn up, and a digest of laws framed, which have been approved of and are now in full operation. By this plan the agent is invested with sovereign power, subject only to the decision of the colonial board. Municipal and judicial officers are appointed. The choice of certain offices is vested in the colonists, subject to the approval of the agent, and standing committees of agriculture, of public works, of colonial militia, and of health are appointed, whose duties are clearly defined and rigidly enforced. The criminal code is singularly mild, the highest degree of punishment being expulsion from the colony, which is a very beautiful exemplification of the sense of honor and integrity that the colonists entertain when, for the most flagrant violations of civil rights and good order, they deem it a sufficient disgrace and infliction to cast out the guilty person from all further communion, the property of the exile being given to his heir, or lack of an heir reverting to the general stock. End of chapter 5, part C. Chapter 5, part D. Of a Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The remarkable success which crowned the efforts of the settlers in Liberia has subsequently led to the consideration of more extensive plans for the establishment of colonies for liberated slaves. Of course, in proportion as the circle of manumission is enlarged, the provision for future welfare of the emancipated blacks must be increased, with a double view, therefore, not only to prepare adequate settlements for their reception, but by the exercise of an active liberality to encourage the spirit of freedom which was found difficult of accomplishment at first, but which ultimately yielded to the energies of the opponents of the slave trade in America. Many attempts have been made in the United States to abolish, or at all events diminish, the practice of slavery, but in vain, for it appears, however startling and apocryphal the statement may seem, that the English government, during the period that they exercised sovereignty in the Union, always refused to sanction the abrogation of slavery. Even so far back as 1698, the mother country rejected a proposition made by the Assembly of Pennsylvania to levy a duty of 10% per head on the importation of slaves, which was intended to operate as a prohibition. Indeed, one of the proximate causes of the Declaration of Independence, July 1776, was the unrestricted introduction of slaves. Soon after the American War had terminated, it was suggested as an appropriate measure in fulfillment of views which had been so long defeated by the influence of English authority, to establish a colony on the coast of Africa, but the continued pursuit of the degrading traffic by almost all the powers of Europe prevented the benevolent projectors from carrying their design into effect. 20 years afterwards, the plan was revived, and the most strenuous exertions were made in the different states to organize a body of opinion, which should finally triumph over the self interest and reluctant morality of the slave owners. At this period, one of the difficulties which the philanthropic abolitionists experienced was the want of a suitable refuge for such slaves as they might be enabled to liberate. The legislature of Virginia, which contains nearly one-third of the black population of the Union, pledged itself to release all its slaves if Congress would undertake to provide an adequate asylum for them. President Jefferson negotiated in vain for a territory in Africa and the Brazils. The legislature of Virginia again renewed its pledge, and as much of the bigotry of former times had now been obliterated by the diffusion of enlightened principles, the renewal of the proposition was followed by the best results. General Mercer, familiarly designated as the Wilberforce of America, opened a correspondence with the principal advocates of emancipation, which ultimately produced the formation of the American Colonization Society on the 1st of January, 1817. The labors of the society were greatly facilitated by the laws of the Union, which left to each state the uncontrolled power of legislating for itself on the subject of slavery. The members of the society had therefore merely to address themselves to the humanity and understanding of the slave owners, in order finally to attain their purpose. The progress of moral truth, however slow, is always certain, and the issue of those proceedings has been such as the excellence of their object might have led us to anticipate. Several of the states have already signified their willingness to forego all the pernicious advantages of slavery, and the number of slaves offered gratuitously by owners in different parts of America vastly exceed the present means of the society to provide for them in Africa. The legislature of Maryland appreciates so highly the utility and importance of the settlement of Liberia that they have voted in the first instance a considerable sum to be appropriated annually to its support, and to have subsequently within the last 6 months voted $200,000 for the purpose of assisting in the formation of another settlement on the same principles. It is therefore sufficiently evident that what is now required to complete the united objects of manumission and colonization is not so much the consent of the slave owners as the power of carrying the design into operation. Mr. Elliott Cresson of Philadelphia, an active and enthusiastic supporter of the cause, visited England in 1832 for the purpose of drawing attention to the subject, and of appealing to the well-known generosity of a country that has uniformly taken the lead in advancing the interests of civilization. A society was formed under the patronage of H.R.H. the Duke of Sussex, with the view of extending colonization in Africa on the same system which has proved so successful in the case of Liberia. The subject unfortunately did not excite the attention which might have been anticipated, partly, I fear, because it was ill timed, and was considered by the general body of abolitionists as a diversion tending to distract the public mind from the great question of emancipation, which was then undergoing anxious discussion, and partly because it was considered by some as a palliative liking to prolong the existence of slavery in the same ratio as it diminished its evils. The selection of so unseasonable a moment for introducing the subject to the public was influenced by the necessity Mr. Cresson was under of returning to the United States. But previously to his departure, the objections to the efforts of the Society were fully answered, and the important fact of the independence of each state in reference to slavery was stated in ample detail. From those statements it appeared that the law of slavery in some cases prohibits not only the emancipation but the education of slaves, in order to render their bondage still more hopeless and oppressive, but that the efforts of the Society were gradually abating the rigor of those cruel restrictions. The Society has hitherto endeavored, as far as its powers would permit, to extend the principle of colonization, by removing invariably with their own consent such slaves as have the good fortune to obtain their freedom, to a spot where they were not only free from competition with the white population, but where their education, imperfect as it might have been, rendered them the superior instead of the inferior class, thus silently promoting the blessings of Christianity and civilization among the native tribes. Mr. Cresson, during his residence in England, distributed several illustrative documents sanctioned by names of distinguished persons in the United States, and to which I am indebted for some of these particulars. From these documents, were there even no evidence, it may be fairly inferred that Liberia affords uncontrovertible proof of the practicability of establishing colonies on the African coast, composed of persons of the African race, nearly, if not wholly, freed from the control of the whites; that the expense of establishing such a colony is moderate, not having exceeded, in the case in point, 4,000 lire per annum; that it is greatly favored by the natives, with whom the colonists are rapidly extending their commercial and friendly relations to their mutual benefit; that it has not only placed a large number of manumitted slaves in a prosperous situation, but led to the emancipation of many who must otherwise have still continued in bondage; and finally that it has completely put an end to the slave trade in the immediate neighborhood of the settlement, where that nefarious traffic was hitherto most extensively persecuted. It is to be deplored that although Great Britain had recently made a noble effort to abolish slavery in her own dominions, there are other countries which still sanction a usage so degrading to our age and religion. But a very short time since, several vessels were captured, the united cargoes of which amounted to 1,000 slaves, and when we refer to the large proportion which the liberated Africans bear to the rest of the population in Sierra Leone, equal to about three-fourths of the whole, and consider the heavy expense at which this country endeavors to fulfill the serious responsibility it has taken upon itself in the liberation of these unfortunate captives, I am persuaded that all the particulars which can be collected respecting Liberia will be deemed worthy of the most serious attention. My readers, therefore, will not, I trust, think that I devote too much space to the subject, if I close my rapid sketch of the progress and fortunes of this settlement with the latest information respecting it, which has been received in Europe, it is of a very recent date, and is from the pen of Dr. Mechlin, the governor of Liberia. The colony is daily adding strength and respectability to its character, and if even now all patronage was withdrawn, the colonists are fully capable of sustaining and defending themselves from any assaults of the natives, and regulating their own concerns in such a manner as to secure the prosperity of the colony. A courthouse, and trial by jury are established. At this moment, since the departure of Governor Mechlin, and until the new governor arrives out, there are none other than blacks among the inhabitants of Liberia. The slaves who were captured and brought into St. Augustine and Key West, after remaining in the United States from 6 to 12 months, were sent to Liberia, a quantity of land being granted to them there. They have gone on to cultivate it in a manner equal, if not superior, to that of the colonists. They have been able to accomplish thus much from what experience they gained while in this country. These people arrived at Liberia naked. They have clothed themselves from the avails of their labor, and, what is rather singular, they have gone into the town to seek out for themselves wives, esteeming themselves too far advanced in civilization and refinement to form connections among the natives, although they might obtain from among them much more comely persons than they are enabled to find among the very meanest of the colonists, from whom they are obliged to select. This fact alone shows that but a small degree of civilization infused into this people tends to the elevation of their character. The colonists of Monrovia are said to be much more inclined to trade than to cultivate the earth. The English and the French vessels which come there have engrossed almost the whole trade of the colony. The Americans not being able to compete with them, many of the natives come into the town, and are employed as laborers by the colonists. The colonists also receive some of the children of the natives into their families, and send them to school. At different times the natives have made 3 or 4 attacks on the settlements, but have always been repelled with spirit. For the last year the natives have been very quiet and friendly. The colonists can bring into the field, if necessary, about 500 troops, which are considered a match for 10 times the number of natives. Many tribes of these natives hold slaves, which are treated with much cruelty, and it is doubtful if even their masters are so well off or so happy as the slaves in our southern states. They are much less civilized and more ignorant. The people they call Kroomen reside in the country. They come down to the sea shore and pitch their tents, and launch their canoes, and, sailing all along the coast, they become pilots to the traders, and these are the men with whom the Spaniards trade for slaves. These crewmen keep no slaves themselves, neither do they allow any of their own tribe to be sold as slaves, and they become of so much importance to the slave dealers on the coast, acting as sort of brokers, negotiating among the tribes for slaves, that they themselves, knowing their own consequence, do not hesitate to board a slave vessel, and there is no instance of their ever being kidnapped. The history of this little colony, which I have endeavored to sketch from the information furnished by Mr. Ashmum, appears to me to afford matter for serious reflection. The principle involved in colonization is, I am aware, liable to some objections, and I am not indifferent to the arguments to which it has given occasion. But the strength of truth and reason seems to be altogether in its favor. The dogmas of Malthus may be right or wrong. The statistical propositions of Mr. Selder and the philosophical deductions he drives from them may be right or wrong. With these querulous rhetoricians I have nothing to do. But one thing is certain, that while the fertile earth, in any of its endless divisions, affords the means of sustenance, no human being outright to be suffered to want, because the notion of immigration does not square with certain opinions of a despotic school. That some countries are overpopulated in reference to the resources of their superficies is, I take it for granted, a fact above impeachment. That there is room enough on the surface of the earth for all the population it contains is another truth which very few persons will be hardy enough to contest. The principles of Providence in the economy of space appear, therefore, to be that the superabundant population of one place shall seek in the uncultivated and scantily peopled regions of other countries for those means of existence which are denied to them by the pressure of the demand on the soil at home. The immutable law of benevolence, drawn from the institutes of Christianity, ordains the earth for the sustenance of man, but that law is perverted by those who resist immigration under the circumstances to which I have alluded. What is to become of the surplus population, if it not be allowed a space wherein to fertilize the virgin soil, and supply its wants? If its own land denies it the means of life, must it die, that some philosopher may triumph in his doctrines? It is true that colonization frequently terminates disastrously, and that instances might be cited in which immigrants have suffered terrible privations, and have even fallen beneath the insalubrity of unaccustomed climates. But these cases merely prove the necessity of adopting sufficiently precautionary measures before the immigrant commits himself to a venture, upon which the happiness and interests of himself and his family altogether depend. If a man rashly goes out uncovered and exposed into a storm, he will surely run a chance of catching an illness. So, too, if a man penetrate to the tropics and carry with him the habits of England or France, he will certainly peril his life, for these habits are unsuitable to places where a vertical sun pours down its scorching rays upon the body. Every climate requires especial modes of conduct for physical constitution. Brandy and water might be a very good beverage, and even a medicinal protective at the North Pole, but it would be ruinous if taken in excess at Sierra Leone. It is because immigrants do not sufficiently study the situation to which they bend their steps that they so often complain of failure. We have seen in the first expedition from the United States that the project terminated fatally for nearly all the colonists. But why? Because they went to a low, marshy island at the commencement of the rainy season, when disease in its worst horrors was just setting in. How could they expect to escape a contagion which they actually seemed to court? If the example of the colony of Liberia were to be followed, if wholesome laws were laid down to regulate the movements of immigrants, and proper precautions taken by which all the advantages of position might be seized, and the disadvantages avoided, I have very little doubt that the colonization would ultimately prove a valuable safety valve for society. The idle and wretched, who have no hopes or friends at home, might always be thus beneficially drafted off to infant states, where they could be made to labor, and where their recovered habits could be rendered subservient to the common good. At home they hang on the necks of the industrious, where they might be converted to useful members of the great community, improving the means of the social body, instead of deteriorating its morals and wasting its resources. End of chapter 5, part D. Chapter 6, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Crew Country, Religion of the Crew and Fishermen, Immigration of the Natives, Sketch of the Habits and Customs, Purchase of Wives, the Crewman's ne plus ultra, Migratory propensities, rogueries exposed, adoption of English names, Cape Palmas, dexterity of the fishermen, fish towns, the fetish, arrival at Cape Coast, land with the governor, Cape Hutchinson, Cape Coast mode of taking an airing, Ashanti chiefs, diurnal occupations, school for native girls, domestication of females, Colonel Lumley, Captain Ricketts, neglect of Portuguese fortress, a native doctor. Monday, October 8, 1827. Light airs and variable, with frequent heavy showers. Land in sight, bearing northeast. At noon calm and very hot. Latitude 5 degrees 32 minutes north. Longitude 10 degrees 17 minutes west. Cape Palmas east southeast 168 miles. Hoisted in the pinnace which we had been towing all the way from Sierra Leone in consequence of the crowded state of the ship. Tuesday, 9th. At noon, latitude 4 degrees 55 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 17 minutes west, Cape Palmas south 76 degrees east, 83 miles. At 1, a canoe came off to the ship. At this time we saw a remarkable rock called the Swallow or Crew Rock, which is detached from the mainland about 2.5 miles from the entrance of the river Waffen. There is a safe channel for vessels inside of this rock, with 7 fathoms of water and a muddy bottom. Nearly 20 leagues to the westward of the Waffen is the river Cetus. Footnote: 9 miles to the westward of the mouth of this river is the rock Cetus, where there is a settlement of about 70 fishermen who have run away from their own country to avoid the penalty of the law. They are principally from Niphon, Baden, and Pickaninny Cess. End footnote. In which river Captain Spence, an old African trader, has had a timber establishment some years. Being now off the Crew country, I think it desirable to introduce a short description of it and its inhabitants. The Crew country is situated on that part of the coast of Africa called the Grain Coast, the chief towns of which are Setra Crew, Little Crew, Prue Barrow, Prue Setra, and King Will's Town. It does not appear that it extends any distance inland. The manners of the natives are sufficiently curious to merit some description. They are pagans, and place much faith in charms, auguries, and oracles. The most celebrated place for oracles is near the banks of the river Cavally, a little to the westward of Cape Palmas, and this spot is in as great repute amongst them and the surrounding tribes, particularly those along the coast, even so far down as Cape Lahu, as ever that of Dephos was among the ancient Greeks, and so far as we can learn, imposes with equal success on the credulity and superstition of the poor ignorant natives. The crewmen, that is, the crew and fishmen, for they all come under the general denomination of crewmen in Sierra Leone, are almost the only people on the coast who voluntarily emigrate to seek for labor out of their own country. They come to Sierra Leone to work in any capacity in which they can obtain employment until they are possessed of sufficient property to enable them to purchase several wives. The object they propose to themselves in this increase of their domestic establishments differs in some respects from the indulgences of the East. The crewmen compel their women to perform all the field work, as well as the necessary domestic duties, in conformity with the usage of savage life, and when they can purchase a sufficient number of wives to fulfill all these employments, they pass the remainder of their days in ease and indolence. Before they are able to accomplish this object, they are obliged to make several visits to Sierra Leone, as they do not like to be absent more than 2 or 3 years at a time from their own country. The average duration of this voluntary banishment is perhaps about 18 months. A sketch of the progress of the crewmen from their first visit to Sierra Leone to the final consummation of their wishes in the attainment of their paradise of idleness will fully illustrate the peculiar character of a tribe, one of whose usage is that of seeking abroad during the vigorous years of life the means of dwelling with ease and comfort in their old age at home. When they have arrived at healthy boyhood, they first come to Sierra Leone in the capacity of apprentices to the old hands, who are considered as headmen or masters. These headmen, according to their influence or station in their own country, have a proportionate number of apprentices attached to them, fluctuating from 5 to 20, to teach them what they call white man's fashion. The profit of the labor of the youths is always received by the headman, who returns them a small portion of it. When an apprentice goes back to his own country after his first trip, he is considered to have passed through the period of initiation, and when he next visits Sierra Leone, he comes upon his own account. The amount of the gains of this visit, a great part of which consists of what they have been able to steal, is delivered up to the elders of his family, who select and purchase a wife for him. A short time is now spent in marriage festivities with the respective relatives of the parties, and then a fresh venture to Sierra Leone is undertaken, on which he leaves his wife with her relations. The proceeds of the third visit are dedicated to building of a hut and the purchase of another wife. But he does not remain long at home before he prepares to set out again for the purpose of making fresh accessions to his wealth, so that he may increase his household up to the desired point where his own personal labor will be rendered unnecessary to his support. In this way he continues to visit Sierra Leone, to accumulate property and purchase wives, the general number of which varies from 6 to 10, until he has secured the requisite domestic establishment, when he sits down, as they call it, for the remainder of his life, in what he considers affluence and happiness. The process of wife buying is remarkably curious. For the first wife they pay 2 bullocks, 2 brass kettles, 1 piece of blue baft, and 1 iron bar. But the terms upon which they obtain the rest depends entirely upon the agreement they make with the parents of the brides. A convenient condition is attached to the marriage articles, which secures the husband against any risk of being disappointed by the bargain. If, after marriage, if he discovers in the lady any imperfection, or qualities that falsify the account given of her previously by her parents, he is at liberty to turn her away in disgrace, and the rejected bride is forever after looked upon as an abandoned character. In a very ancient history of Ireland, it is stated that a practice formerly prevailed in that country of permitting the bride to elect to live with her intended husband 12 months before marriage, and if at the end of that time the gentleman was not satisfied with the lady's character and disposition, he was allowed to send her back to her parents, taking upon himself the charge of their offspring, in case they should have any. The gallantry of that people, however, appears not to have visited the female with any odium in consequence. She was regarded by her friends with the same respect and tenderness as before. The crewmen cohabit with their wives in succession, passing 2 days in rotation with each. Of course, it does not fall to the lot of every crewman who go to Sierra Leone to secure such luxuries for the decline of life, many of them being too imprudent to take sufficient care of their earnings. The crewmen sometimes come to Sierra Leone in their own canoes, which are comparatively small for such a voyage, but they manage them with skill, taking the precaution to keep close in with the land and go on shore every night. They are also conveyed in vessels that trade on the coast, which they prefer for the sake of economy, as they get their provisions for assisting in navigating the vessel. On returning to their country, however, they cheerfully pay 15 shillings a head for their passage in any vessel that can procure, and at these times their luggage, including the fruits of their plunder as well as their earnings, make no inconsiderable appearance in the ship. When they can afford to return home in these larger vessels, they prefer them, on many accounts, to their canoes, which are not only inconveniently small, but expose their goods to the wet and always liable to be attacked and plundered by the fishermen, who are more expert on the water. They also are subject to great danger from the runaway blacks, who infest the coast near the rock Cetus, going out in canoes and watching their opportunities for plundering any boat or vessel that they are able to overpower. When the crewmen leave their own country for Sierra Leone, they do not bring anything with them except their griggeries, various charms, some native medicines consisting merely of a few herbs, and a little box containing certificates of character from the different persons with whom they have served. These certificates they prize highly as forming introductions to future employment. However, but very few of them could be possessed of such testimonials if their masters were better acquainted with their conduct. I have been informed by some persons who have visited the Kru country that they have seen in the huts of the natives silver forks and spoons, knives and forks, tablecloths, towels, etc., things which they never bought, but which they had no doubt stolen from their employers. The articles that they generally purchase for themselves are shawls, handkerchiefs, blue baft, and other clothes for wearing round their waist, fine beaver hats, muskets, ammunition, knives, common spoons, and various fancy articles for their women. It was my intention to have visited their country, had not the Eden proceeded so soon to Fernando Po. But as I was very anxious to be present at the first operations in the formation of our establishment on that island, I reluctantly abandoned my design. Any person would be quite safe in the Kru country who would place himself under the guidance of one of their respectable headmen, and the Englishmen in particular might visit the interior of their country under great advantages, as the people are well acquainted with them in consequence of the trade which is carried on in ivory at their own towns on the coast, as well as the intercourse which is constantly kept up with Sierra Leone. There have occasionally been upwards of 2,000 of these people at one time in Freetown, but shortly before our arrival an order in council was issued to restrict the resident crewmen to 600, for the purpose of throwing open the labor market to the free blacks, as well as to prevent in some measure the drain of profit which the crewmen caused by their frequent immigration and departure. Notwithstanding, a great proportion of what they earned was expended on articles of British manufacture, which they took away with them. Still, a material injury was sustained by their constant robberies, which more than counterbalanced the benefit of their expenditure. Independently of this political motive for restricting their numbers, it was useful as a measure of social protection. They resided by themselves in a suburb of the town, apart from the rest of the inhabitants, and used to emerge at night from their close retreats and commit the most daring burglaries. The stolen property was carefully secreted in their own quarter, where they had a much better opportunity of concealing it than if they dwelt promiscuously in the town at large. They frequently stole calves, pigs, and poultry, always adopting the precaution of immediately dressing them and burning the hides or feathers, as well as any of the offal that might probably lead to detection. In consequence of these practices, their moral character was very low at Freetown. But as they were active, muscular, and intelligent, they obtained a decided preference as servants and laborers. Some of them were also usually employed as sailors in nearly all vessels that remain on the coast. One very remarkable trait in these people is the bond of close union that keeps them together and preserves an interest in common throughout the whole fraternity. If one of them should commit a crime, it is a very rare occurrence to find another informing or bearing witness against him, and they carry this principle of combination so far that they will rather suffer for the offender than denounce him. If the authorities attempt to elicit the facts by a course of examination, They only obtain subterfuges and prevarications, and seek in vain by threats or promises to shake the constancy of the witnesses. The headmen manage their rogueries with so much ingenuity that charges can very seldom be proved against them. They send out their apprentices under particular instructions to commit robberies, and, like the Spartan youths, they consider the most expert thief to be the cleverest fellow. Should any of these young men be caught, they are left to get out of the scrape in the best manner they are able, for unless it be to swear falsely to an alibi or some other evasion of truth, their masters never appear in the affair afterwards. The native denomination of a crewman is crew, and that of a fisherman crepo, and they have distinguishing marks for their respective countries tattooed on their face. From the difficulty which exists in ascertaining their own names, they always add some English word as a personal designation. The selection of the word is quite a matter of chance, and it is of no consequence whether it belonging to a person, place, or thing. For instance, if you ask one of them what his name is, he will probably say, "My name is Soda Water Massa." Another will tell you that his name is Bottle Rum or Bottle o' Beer, and others, King Will, Jack Freeman, Tom Freeman, etc., etc., Freeman being one of the most common and favorite names amongst them. On Wednesday, October 10th, we were off Cape Palmas, very northeast, 21 miles, where a number of canoes came aside with a few trifling articles for sale, but their object was evidently more to beg than barter. The article chiefly in demand amongst them was tobacco. On taking their leave, one of the men got into his canoe by leaping overboard while the ship was going very fast, and the boat paddling hard to keep up with her. He swam to the canoe and rolled himself over the gunwales in a horizontal position, the people in the boat leaning over the opposite side to prevent it from upsetting. These men may truly be called fishermen, for they appear almost as independent in the water as the fish who inhabit it. They think nothing of having their canoes upset on the wide ocean, for they can easily recover its former position, and get the water out of it when they resume their places. I was informed they will also attack a shark in the water without hesitation, and they are very expert in catching almost every description of fish. The crewmen stand no chance with them on the water, and when they happen to encounter each other in their canoes, the first thing the fishermen try to do is to upset the crewman's canoe, after which they are quite at their mercy. They are also much better seamen, as well as boatmen, yet notwithstanding this difference of character, they are in appearance the same people as the crewmen, and a stranger would not know the difference. Formerly the fishermen were without the distinguishing mark down the forehead, which is now commonly adopted. Their country, as I have before remarked, is in the vicinity of Cape Palmas, and their principal towns are Bafu, Wapi, Batu, Little Cess, Grand Cess, Garaway, Cape Town, Cavally, Tabor, and Bassa. They are much more numerous than the crewmen, but neither crewmen nor fishermen have a united government, for they have frequent wars amongst themselves, Fishtown against Fishtown, and Crewtown against Crewtown. But they both possess one great and generous characteristic, that of never selling each other for slaves on any pretense. This, in a country where the slave trade is so universal, may be noted as a very extraordinary and remarkable feature in their character. When any person dies in the crew or fish countries, unless the deceased may have expressed a wish to the contrary, his friends apply to the fetishman to know how he came by his death, when they invariably fix on some obnoxious character, either man or woman, as having been the cause. This person is then compelled to drink what they call saucy water, the infusion of the bark of a tree, well known for its deleterious qualities. Of this preparation they are obliged to take 3 heavy draughts of about a quart each. On the effect of this depends the supposed guilt or innocence of the accused. If it remains on his stomach, he is considered to be guilty of the alleged crime, and he consequently dies. But if the evomition takes place, no evil consequence attends it, and he is declared to be innocent. Where it fails to produce the latter effect, the people hunt him about the town as they would a mad dog, until he is at the point of death, which generally takes place a few hours after he has drunk the prescribed potion. Saturday, 13th, at noon, Cape 3 Points, east 1/2, north 7 miles. 5 leagues to the westward of Cape 3 Points is Axum, where the Dutch have a fort, and about 1 league further to the westward is the mouth of the river Anacorba. 6 leagues to the eastward of Cape 3 Points is Dick's Cove, where we had a fort occupied by a small detachment of the Royal African Corps. At 8:30 in the evening we anchored for the night in 15 fathoms of water, for fear of running past Cape Coast roads before the daylight, the currents being very irregular, and early on the following morning we proceeded on our voyage. At 9 o'clock we were abreast of the Dutch fortress Elmina, which is 7 miles to the westward of Cape Coast Castle, off which place we came to an anchor about 10 o'clock, in 9 fathoms of water. We found the African steamboat and the Diadem transport waiting our arrival. There was also an English merchant brig in the roads, but we heard nothing of our schooner. At noon saluted his honor the lieutenant governor on his leaving the ship, taking his secretary and myself with him in the canoe, which was a fine boat pulling 17 paddles. We were seated on chairs fixed to a platform in the forepart of the boat. The castle saluted the lieutenant governor on landing, and the shore was lined with natives to receive him. The surf being not very high, we were enabled to land without wetting, which is rarely the case. On entering the castle, I was introduced to the officers of the garrison and to Captain Hutchinson, a merchant of this place, who is well known for his eminent services in this country. The first thing that brought him into particular notice was being associated with Messrs. James and Bowditch in their mission to the King of Ashanti in 1817. He was left at Kumasi, the capital of the kingdom, as the accredited British agent after the departure of the mission. On their return to Cape Coast, the King of Ashanti was pleased with his remaining, for it not only shewed the confidence he had in him, but it was a proof of the sincerity of our intentions, by thus leaving him as a pledge for the fulfillment of our part of the treaty that had just been negotiated, and the forfeiture of his life would, no doubt, have been the consequence, if the king had even suspected any breach of faith on our part. In this situation he remained several months without the society of any white man, among savages, to think no more of the life of a human being than a vicious boy does of a dog or cat. Some time after his return from this mission, Captain Hutchinson was called upon to serve in a military capacity against the very nation where all his efforts had been directed to preserve a pacific disposition. And we here find him no less distinguishing himself in the field of proud honor with his sword in his hand than he had done in his diplomatic character, for notwithstanding he had an important command assigned to him, he was personally engaged in almost every battle, in one of which, at Aftu, he was severely wounded in both arms, and before these wounds were healed, he was called upon to take command of the center hill on the lines at Cape Coast, when it was attacked by the Ashtees and all the nations that powerful king of that country was in alliance with. End of chapter 6, part A.
Chapter 6, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Hutchinson, Cape Coast, mode of taking an airing, Ashanti chiefs, diurnal occupations, school for native girls, domestication of females, Colonel Lumley, Captain Ricketts, neglect of Portuguese fortresses, a native doctor. I took a ride with Captain Hutchinson before dinner in his carriage, which was a gig, with a head of it on 4 wheels, drawn by as many men. But if these fellows could have been placed behind us as they were in the canoe, it would have been desirable, for their muscular exertions produced an effluvia which was anything but agreeable. Objectionable, however, as this style of travelling may appear, it was certainly better than being carried about in a sedan chair or a palanquin, excepting for travelling at night or any great distance. My countrymen will perhaps think it very cruel to see men substituted for horses, but when they are informed that it is undertaken voluntarily on their part, and even eagerly solicited by them, for the reward attendant thereon, there will be no reason for complaint. As a proof of their not feeling the employment derogatory, the following observations will be sufficient to convince the most sceptical. When a gentleman who has not a sufficient number of persons on his establishment to employ in this way wants to take an airing in his carriage, he has only to mention it to his servants, and the house will soon be surrounded with volunteers soliciting to be selected for the service. There are 2 reasons why the vehicles at Cape Coast are drawn by men instead of horses, the principal one being that horses are very dear and do not live long in the climate. The second, that even if they had a sufficient supply of horses, they could not find a drive of 4 miles in any one direction without making a road expressly for the occasion. The short one that they already have requires constant attention to keep it clear, the vegetation being remarkably rapid and luxuriant. Captain Hutchinson obligingly invited me to take up my quarters with him, but as Colonel Lumley also desired me to consider myself as his guest during my stay at Cape Coast, I divided my time between the colonel and his officers at the castle, and Captain Hutchinson with the principal merchants of the place. Dined with Lieutenant Governor at the officers' mess at the castle. Tuesday, 16th. Immediately after breakfast, I accompanied the governor and Captain Ricketts to visit a native school which is composed of 100 boys, some of whom were very intelligent and wrote and read English remarkably well. I was present today when the governor gave audience to 20 Ashanti chiefs who were introduced by the king of the Fantis, or Cape Coast nation, accompanied by a number of his Carbosiers, or great men who acted as interpreters to the Ashantis. These 20 chiefs were part of a mission composed of 120 sent by the King of Ashanti to the commandant of Cape Coast Castle, but as the lieutenant governor of Sierra Leone happened to be there at the time, it was thought to be more complimentary that he should give them an audience. They came rather as petitioners than as equals, their object being to sue for a peace, offering to deposit a certain quantity of gold in Cape Coast Castle as a security for their strict observance of the treaty. After the meeting, I had some conversation with the king of the Fantees and several of his carboseers, all of whom spoke English. Wednesday, 17th, I will just give an outline of my diurnal occupations, which were pretty much the same during my short stay at Cape Coast. My first visit every morning was to Captain Hutchison about 7 o'clock, when I was sure to find him at breakfast. I remained with him about a couple of hours, which time was passed very agreeably in conversation, excepting occasional interruptions by a visit from one of the carboseers, who called on matters of business, or to get him to settle some disputes among their people, for he had so much the confidence of the natives that both their great men and the common people preferred referring to him to settle their quarrels than to their own authorities. At 9 o'clock I always repaired to the castle to breakfast with the governor and Captain Ricketts, the commandant, after which I used to pass my time among the different merchants who had all called on me on my first arrival and given me a general invitation to their houses. About noon I usually found a party assembled at Captain Hutchison's to relish with him, as it is significantly called, which in fact was an early dinner, as was the custom of the place. At 4 o'clock they took a ride in the manner before described, or called on each other, and at 6 they took their tea with meat, etc. This evening I accompanied Colonel Lumley and the officers at the castle to the merchants' club room, where some played cards, while others passed the time in conversation, billiards, etc. In the intermediate hours during the day I called on various persons and visited different parts of the town to glean what information I could. The Horatio schooner tender to the Eden arrived this evening. Thursday, October 18th, passed through the market this morning, which is always held at an early hour, where the articles for sale consist principally of fruits and vegetables. The sales here are conducted by barter, the merchants generally exchanging tobacco and other goods for the articles they want to purchase. I visited today an English school for native girls, 21 in number, the expense of which is defrayed by the government. These children were not all black, for there were a few very pretty mulattoes amongst them, a custom that must appear strange and immoral to my own countrymen, but which is not held so at Cape Coast, prevails in preference to these girls when their education has been completed. Although none of them are regularly affianced, some of them are taken from the school into the household of resident English gentlemen, where they perform all the domestic duties in an anomalous capacity, combining all the responsibilities of the married state without its legal bond. A previous engagement and clear understanding is entered into with the parents of the girls to the mutual satisfaction of all parties, and their offspring is afterwards provided for according to circumstances. These young women usually receive the elements of a good education, and constitute the only female society which an Englishman can enjoy here, as the climate is so debilitating to English ladies that they cannot reside in the place for any length of time. This, indeed, is the only excuse that can be offered for a custom which, it must be granted, does not admit of an apology beyond the mere necessity of the case. The girls are excellent managers in domestic concerns, and good and careful nurses, qualities that are exceedingly valuable in such a situation. Friday, 19th, being on the point of taking leave of my friends at Cape Coast, I cannot better occupy a few pages than with some general retrospective observations. Colonel Lumley, Lieutenant Governor of Sierra Leone, claims my first attention. I had the good fortune to make his acquaintance at the seat of government, and during the whole time I had the pleasure of knowing him, I always found him to be actuated by a most zealous devotion to the many important duties which his situation imposed upon him. Nor was his high character as a public officer more praiseworthy than his estimable qualities as a man. I shall always look back with pride and satisfaction to the period of our intimacy, which was clouded only with the apprehensions I entertained of the fate that awaited him. Perhaps the prophetic forebodings with which he was impressed might have led me to such gloomy anticipations, for he often observed to me he felt convinced that if he should ever be attacked by the fever, it would prove fatal, as it unfortunately did not very long after I left the colony, and I was informed he caught it from a young friend whom he was kindly attending, and who fell a victim to the disease. With Captain Ricketts, the commandant of the fortress, I also had the pleasure of enjoying an intimate acquaintance. Captain Ricketts has served many years on this coast, and was engaged with the Ashantis at the battle of Assamacao, where Sir Charles Macarthy lost his life. On that occasion he had a most miraculous escape both in and after the battle, particularly on his return to the coast, where he was obliged to follow the course of rivers, traverse the jungle and forests alone to evade the murderous Ashantis. He subsequently became commandant of Cape Coast Castle, in which capacity he acquired so much influence with the natives as to succeed in prevailing on them to build a market-place, to lay out several new lines of streets, and otherwise improve the town; but above all to induce them, after a great deal of persuasion and perseverance, to take down all the houses adjoining and in the immediate vicinity of the castle walls, a measure which must have greatly interfered with their religious prejudices, as they were obliged to remove the remains of their relatives, who are always buried under the apartments they inhabit, and to carry them to their new habitations to be deposited in a similar manner. He had also succeeded with the king and Carboceers in getting them to cut away all the jungle from the suburbs of the town for 3 or 4 miles distant, and in fact his influence was so great, and the positive utility of the works he designed so obvious, that the natives of Cape Coast almost adored him. The castle, which is a fine building, was kept in the best order under the superintendence of this active and useful officer. It is astonishing that the Portuguese, who have been so enterprising and expended so much money on their early discoveries in the erection of fortresses, many of which may still be considered good modern fortifications, should now allow most of their foreign possessions to go to decay, and even to fall into ruins. Look at the once celebrated city of Goa on the Malabar coast, dwindled into insignificance and proverbially called a city of priests and beggars. What is the cause of this decadence? Is it a just visitation for the unjust means they practised to acquire those possessions, all for the thirst of gold? Or is it that the active spirit of the Portuguese ceases with the acquisition of novelties, and that they are destitute of those persevering qualities which improve and foster the possessions that are originally obtained by enthusiasm and energy? We had frequent heavy showers during our stay at Cape Coast, although this was not the regular rainy season, for these showers were what are called the after rains, which last about a fortnight. When the weather clears up after very heavy rains, many of the poor people, principally old women and children, take up the mud from the gutters and wash it well in calabashes, when they generally find a few grains of gold for their pains. This is also the case after a very heavy surf has subsided, which during the violence of the storm generally throws up a great quantity of black mud on the shore. This is a strange exhibition to be witnessed every morning on the seashore, which, however, I shall forbear to describe. There is a singular old man, upwards of 60 years of age, at Cape Coast Castle, who is well known by the name of Dr. Sagua, and who acts in the capacity of a native doctor. This person excites a great deal of attention, not only by the peculiarity of his manners, but by the circumstances through which he has reached a station of some consideration. He was originally a slave to the African Company at Cape Coast, and having been accidentally placed in the house of the medical establishment, he learned to compound medicines. In the duties which he performed in this capacity, he rendered himself very useful, and continued at the pestle and mortar until Sir Charles Macarthy's arrival, when the African Company was dissolved, all their slaves liberated, and the new charter proclaimed for Sierra Leone and Cape Coast on March 29, 1822. Having received his freedom, he now assumed a position of some importance, and was retained on the medical establishment as dispenser with a small salary. His excellent conduct and judgment in the discharge of his new office procured him the general respect and confidence of Europeans, and his reputation when I was at Cape Coast stood so high that he was frequently consulted on the diseases of the climate in preference to medical gentlemen from Europe. He is in the habit of making daily visits to all the European residents, whether they require his services or not, and they generally invite him to take some refreshment, handing him at the same time the keys of their cellaret or cupboard, that he may help himself to spirits or wine. He sometimes avails himself of their offer, chiefly for the sake of gratifying his vanity, by showing to the servants the confidence that is reposed in him. For no other native, perhaps, except himself, would be entrusted with the keys of any place where wine and spirits are kept. Trade was very dull during my stay at Cape Coast, and had been so for some time. The merchants, however, looked forward to its revival, in consequence of the prospects of peace with the Ashanti people, who were very desirous to terminate hostilities for the sake of being enabled to resume their commercial intercourse with the English and other Europeans on the coast. During the war it was believed that they had accumulated a great quantity of gold and ivory, which are principal articles they barter for goods of European manufacture, and for which they had no sale while hostilities lasted, except in some few instances where individuals risked the hazard of embarking in smuggling transactions. Captain Hutchison, whom I have before mentioned as being left at the Ashanti capital after the departure of the mission, when the troops returned to the coast subsequent to the Ashanti War, was appointed commandant of the fortress of Anamabo, a post which he resigned for a time in consequence of some difference of opinion with Colonel Lumley, acting governor of Sierra Leone, when he was at Cape Coast. However, he was afterwards induced to resume the command of the fort, where he has a mercantile establishment as well as at Cape Coast. His opportunities of acquiring popularity have been very favorable, for he has held several high posts at one and the same time, namely, Commissioner of Request, Commandant of Anamabo, one of His Majesty's Justices of the Peace for the Gold Coast, Colonel Secretary of Cape Coast, and Captain of the Royal Gold Coast Militia. And I have the satisfaction of adding my personal testimony of his worth, having found him a most intelligent, hospitable, and friendly man. In addition to all the kind offices he has rendered me during my short residence at Cape Coast, he presented me with a hoop basket-worked ring, richly chased, made of virgin gold from the Ashanti country, and also an Ashanti stool, which is described by Bowditch to be made out of a solid piece of wood called zesso, which is very light, white, soft, and bearing a high polish. In addition to the soft nature of the wood, it is said to be well soaked in water to make it still softer, previous to its undergoing the process of carving. From its being the custom among the Ashantis for their great men to be seated on stools, some of them take much pride and pains in having them highly carved or ornamented. The pattern is generally the same, being a very low concave seat. The only difference is the manner of ornamenting them. Bowditch relates that in one of the grand processions at Kumasi, the stools of the great men were carried on the heads of favorites, and he observes that they were laboriously carved, with 2 bells attached to each. He also describes the king's stool as being entirely cased with gold. The word stool also signifies a high place of office in the king's council, to which his captains are occasionally raised for any distinguished act of bravery, but this promotion is attended by a heavy fee to the king's household, being no less than 8 ounces of gold. When a rich man dies, the person that succeeds to his fortune is said to succeed to his stool. I will conclude the subject of stools with an observation relating to cushions, which is that no subject can sit in public with a cushion on his stool, unless it has been presented to him by the king or one of his 4 principal captains. End of chapter 6, part B.